Chapter 1. Today was the day. I was ready to exorcise the last Shikigami on my list, the round deer. This one was special because it possessed the unique ability to use reverse curse techniques to heal. Capturing it would be a significant advantage for me, but I knew it wouldn't be easy. I made my way to the Nara forest. Can't use the forest of death after what happened there last time. Nara forest was a place familiar to my clan and full of shadows where I could operate comfortably. The air was cool and crisp, with the scent of pine and earth filling my senses. I found a quiet clearing surrounded by tall trees, their branches creating a canopy above. This would be the perfect spot for my summoning. For this one, I honestly had no idea what kind of trap I could put, so planned to just go blank without any traps. Taking a deep breath, I began the summoning ritual. My hands moved through the new hand sign, and I focused on my chakra. Round deer, I called out. The ground trembled slightly, and a soft glow emanated from the earth. Slowly, the form of the round deer materialized before me. It's strange how all the Shikigami now have this strange feeling to them, like all of them are getting stronger. It was not just like most other deer I can find in this forest. In fact, I am afraid that I can't even find him out from other deers if it gets mixed up with others. The only thing different about this one was the mark on his head. The deer stood still, its eyes calm and almost serene. I felt a moment of hesitation. It didn't seem hostile at all. But I knew better than to underestimate it. I had to be careful and strategic. I attacked first, launching a series of kunao at the deer. Each one hit its mark, but to my surprise, the wounds healed almost instantly. The deer didn't flinch or fight back, it simply stood there, its injuries vanishing as quickly as they appeared. So I again attacked with my sword, and to my surprise, even a deep cut at this neck was healed. I penetrated its heart, but again it healed. Then I cut off its leg, but it still ended up healing. Frustration gnawed at me. No matter what I did, the deer healed itself. I tried using my shadows to bind it, but even that seemed ineffective. The deer would regenerate faster than I could deal any lasting damage. So I used some of my Shikigami. Like dogs and all, but it didn't work. Although the dogs bite deer, but as soon as they leave the deer it just heals. Sweat dripped down my face, and my breathing grew heavy. There has to be a way, I muttered to myself, trying to think of a different approach. And here I was thinking that this Shikigami would be easy. But what the hell, this one might be just as troublesome as Mahoraga. The only good thing is that it doesn't attack back. Clearly, attacking it directly wasn't working. I needed a plan that would bypass its healing ability. I scanned the area, searching for inspiration. My eyes fell on a small pond nearby, the water shimmering under the dappled sunlight. An idea formed in my mind, one that was risky but worth a shot. Instead of trying to kill the deer, what if I could incapacitate it in a way that its healing ability couldn't counteract? Drowning might be the answer. Water could prevent it from breathing. I ponder, at this point, I was almost out of chakra after wasting too much on attacking the deer. It doesn't burn, cut, bleed, or break. Just because it can heal before any of that happens. It's almost frightening. Maybe I should do that. I thought, and then finally decided. With renewed determination, I directed my shadows to grab hold of the deer. It didn't resist, but that made it even more eerie. My shadows wrapped around its legs and body, pulling it towards the pond. The deer struggled slightly, but I held firm, using all my strength and chakra to control the shadows. As we reached the edge of the pond, I felt a pang of guilt. The deer looked at me with those calm, unblinking eyes. But I pushed the feeling aside. This was necessary. I had to complete my mission. With a final surge of effort, I plunged the deer into the water. It thrashed, its legs kicking out, but the water quickly enveloped it. I held it down, my shadows anchoring it beneath the surface. Bubbles rose as the deer tried to breathe, but it couldn't. Its movements grew weaker, and finally, it stopped struggling. But again my shadow wasn't enough, so I also put my dogs to hold the deer down. I waited, heart pounding, until I was sure it was truly subdued. Slowly, I pulled the deer from the water. It was limp, its body no longer healing itself. The reverse curse technique couldn't save it from drowning. Relief washed over me as I realized my plan had worked. I exorcised the deer, its form dissolving into my shadow, joining the other Shikigami I had captured. I sat by the pond, exhausted but victorious. This had been the hardest challenge yet, but I had learned a valuable lesson. Sometimes, brute force isn't the answer. Strategy and adaptability are just as important. As the sun began to set, I made my way back home. There wasn't any time to train anymore anyway. The forest was quiet, the only sounds were the rustling leaves and my footsteps. I felt a sense of accomplishment and peace. But killing that deer, it was strange. For the first time, I felt like not doing that. It didn't even try to protect himself. Just stood there. That is just, sigh. Let's just go back for the time being. Dash. Many days later. Team 8 had been buzzing with excitement ever since they heard about Shika's solo completion of 2 C-rank missions. Kurane could see the eagerness in their eyes. They wanted a challenge of their own. Deciding it was time to take on a higher-ranked mission, Kurane couldn't help but surrender to their demands and take a C-rank mission for her team. As they entered the office, the Hokage looked up from his paperwork and smiled. Kurane, what brings you and your team here today? Kurane stepped forward. Hokage-sama, my team has been training hard, and they're eager for a C-rank mission. The Hokage leaned back in his chair, thoughtfully. I see. I do have a mission in mind, but I'd like to make a suggestion. Kurane nodded. Of course, Hokage-sama. What is it? I recommend you take a promising genin along with you on this mission, the Hokage said. He's shown great potential and could benefit from the experience of working with your team. Especially in tracking and search missions. Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino exchanged curious glances. Kurane looked intrigued but slightly puzzled. Who is this genin, Hokage-sama? The Hokage at this just smiled knowingly. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 2. After many days of hard work, I was finally ready to start learning the special powers of the individual Shikigami I had captured. It had taken a lot of effort to capture all of them, but now I could begin to harness their unique abilities without having to summon them every time. I headed to the Nara forest, eager to begin my training. Water, healing and lightning. There are 3 things which I can learn, but I rather start with healing. Though I really need a good attack under my belt soon, but right now I don't have good enough control with water chakra. Even if I use max elephant's water, I will still need some degree of control over water before using that. My clone's been busy working on that, so I am getting there, but still, it's not easy to master chakra nature transformation that easily. Nor I am a genius like Sasuke to learn lightning under Kakashi for a month, and neither I can use thousands of clones like Naruto to cheat in training. Hell, I don't even have a teacher. So it's gonna take some time for me to start using water jutsu of any sort. And don't even let me start with lightning. Healing is the best out of all 3 for me right now, period. As I was about to start practicing, a shinobi appeared out of nowhere. It was an ANBU, wearing the signature mask and dark uniform. Shikamaru, he said, his voice firm, the Hokage is calling for you. Confused and a bit concerned, I nodded and followed him to the Hokage's office. Why the hell that old man is looking for me all of the sudden? Why me out of the thousands of ninjas he has under him? When I arrived, I was surprised to see teammate Kurane-sensei, Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino already there. They seemed just as surprised to see me. The Hokage, sitting behind his desk, greeted me with a warm smile. Ashika, thank you for coming on such short notice. I have an important task for you. I bowed respectfully. Of course, Hokage-sama. What do you need? I asked with confusion as I looked at Hinata, Kaiba and Shino with the intention of asking what the hell is going on, but they just kept looking at me. Not telling anything. I've recommended you to join Team 8 on a C-rank mission outside the village, the Hokage explained. Kurane and her team will be escorting Tajuna, a bridge builder, back to his home in the Land of Waves. You have already taken a few C-rank missions before, but I believe you still need to see how a Jonin works in a mission. Under Kurane you can learn many things. Kurane's team is a search and investigation team, very suitable for you. What you say, my boy? You will learn many things under her, said the Hokage, short-circuiting my brain immediately after he talked about the wave mission. I blink, and can't help but complain internally, asking where is Team 7? How did this turn out like this? I was keeping my distance from Team 7 all this time to not change the canon, so how did this happen? And why Team 8 is getting this mission? I just purse my lips. I glanced at Kurane-sensei and her team. They looked surprised, but there was also a hint of curiosity in their eyes. It seemed they didn't know who the promising genin the Hokage had talked about until it turned out to be me. Kurane-sensei recovered first and smiled at me. It's a pleasure to have you with us again, Shika. Seems like our paths are connected one way or another. Kurane showed a beautiful smile on her face as she accepted me and her team for this mission. Thank you, Kurane-sensei. I'll do my best. What else I can do besides accepting the mission? Now that the canon is not going like how it's supposed to go, what will happen? I have no idea. But one thing is clear, if Team 8 went to wave alone, then they would most likely will die. Kurane is no match for Kakashi, and Zabuza almost had Kakashi in that fight. I respect Kurane, but she doesn't stand a chance against a really powerful Jonin. Now I have to go with them. It's frustrating that even after knowing that the mission is nothing but trouble, I can't say anything about the mission. Oh, seems like you already know about Shika. Hokage, seeing that both the Jonin-sensei and her team were well aware of me, asked in interest in his voice. Before I say anything, Kurane spoke first. Yes, Shika-kun here has a talent for genjutsu. I am currently teaching him. And I have to say that he is even better than me when I was his age. Kurane said, making me blush a little. Though internally I just wanted to deny the claims, I didn't want others to know what I was capable of if possible. Oh, I didn't know that. My boy, you give me a new surprise every time I meet you. I knew that you were the right person to entrust to Kurane. With your excellent tracking ability and genjutsu alongside with your clan shadow possession jutsu, you will be a very important pillar of the village in future. Keep working hard. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a grandfatherly smile. I just nodded my head, laminating at my luck. Sigh. The Hokage continued, I trust you all to handle this mission with care. Tajuna's safety is paramount. There might be unexpected dangers, so stay vigilant. Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino all nodded in agreement, and I felt a surge of irritation. This man was saying almost like he knew what gonna happen. But on the other side, this also gave me a chance to go on a mission with a team. A new experience. As we left the Hokage's office, Kaiba clapped me on the back. Welcome to the team, Shika. This is going to be interesting. He came to me and we fist bumped. With all this time being with Team 8, I just ended up being good friends with all of them. Hinata smiled shyly. I'm glad you're joining us, Shika-kun. Please take care of me, she politely said and bowed a little with a smile on her face. Kun. Shino, as usual, was quiet but gave me a nod of acknowledgement. I could sense the respect and trust forming already. We met up with Tajuna at the village gates. He was an older man with a kind but weary face. So, these are my protectors, he asked, looking us over. Kurane-sensei nodded. Yes, Tajuna-san. We're here to ensure you get home safely. He didn't look satisfied, but what else he can do about it? As we started our journey, I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and anxiety. This mission was the one which taught all of us what being a shinobi is. From Zabuza to Haku. All those iconic characters left a very important mark on my life. What the hell I'm supposed to do here? Should I really try to kill both of them? I don't want to, honestly, especially Haku. He doesn't deserve it. But maybe I can stop this so-called fight from ever happening. Maybe. Dash. The path to the land of waves was long and boring. We stayed alert, keeping an eye out for any signs of trouble. Hinata activated her Byakugan periodically to scan the surroundings, while Shino's insects provided additional surveillance. Kurane-sensei walked beside me, giving me tips on how to use genjutsu. She was really helping me a lot. Remember, Shika, a mission like this requires teamwork and constant awareness. As we kept on going, I suddenly noticed the water pit which I had been searching for this long. I remember this mission quite well, to the point that even small details I remember without mistakes. He got ready but didn't make any moves. I look at Hinata and Shino, but both seem like they haven't seen anything. Shino and Kurane on the other hand look like they knew. As my eyes connected with Kurane, she just beautifully smiled towards me, saying not to worry. Well, I wasn't worried in the first place. But still, this feeling of someone being there to look after my back feels nice. Only after passing the small water pit, suddenly the movement takes place. From behind us a shadow appears and then a long chain wraps around Kurane, ripping her into pieces. Kurane-sensei, shouted Kaiba and Hinata, both surprised at suddenly what happened. It was two people, two shinobi. After making sure that the Jonin-sensei was done for, those two shinobi rushed towards the genin. One shinobi came right at me while the other went directly for Hinata. Hinata's eyes widened. She was almost frozen in the place. Seeing the kunao coming at her, she couldn't move. But then just when the enemy shinobi was only a little away from her, he stopped. Not only that, but the other shinobi too who were targeting me stopped. Shadow possession complete. Triple X. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 3. Just as I thought, Kurane already knew that there were enemies nearby. She wasn't even there when those enemies attacked her, but rather it was just an illusion. Her getting cut into pieces was also an illusion. Even I was fooled at the start, but after blinding the rest of those enemies, I looked back at the so-called remains of our dead sensei, but it was nothing but wood pieces. She was able to cast an illusion on the log. Pretty interesting, to be honest. I have to ask her how she did that. And for the matter of me stopping those two shinobi with shadow possession, well, I was already waiting for them. It wasn't very hard to immediately activate my shadow possession jutsu at the moment's notice. Both Hinata and Kaiba, seeing that the enemy was so close to them, stopped suddenly, staggered and fell back. While Shino was cool AF. He just stood there like it was nothing. This guy is extremely underrated. Good job, Shika. Suddenly the sound came of one Kurane UI, and then with rose flower petals, she suddenly arrived there out of nowhere. Apparently, she uses genjutsu almost everywhere, even when using other normal jutsu. Ah, Kurane-sensei, you are all right. Both Hinata and Kaiba were in amazement. Yes, I replace myself with a log and use genjutsu to look like I was killed. You both should have noticed this. Kaiba with your nose and Hinata with your eyes, it shouldn't have been that big of a deal. You both need to pay attention. On the other hand, both Shino and Shika not only remained calm but also noticed the obvious flaw in the plan of the enemy. Kurane then said and explained. Sensei, I understand that's important, but what should I do about these two here? I asked as I was still holding both the genin with my shadow possession. Kurane, seeing just a smile, immediately formed a single hand sign, and in the next second both the demon brothers who I was holding with my shadow fell unconscious. That was a wow moment for me. If only it would be that easy for me too. Sorry about that. But I don't think that it was that hard for you to hold them down for long, is it? Kurane said as her face playing a playful smile like at me. I was deadpan at that. What is the meaning of this? If I can stop them for longer doesn't mean I must do that? Anyway, good work, Shika. Your reaction time was on point. To the point that even if you were alone on this mission then you would have been able to handle those shinobi. You did great, though try implementing genjutsu in your moves as well. The more you use it the more you will get used to it. Said the beautiful woman, and then she turned back to those two genin. Unlike Kakashi, she didn't wait who they really were after, so she was not sure who they were after her. The main reason might be that I captured them both before that. So now that we have to do some interrogation. Dash. Of course, being the Jonin sensei here, Kurane took over the introduction part. All this time Tajuna was under a lot of pressure. While the introduction was taking place, I talked with both Kaiba and Hinata. Don't worry about it, it's the first time, as you take more missions, something like this will become normal to you, I said and looked at Kaiba who looked agitated right now at getting frozen at that last time while Hinata was just looking down. How did you know that there was a trap? Kaiba asked with a little irritation on his face. There was a water pit, it hasn't rained at all in days, so there shouldn't be any water pit in the road. I just reply with a calm tone. Making him shut up again. As I said again, you just need some experience, nothing more. Just do more missions and you will get a knack of this. I reply with a smile as I look at Hinata who is still looking down. Just then Kurene's voice came, she was talking with Tajuna. Apparently, she wasn't able to learn anything from the demon brothers. She is amazing when it comes to genjutsu but when it comes to other things, not that much. So ultimately she ended up asking Tajuna about it who of course denied that had anything to do with this matter. But Kurene didn't seem very convinced at this. Now pondering whether to continue the mission or not. Sigh. Things will get even worse as time goes on. I better stay vigilant. This is a very confusing mission one way or other. On one hand, if we don't do this mission then the condition of waves will get even worse and if we do take it then we will be directly facing the demon of the mist in Haku. At first, I thought why not just directly attack Geto and take his money, give a little to Zabuza and we are done but that won't be easy. I have no idea where is Geto. I might be able to track both Haku and Zabuza back and then get to meet Geto but it's harder than it seems. What should I do? XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kamidemand. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 4. So we finally decided to continue the mission. Maybe because Kurene didn't want to disappoint her genin team or just because she ended up feeling bad for the old man, she decided to continue the mission. Took some time though, and this was enough time for me to finally decide what I am about to do. I am not going to kill Haku, he doesn't deserve it, maybe in the entire Naruto series besides Hinata, he was the nicest person. So I won't kill him. But Zabuza, well that guy has to die. Not only is Zabuza excellent when it comes to a Jonin target for my first kill list but he is also a water style user, a swordsman, and a master of silent killing, what else a man needs, right? But that sounds cool and all but this is still Zabuza, the demon of the mist we are talking about. He is not any small fly that I can take out as I like. Even Kakashi was almost break even with this guy. And that Kakashi. I have to come up with a good strategy to get to him. And if after killing Zabuza, if Haku comes after me then I can't help it. I just have to kill him if it comes to that. But if he doesn't attack then neither will I. Yeah, this is another thing I need to figure out. Dash. Okay, listen to me now. This mission is no longer a mere C-rank mission. Kurene said with much seriousness on her face. All genin including me gave her their full attention. The usual facade of a beautiful big sister was no longer there, but now a Jonin of the Leaf was talking. The mission after this could be hard. And thus I want to ask all of you. Do you wish to continue this mission? It will be hard. We can even lose our lives in this mission. Kurene said when suddenly the light dimmed down, and the environment looked heavy around her. Like the situation was very serious. But I who have been learning genjutsu from her for almost more than a month at this point easily figured out that she was using genjutsu to make it feel like that. I didn't point out that but a little glance from her eyes made sure that she noticed that I saw through her genjutsu. And she seeing this had a little smirk on her face. I can't help but shake my head a little at this. This woman uses her powers for all the wrong reasons. Scaring her genin team with genjutsu, while she is a jonin. Sigh. We are ready Kurene-sensei. Let's do it. Kaiba was the first one to say this. Yes, I agree with this. Shino seconded that. Both Kurene and I looked at Hinata who was looking very shy and pondering what to do. Seeing that the girl wasn't saying anything Kurene was about to say something most likely to go back to the village if Hinata didn't want to continue the mission. But I said before her. Don't worry Hinata. You are not alone, we all are with you and give yourself some credit. You have been working really hard, I have seen how hard you work. I know you can do it. I quickly said, can't let Kurene cancel this mission because of Hinata. Seeing this Hinata look a little hesitant. But then Kaiba also supported the notion so Hinata nodded her head in affirmation. Phew. Phew. Hey, I'm sure I heard another phew, I was around only to see that Tajuna was also looking relieved like me. Yeah, then there is that guy as well. Of course he will be happy that we are willing to continue the mission. I can't help but roll my eyes. But this kind of put my mind on something. Hinata. She had so much potential but till the end, she wasn't given screen time. Because of her personality. Now I can't change that personality of hers but maybe I can help her a little. Let's see what I can do. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kamidemand. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 5. What are you doing with that scroll, Shika-kun? asked Hinata as she looked at me while I was working on a scroll since we left those demon brothers back there. I learn Fuinjutsu in my free time, it's very interesting honestly. Do you want to learn? I reply as I show the scroll to Hinata. Seeing it she just smiled though I am sure that she didn't understand anything. Maybe later. She just said and returned to her scout duty. Good thing because I can't teach her right now anyway. The thing is that I am not exactly learning sealing right now. Rather making a seal which can help me with the fight with Zabuza. This is why Fuinjutsu is so good, it is single-handedly the most versatile shinobi art, but unfortunately, it's very hard to use this in a fight and thus it's not that popular. After all, something which can't directly add to one's power in a fight is not worth spending time on by most shinobi in this world. Sigh. Dash. The journey to the Land of Waves had been relatively calm after that, but there was always a sense of tension in the air, especially after those demon brothers first attacked the team. Tajuna, our client, walked in the center of our formation, flanked by Kurane-sensei, Hinata, Kaiba, Shino, and me. We all knew that protecting him was our top priority. We were on high alert, especially me because I knew what was going to happen. I was already making a plan to tackle the situation. And lastly, the time I was preparing for came. A huge sword came flying at us. Kurane was the first one to act as she grabbed and crouched with the nearby genin around him. I was closer to Hinata and I did the same as I grabbed her and pushed her down. That sword would have cut all of us in two if we hadn't done that. I, knowing who this person was, got ready. It was finally time to start my plan. A figure appeared on top of the giant sword which was stuck to a tree trunk. He was tall, wearing a mask that covered his lower face. Kurane-sensei immediately stepped forward, positioning herself between Zabuza and us. Stay back, she ordered us. I'll handle this. Being a jonin she of course knows about Zabuza. Maybe not as much as Kakashi did but she knew enough to know that he was very dangerous. Zabuza laughed, a menacing sound that sent chills down my spine. You think you can stop me, Kunoichi? Kurane took out a kunao and stood between both Zabuza and us. Zabuza of the Mist. Why you are here? She asked though even she knew why exactly. I don't seem to recall anyone with your description in the bingo book. Anyways give me the bridge builder and I will let all of you go. Zabuza hummed and then said while sizing up Kurane and us. Zabuza's killing lust was insane. I could see Shino getting affected, as did Kaiba and Hinata. Especially Hinata. I moved close to her and grabbed her by the hand. Hinata, snap out of it, don't worry, Kurane-sensei is there. Nothing gonna happen okay. I said but the girl's shaking body wasn't stopping. Sigh, I just then grabbed hold of her face with both my hands, making her look directly at me. Look at me, we are fine, okay. I will not let my comrades die. I said pulling a Kakashi on her while looking directly into her eyes. Her unfocused eyes finally looked at me and she slowly nodded. Why yeah yes. Good. After that, I went back to doing my own preparations. Without another word, Kurane launched into action. She moved swiftly, forming hand seals and casting her genjutsu. Zabuza's eyes widened for a moment as he was caught in the illusion, but he quickly broke free, swinging his massive sword at Kurane-sensei. That is a problem honestly, experienced shinobi can see through a genjutsu in seconds. Even someone like Kurane can't capture them for long. But again fights at this level only need a few seconds to determine the winner. Kurane in those few seconds was already close to Zabuza ready to attack him. If it wasn't Zabuza and just any other jonin then he would have already died by now. Unfortunately, it was Zabuza as he acted almost instantly and swung his sword. She dodged gracefully, countering with another genjutsu. This time, she created multiple copies of herself inside a genjutsu, confusing Zabuza. He swung his sword wildly, trying to dispel the illusions, but Kurane-sensei kept him on his toes. Despite her skill, it was clear that Zabuza was a formidable opponent. He shrugged off her genjutsu with sheer force and kept pressing forward. Kurane-sensei was doing everything she could to hold him back, but she was slowly being pushed back. Kaiba growled beside me. We need to help her. No, I said firmly. She told us to stay back. We need to protect Tajuna. Can't let my plan fail at this point. As the battle raged on, Kurane-sensei managed to catch Zabuza in another genjutsu, this time making it appear as if he was surrounded by a forest of deadly thorns. He paused for a moment, giving us a glimmer of hope, but then he laughed and dispelled the illusion with a powerful surge of chakra. You're good, Zabuza admitted, but is genjutsu all you are good at? With a swift motion, Zabuza formed hand seals and suddenly, a thick mist began to roll in, enveloping the entire area. It was his hidden mist jutsu. The visibility dropped to almost zero, and I could barely see a few feet in front of me. The mist was so thick it felt like it was seeping into my lungs. And this was exactly what I was waiting for. I took out the scroll which I had been working on for all this time and got ready. While the visibility was down, I started to act on my plan. Kurane-sensei's voice came through the fog, strained but determined. Stay alert, everyone. He's using the mist to cover his movements. She tightened her grip on her kunao, trying to stay calm. Knowing that her genjutsu won't work in this mist, even she was getting nervous now. She might be a jonin but she was recently promoted. Even someone like Kakashi might have a hard time against Zabuza, let alone her. As I was working on my plan, I heard it a clash of steel, a grunt of pain. Kurane-sensei was fighting, but she was at a disadvantage. The mist was Zabuza's territory, and he was using it to his full advantage. Kurane-sensei. Hinata called out, her voice tinged with worry. But before a reply could come I activated my plan. I opened the scroll and put my hand on it, the marking immediately came to life while the power flared up. Sealing Fuinjutsu, air vacuum, I shouted. For a second, nothing happened until the air started to shift. And then to even Zabuza's surprise, all his mist started to get drawn inside the scroll I created like a vacuum sucking up on dusk. My clothes and the clothes of the people around me flutter as powerful gusts of wind pass by, carrying all the mist. The sealing scroll ended up turning a sink which was eating away all the mist. And under just a few seconds all the mist was sucked up by the scroll. Triple X. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 6. With visibility restored, Zabuza looked annoyed. His eyes locked onto me with a murderous look before shifting back to Kurane, who was breathing heavily, injured on her side. Blood oozed from the wound, staining her clothes. Zabuza's lips twisted into a cruel smile. He moved swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kurane-sensei flying. She landed on the water, struggling to stay afloat. Kurane-sensei! Shouted others. Before any of us could react, Zabuza trapped her in a water prison jutsu just like he did in the anime to Kakashi. A sphere of water enveloped her, immobilizing her completely. Zabuza turned his cold gaze toward us. Now, let's deal with the rest of you. He created a water clone, and it started advancing toward us and Tajuna. Fear gripped us all. Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino looked terrified, unsure of how to handle the situation. All of you, run away. Leave me behind now. Kurane shouted. And finally, this was my time to shine. Sorry Kurane-sensei. But I can't do that. I still have much to learn about genjutsu from you. And I Shikamaru don't leave my comrades behind. I shouted bringing all of the attention to me. I knew I had to act quickly. Everyone, stay back. I shouted. I have a plan, I said as I took out a kunao. Shika-kun. Shika. Both Kaiba and Hinata said, not knowing what to do. I just smiled back and said. I got it, don't worry. Zabuza snorted, clearly unimpressed. Do you really think a kunao can stop me? I hurled the kunao with all my strength, aiming directly at Zabuza. He swung his massive sword to deflect it, but at the last moment, the kunao transformed into a scroll the same one I used to seal the mist. As the scroll made contact with Zabuza, the seal activated, releasing all the stored mist in a powerful blast. The area around Zabuza and Kurane-sensei was engulfed in the dense fog once again. Both Kurane and Zabuza's eyes widened at this. Zabuza realized that this was his own mist. That kid is a Fuinjutsu master. Zabuza can't help but mutter. He was pondering how the kid was able to remove his mist. Earlier he thought it was wind style but now he knew. Kurane too knew that Shika was learning Fuinjutsu. But never knew that he was this good at this. Her wound hurt but right now she was more concerned about her team. Seeing Shika's declaration, she was happy but she didn't want them to fight back, but rather run. There is no way that they can stop Zabuza. I on the other hand moved on, I knew that this was my chance. I dashed forward with blinding speed, using the cover of the mist to avoid Zabuza's clones. But even before I entered the mist, my plan was activated. As soon as the mist covers Zabuza. Zabuza at first didn't notice anything, maybe because he was continuously fighting with Kurane and didn't give too much attention to other genins. A mistake which will now take his life. The moment the mist spread, he found himself frozen. His eyes widen as he looks down only to see that shadows are binding him. What? Before Zabuza even came here, I took a little break and formed a clone, making him hide in my shadow. Then when Zabuza appeared, the clone ended up hiding in Kurane's shadow. I waited to transfer the shadow until Zabuza came for just in case Kurane saw through it. And then when both Kurane and Zabuza were fighting, the clone again shifted from her shadow to Zabuza's. And ultimately now when Zabuza was in the position, he grabbed him. Of course, to hold back Zabuza, for a single clone was almost impossible. All he had to do was stop Zabuza for a few seconds. Those seconds were enough for me to enter the shadow and make a hand sign. And in just a few seconds a giant serpent came out, biting down on the frozen Zabuza and pulling him underwater. And that wasn't all, I sent my clone with him, just to make sure that he couldn't get away. I had to plan this because only underwater his mobility will be reduced to the point that he might not be able to run. Not to mention, Zabuza used water clones too much so only when Zabuza captured Kurane that I say that he was the real one. With a swift motion, I entered the mist and grabbed Kurane who got released the moment Zabuza was dragged into the water by the great serpent. Kurane-sensei, I announced that this was me before approaching her. I knew that she was already on alert and confused at why Zabuza let her go. She was bleeding badly but was conscious. I lifted her into my arms, holding her in a princess carry. A little blush came to my face when I touched her body, which was hot. Like really hot, good thing the mist covered that little blush and then I immediately sprinted back toward our team. Upon seeing me coming out with Kurane on my arms bleeding, others were stunned. Kurane-sensei! Hinata cried, rushing forward to help. Let's get her to safety, I said, my voice firm despite my pounding heart. We moved quickly, retreating to a safer distance. I laid Kurane-sensei on the ground, checking her wound. It was bad, but not fatal. She needed medical attention, but first, we had to ensure our safety. I knew that Zabuza would be too much for her, but I didn't want this to happen. I closed my eyes. This was a little outside on my part. Does anyone know healing jutsu? I asked. Mostly look at Hinata. If there is anyone who might know it in the genin team, then it has to be her, right? But unfortunately, she just shook her head. None of them knew. I purse my lips at this. I can summon the round deer to heal her, but that will expose me. Sigh, I can just try to harness the round deer reverse curse technique. If it didn't work, then I will have no other choice. Where is Zabuza? Kurane on the other hand was more worried about Zabuza. Though Shika saved her, but still none of them were safe until Zabuza was there. She was hurt and can't protect her genin team right now. I don't know, I was about to attack him the moment I entered the mist, but he wasn't there anymore. He most likely hiding somewhere. I reply, with enough voice that even Haku, who most likely is hiding around somewhere, could hear me. Making sure that he hears me. But right now I can't worry about that boy, I need to help Kurane. Move, I have to find. Kurane was about to stand back up, but I grabbed her by the shoulder and pushed her back. No, you need healing. Hinata and Shino can scout around. Until then just sit still and let me heal you. I said in a commanding tone. She might be my superior, but I ain't no pushover. Hearing this commanding tone, Kurane was about to refuse immediately, but before that, both Hinata and Shino moved. Yes, please leave the scouting to us. I will leave Kurane-sensei to you. Shino said as he was already releasing insects out to find Zabuza. And Hinata, who was worrying all around Kurane, also nodded and activated her Byakugan. Kaiba too stands on guard, ready to intercept any attack that comes our way. See, they are worried about you. So be a good jonin and let your genin take care of you. I said with a teasing tone. Knowing that this was irritating her. Even added the same genjutsu that she used to scare all of us before. As when I said those words, the light dimmed down and the pressure around us increased. She looked like she wanted to say, but I acted first. Shush, I am not very good at this, so let me concentrate, I said as I put my finger on her lips forcefully. Making her close her mouth on reflex. I slowly touch the wound and earn a win CE from her. Then I close my eyes. I never have used round deer reverse healing before like this. So even I wasn't sure whether I could do it, but I gotta try. I thought about the serene deer in my mind and commanded his energy to draw out from my body. Nothing happened for a second, but I didn't give up until I finally felt something, a little tinkering on my finger. A very faint white aura was seen on my hand. It wasn't stable at all, but I was doing it. Alright, show me the wound, I said as I tried to channel my power towards her wounds. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemand. Comment. 19 comment. Vote. Chapter 7. Haku was always ready to take action. He was looking at the fight with full attention, but then something happened. Zabuza's chakra was no longer as strong as it was earlier. This made Haku worried. He could still feel Zabuza's chakra but can't see him. All due to the mist. That Konoha genin was able to not only remove Zabuza's mist but use it against Zabuza. Now Zabuza can navigate in the mist, so he wasn't that worried, only until Zabuza's chakra got weakened. At first, Haku thought that it was done by one of the Konoha shinobi, most likely that Jonin woman or that genin who rushed to save the woman. But he then heard the genin saying that he himself didn't find Zabuza in the mist anymore, making him anxious. At first, he thought that they were lying, but they had no reason to do that, not to mention after seeing them even taking measures to find Zabuza. Haku didn't think whatever was happening was done by the Konoha shinobi. Right now Haku didn't care at all about those Konoha shinobi. He just wanted to find Zabuza, but he couldn't come out while those Konoha shinobi were out there, not to mention all the mist was still covering the area where Zabuza previously was. Haku was anxious. Dash. Underwater. The water churned violently as the battle moved beneath the surface. My shadow clone held on, keeping Zabuza bound while the serpent tightened its grip. Zabuza struggled, his massive sword slicing through the water, but the serpent was too powerful. Not only this serpent was huge in size, but its power was also insane. Zabuza was no Sukuna to cut open the great serpent after it got a good bite out of it. The entire lower half of the Zabuza's body was in the serpent's mouth. And the serpent was grinding onto him underwater, tossing him around in the water. Underwater, Zabuza's movements were slower, and my shadow clone took full advantage of this. The clone lunged, with a sword, but Zabuza managed to block the attack with his sword. But then the serpent attacked and the force of the serpent's strike pushed him further down into the depths. Summoning another Shikigami, the toad, my clone continued the assault. The toad appeared, its powerful legs propelling it through the water with ease. It opened its mouth and kept Zabuza from moving anymore. Zabuza growled in frustration, his eyes scanning for an escape route. My clone wasn't about to let that happen. Despite being underwater, Zabuza's ferocity was undiminished. He swung his sword in wide arcs, trying to fend off the relentless attacks. And he was able to fend off both the clone and the toad, but when it came to the mighty serpent, he wasn't even able to budge the snake's hold on him. He was quickly losing oxygen in the water, and due to the clone and the toad constantly disturbing him, he was able to use any of his water jutsu. Zabuza's eyes were bloodshot by now. Blood poured out from the lower half of his body while he was still nowhere to shake off the sharp razor-like teeth of the serpent from him. It was like an iron hold. The serpent kept on taking him lower in the water, to one point that even my clones weren't able to go and were out of oxygen. And so was the case with the toad. So they can't help but vanish, leaving the remaining work on the serpent. Zabuza's movements grew more frantic, but the serpent held firm. The entire plan was dependent on the great serpent. I knew that if once this serpent grabbed onto Zabuza and took him inside the water, then let alone the demon of the mist, even a cage-level shinobi will have trouble leaving alive. I have seen the power of the great serpent myself. That's why I trust it so much. The water pressure increased as they descended, making it harder for Zabuza to move. His attacks became slower, less precise. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent tightened its coils, constricting Zabuza's movements even further, then twisted his head, slamming into Zabuza with its massive body, pushing him deeper into the darkness. Zabuza roared with the last bit of his power, but it was clear he was running out of options. Finally, with one last effort, the serpent coiled tighter, squeezing the air out of Zabuza's lungs. Zabuza's struggle slowed, his movements becoming weaker. The relentless attacks from all sides were too much, even for him. Dash. Above water, after healing Kurane, I found the woman pouting at me. I know healing jutsu. I could have healed myself. She almost shouted at me. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just too worried that you will fight Zabuza in your condition for your sake and can't help but hold you down until you are healed. I blushed, at my thought of the first time using healing by using reverse curse energy. I didn't even listen to what Kurane was talking about. Kurane just sighed and looked around. The entire team was still on alert, not finding Zabuza. They were still nervous. I too acted like looking for Zabuza. By this point, the mist was also clearing. And by the clearing of mist, people finally spot the blood-red water. Hey, what is that? I was the first one to attract everyone's attention to the red bloody water. Others looking at this was a surprise, but none other than Haku. He had wide eyes because now he couldn't sense Zabuza's chakra. Zabuza. He can't take it anymore. He just wanted to go there and rush inside the water to find Zabuza, but on the next second, he was stuck. Not only her but everyone was surprised. Because the next second a huge head came out of the water. This was the great serpent. And in the mouth of the great serpent was the dead body of Zabuza. He tosses his head around, like trying to tear the body of the great serpent. And then he opened his wide mouth and swallowed the entire body of Zabuza in one shot before everyone who saw this in stunned expression. Only the presence of the giant serpent sends shivers to others, especially the small genin. Haku was frozen after seeing this. Even the Konoha shinobi were frozen except me. Only when the snake again went down in the water that they all returned back to their sound mind. What the hell was that? Don't tell me we were standing on that water with that monster right beneath us. I of course acted to make more sense of the situation. Shifting all the crime to the serpent. Just hoping that Haku do that too. And Haku at this time, he was stunned, almost like a statue, his entire body was trembling. Sigh, the plan works, at least I believe it does. And soon the notification came. Dash. Congratulations on your first Jonin rank kill. Kill target Zabuza Mamakai. Choose one trait as a reward. 1 shinobi skills. 2 chakra capacity. Dash. I blinked at this. Interesting. I am lacking both honestly. What should I do? If I can get more chakra then maybe I shouldn't take Zabuza's chakra and go after someone with more chakra. But the next target would be a cage level shinobi. But only having more chakra won't do. I also need skills. What do I do? XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemand. Comment. 19 comment. Vote. Chapter 8. Okay, so I finally ended up taking the skills of Zabuza over his chakra, the reason being that how I fight usually, my fights don't usually need more chakra, maybe summoning Shikigami takes chakra but that too is fine as most of the early Shikigami I have don't cost that much chakra anyway. And it's not like I don't already have a way to somewhat fix this chakra issue with chakra absorption. Skills on the other hand though, they are something I can use, and sooner than I might want to, after all, the Chunin exam is just around the corner. But little did I know that I can't directly use his skills, even after having the skills my body is not ready to use those skills, it's like being an absolute Hawkeye when using a bow and arrow but not having enough muscle to draw the bowstring back. Frustrating as hell but it's fine, grind is the motto of my life anyway. After some time I'm sure that I can use those skills well, though not at the level of Zabuza until I get at least as strong physically as him. And Zabuza is very strong, not anyone can swung around 30 kilograms, 250 centimeters long greatsword casually. Sigh. Anyway, I have time and my lack of water jutsu is now not an issue anymore, not to mention the art of silent killing. That may be the best one out of all, that suits my style quite a bit. I even got Zabuza's sword, that a powerful weapon in my right hand, unfortunately, those hands are not mine for sure, I might be learning to be a swordsman but that piece of 20 tons of iron is not what I have in mind when I say a sword, no thanks. I'd rather find myself something else, maybe I can give the sword to Tenten, I don't see anyone better to have the weapon other than her, though I can't do it right now, only after she is strong enough, otherwise, she might get ambushed by those mist shinobi to reclaim the sword. So for the time being I will just have to keep it with me. And when it comes to Haku, well I fully anticipated her to act then and there, even if it's only to recover Zabuza's dead body, but our team moved on immediately after Kurane saw the Great Serpent. So I can't say what exactly happened after that. But at least I believe that I was able to trick Haku. Shame how I couldn't take Zabuza's head back with me, that definitely would have paid good Ryo. As we move on from there, finally after getting a little away, Kurane spoke this. Thank you Shika, I wasn't able to say this earlier but it's because of you that I was able to escape back there. Ah, no, as you saw I didn't do much, it was all that giant snake that took care of Zabuza. I did plan to enter the mist and trap him using my shadow by using the fact that Zabuza didn't know that I am a Nara but still, I honestly didn't do anything I replied immediately. To this Kurane just smiled, but you were the one who removed that mist right, if you hadn't done that then I might not even would have been able to counter the next attack and you also carried me in a princess carry, quite a charmer you are Shika. Kurane replied, her tone almost teasing. I swear that this woman is a tease. Really, if you like it then ask any time, these arms of my always available for my beautiful sensei. I said but there was an obvious roll in my eyes. But still, that last line did stun her a little before she resumed and started laughing. Smooth Shika, real smooth, but you are a little too young for my taste. She said while ruffling my hair. Yeah agree, but not that much, I am 12 and what about you 20, maybe 21 can't be more than that. Hardly a 10-year difference. I shrugged naturally while an amused smile appeared on her face. And yes I know she is way older than 20, but hey girls like when someone mistook them as younger than their age. And after a few seconds, I continued my acting as I looked at her smirking at me and said. What? Don't tell me you are older. I said with a huge surprise face. Again you are smooth, maybe I can introduce you to someone, who can learn a thing or two from you, Kurane said as she smiled and went back to the road, though I was sure that there was a bigger swing now on her lower side than before. I swear. Dash. Wave is not that far from Konoha, it didn't take us that long to reach the place. The place was filled with fog, we had to take a boat to reach to the place. Are we there? Kaiba as he tries to sniff around the place. Inyazuka people had a good sense of smell. Almost like a dog. We are close, replied Tajuna as he was explaining what was going on really. After Tabuza's intervention, now all of us we were sure that the attack was happening because of Tajuna. We still haven't decided to whether we would like to protect him and this bridge but we didn't bring him here just as planned. So the old man was trying to guilt trap us. Don't worry, you can go, it's just that if I die then my grandson will cry and blame you all in Konoha. Said the shameless man. Sigh. Dash. The village of Waves wasn't looking good, so we directly went to Tajuna's house but I kept my eyes on the things around me and have to say that the majority of the populace of this place was below the poverty line. By the time we reached to Tajuna's house, almost all of us were beaten. Neither of us wanted to work anymore and just relax. What do you think, Shika? Should we continue the mission? Asked Kurane as she was pondering over this since we came here. I can't say, honestly I don't want to leave these people here alone like this. If I can help them I rather do so. But a person who can hire someone like Zabuza, there is always a possibility that he can hire someone like him again. Last time we barely won thank that giant snake intervention. But we won't be lucky all the time. I reply after pondering everything. That was the reality of the situation, what I said could actually happen. Not to mention I have no idea what is happening when Haku at this time. Kurane hearing my response just nodded. I need some time to think this over, maybe I might request help from Konoha if we are going to continue the mission. Kurane nodded and walked off, but not before saying this. Rest Shika. We all need some. Training starts tomorrow morning. Kurane reminded and I just nodded. Finally, after we all settled down, I saw Hinata coming towards me, shy as ever but she still said this. Shika-kun. I wanted to thank you for what you did back then. Hinata said with a sincere tone. Back then, was she talking about Zabuza's fight? Don't worry about it Hinata. We are comrades, it is given that I will help out my team. I smile at her. She didn't go away, still standing there, it was clear that she wanted to say something but was struggling to say it. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 17 comment. Vote. Chapter 9. Alright, now tell me what you wanted to say back then, I asked to Hinata who came out for a stroll, but I knew that the girl wanted to say something, I am not sure what but she did want to say something. Hinata who didn't notice me coming, thanks to Zabuza's natural talent for being undetected, though I am still not his level but by just having his skills I have improved in stealth. Shika-kun, what are you doing here? Hinata after seeing that it was Shika, relaxed and asked again in her shy voice. Looking after a very shy and beautiful girl who just happened to be my teammate for this mission. Hearing this immediately caught Hinata off guard. Her face turns red visible to my eyes and I even think I can see smoke coming out of her head. I am no. Shut it Hinata. You are beautiful. There is no doubt about it, hiding your body with big baggy clothes or covering your face with bangs won't change that. I was relentless, the girl needed to know this. I actually like her the most in the anime. But in the early Naruto, she didn't have a personality at all, exactly the opposite of Sakura. Hinata even today remains the best waifu for any Naruto fan. While I don't think many will go after someone like Sakura. Sigh. I would be lying if I said that I am not interested in her, not the current kid Hinata but more like the mature woman she will become. But there are things which I didn't like about her, like her lack of self-confidence and personality. So even after knowing that she likes Naruto and mostly will keep loving him, I still would like to help her out if possible. Hearing this, of course, Hinata was turning all shades of red, but I quickly changed the topic. But let's not focus on that. I am here to talk about what you wanted to talk about and about that shyness of yours, I said with no emotion on my face. Hinata, who was hiding her face, then looked at me, showing a particular look on her face which made me feel bad. I am sorry for. Her first reaction was to directly apologize for some reason. But I probably knew why. This is something she has gone through throughout her life. Due to her gentle personality, she never actually progresses in fighting, not living up to her father's expectations. While her little sister was much more capable. So of course, in a place where power is everything, she has been looked down upon, even from her own clan. You don't have to apologize for anything, Hinata. I am not here to blame you but rather to help you. I said as I kept on walking. Come with me, Hinata. Let's train together. I also want to talk with you. I said to her. Hinata at this looked hesitated. Training with me? She asked like she wasn't expecting this. Yup, you have water affinity, right? I too, need a little help. Will you help? Yes. But how did you know that I have water? That you have water affinity? No, I didn't, it was just a guess, but now I know. Come on. Let's get some training done before the sun sets. I smile as I slowly grab her hand, making was surprised at the sudden move and tug a little before letting go. Then I didn't look back and kept moving. Hinata purses her lips at this. Not knowing what to do, she just followed me quietly. I walked up to a lake nearby and asked to Hinata. Say, Hinata, you have learned how to walk on water, right? Being a Hyuga, you surely have good chakra control by now. I asked, into this, Hinata nodded. Good, then follow, I said as I effortlessly walked on the water, going toward the center of the lake. Hinata did the same, though with a little hesitation. Once we were at the center of the lake, I said. Say, Hinata, do you know water is not the best element to attack, nor is it a good element to defend? It stands somewhere between both. I said as I looked at the water around me. Hinata didn't reply or do anything, still looking confused at what was going on. It's strange how it was the same kind of place where that giant snake came out from, I said, making Hinata suddenly remember what happened a little while ago. Say, Hinata. If that serpent wouldn't have come, then do you think that you could have saved Kurane-sensei? I continue. And hearing this, Hinata looked down. No. I am we. Don't say it, I stopped her. Sigh, Hinata, I asked you to come here because I saw back then you had this face which was telling that you wanted to help. But you can't do anything. We all kind of had that feeling, but you were even deeper. You were self-loathing. I say while Hinata starts to lower her head. Shika-kun. She wanted to say something but I didn't let her. Hinata, you know, at that position, almost everyone will long for power, to save others. You might be the only one who didn't want power but rather just to save Kurane. Hearing this, Hinata again wanted to say something but I stopped him. Don't deny it, I know what were you thinking. I am good at reading faces. You have so little confidence in yourself that you can't even imagine yourself being able to save Kurane back then, so you never asked for power either. I said, making Hinata close her mouth. You don't deny it, I asked, making the girl look down even further. Tell me, Hinata. Do you really intend to remain like this? A state where you can't even protect the people you love. I know I am not that strong. I am not a GE. It doesn't matter, Hinata. I again stop her from speaking. It's totally fine to be weak, Hinata. I am weak too. So weak that I didn't even get a Jonin sensei. This finally makes her slightly look up. No, Shika-kun is strong. Hinata reply. No. I am weak. I am nowhere as strong to protect what I desire, and to this date I am not capable of doing so, I am weak. But here is the fact, Hinata. Being weak is fine. Staying weak is the issue. I slightly raise my voice. Making her look at me completely. Tell me, Hinata, do you really intend to stay weak like this, only to see the people around you dying in front of you while you not being able to do anything? I asked while slowly coming towards her. She looks flustered at this. A little bit more push might do it. I am no. Hinata tried to say something but I didn't let her. You have a little sister, right? I said while seeing her face changing. Tell me, Hinata, if one day your sister comes to you, asking for help, thinking that she can depend on her big sister, can the current you really protect her? I asked while connecting our eyes. Maybe I overdid it a little, seeing that Hinata by now had a little tears coming to her eyes. Sigh. I took out a handkerchief and showed it to her. I don't intend to hurt you, Hinata. I just want to help you. I know it hurts, but it will hurt even more if that day you can't protect your sister, or your father, or brother, or anyone you like. Maybe you can't become the strongest, which I too believe that I can't do. But even then, to protect what we cherish, we have to get stronger. We have to sometimes hurt enemies to protect our loved ones. I turn back and continue. I just brought you here to ask you this. I just want to help you because I don't want you to stay like this, Hinata. It's completely fine if you go back. I won't say a thing to you again, but if you stay then I believe that I can help you. I said while not looking at her. She at this just widened her eyes but still didn't say anything. She slowly opened her mouth, finally saying something, but before that I spoke up. For the record, I don't think that you are weak at all. After all, someone who can suffer pain with the intent to not to harm others while fully being capable of it. No weak person can do that. Only a very strong-willed person. That was the last thing I said, leaving the choice to Hinata. I can't do anything more than this for her. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemand. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 10. The wait lasted for an uncomfortable extent, to the point that I started to feel like an idiot. After seeing that no answer was coming, I was just about to move on to start my water training and learn some of Zabuza's jutsu and skills. If the girl doesn't want to change and get stronger, then I just rather focus on my work. But just then when I was about to move on, I heard her finally speak up. Is that really possible? Hinata asked. Phew, and here I was thinking my talk no jutsu fail, though I am clearly nowhere near the level of Naruto. I don't know, whether something is possible or not is not me to say, but I can say that without trying nothing is possible. And hey, I will help, alright? So let's see what we can do, alright? I turned around only to see the girl already had tears trailing down her face. If someone else sees me right now, they will mistake me for bullying her. Sigh. I want to. Hinata finally replied, making me relax. Good, then let's start from right here. I was going to start with water chakra transformation right now. Let's start with that. I smile and wink at the girl. Okay. Dash. From that point onwards I started to train with Hinata. Just as said, she is a gentle girl, she is fully capable of fighting, but the problem is that she doesn't want to. She lacks confidence and the will to hurt others. She wants to protect her loved ones for sure, but just doesn't want to hurt others. Now how to change this? Well, first and foremost I have to put some confidence in her. Then we'll change her personality slightly, making her a little harder and fight others. Alright Hinata, today we are condensing water from the environment. Come on, do just like me. I handed over a leaf to her and show how the practice worked. She seeing this nodded, shyly, and started diligently. I saw her nod with affirmation while kept giving her some tips. I already have mastered the basic water chakra nature training method through clones, so there was nothing to do there. Seeing that Hinata was working hard, I let her be for the time being. Now to start with my own training. Leaving Hinata, I walked back to the middle of the lake and stood on top of the water with my eyes closed. Earlier the problem was that I didn't have any particular water style jutsu in my mind to train in. I did have something in mind, but now that I have Zabuza's jutsu, I naturally will start working with those. I plan to start with the most basic water jutsu for the time being. Water bullet. It was a 5-hand sign jutsu which mostly needed 1 or 2 hand sign after one master it. The jutsu itself is quite simple. The user throws water which he ejaculates from his mouth in a bullet form. I formed the hand sign simultaneously while focusing on my chakra, molding it inside me as I learned from Zabuza's skill set. With a blueprint of his skills, it was a lot easier to do as the technique seems too familiar right now. Water style, water bullet. I formed the water style chakra inside me and then spat it out in the form of a bullet. Well, it wasn't a bullet, it was much bigger, but ultimately it worked. Only lightly though. I was able to make a bullet on my first try, that alone is awesome, but the bullet lacked power and didn't even go that far. Maybe 10 meters or 15. Seems like I need to speed up my training speed. I glanced over to Hinata, who was still working diligently on the side, and upon making sure that she wasn't looking I made a hand sign. Shadow clone. And then with a puff, 2 clones appear right in front of me. Yup, 2, with my constant training and hard work, my chakra has improved so much that I can actually make 1 additional clone. Hard work pays off. I nodded to them, while the clone did the same, indicating that they knew what to do. After nodding in front of me they vanish, going to train separately. One will master the water bullet while the other will try to control the natural water around. Water jutsu after all is very chakra consuming in nature, and if a natural source of water is available then it's better to use that over burning one's own chakra. But with that said, making 2 clones comes with their own problems as well. Like shortage of chakra. Completely exhausting chakra outside the village is dangerous. So while my clones will work on learning water jutsu, I will try to learn Zabuza's swordsmanship and stealth techniques. Dash. I train until both of my clones completely run out of chakra and pop. Getting the memories back, I stopped as it felt like exhaustion spread across me. This is another thing which shadow clones jutsu do, exhaustion also transfers from the clones to the main body. Something like this is nothing for Naruto, but damn, I feel like I haven't slept for a week. So I just decided to call it a day for today. Hey Hinata, I am done. What about you? I slowly walk up to her, while massaging my head. Ah, Shika-kun, see, I was able to do it. Hinata now looks a little happy, she quickly shows the leaf in her hands. See, I did it. At first, I wasn't able to figure out what she did, but with a little narrowing of my eyes I did. It was getting late and we were running out of daylight, so my vision wasn't as good as Hinata's with those X-ray eyes. I saw the leaf in her hand wet. She clearly mastered the water condensation in just under a day. It took my clones 3 days to do this. Sigh, people's talents are different. This is great Hinata. See, I told you that you are strong. You did really well. I smiled as I saw the cute little loli and couldn't help myself from rubbing her head, making her blush but then pout immediately afterwards. Oh, by the way, I really wanted to suggest you to learn Genjutsu Hinata. Genjutsu will really work well with your good chakra control. I replied, but upon hearing this her smile faltered a little. It's not that I didn't try. But I wasn't able to do it. Hinata replied with a little disappointed face. Okay. Then just focus on water nature chakra transformation for the time being. I reply, though I still am not convinced. But pushing her won't do. I rather ask Kurane-sensei why Hinata is being like this when it comes to Genjutsu. Okay, Hinata. Let's get going, I am starving now. I took her hand again, making her stunned for a second before again letting it go after giving her a tug towards the direction of Tajuna's house. We better go back in time or Kurane-sensei might put us in Genjutsu with that giant serpent in the lake. I smirk while she thinks about the snake pursing her lips. Please don't say such things. Seeing that thing for once a day is already enough. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 11. While training with Hinata was one thing, there were other types of training I had to do, and these are not something I can do in front of others. Water, healing, and lightning, these are the 3 elements my Shikigami has given me access to. At first, I was going to master Max Elephant's water, but not anymore. I wanted to master that earlier only because I lacked any particular water jutsu. But now that I have Zabuza's skills, I no longer need to hurry and master Max Elephant. What I'm more interested in now is learning Round Deer's healing powers because I've realized there are times when I can't summon Round Deer outright, mainly when there are people from Konoha around. Keeping my 10 shadows a secret is essential. When it comes to my own healing or healing a teammate, mastering Round Deer's reverse curse energy is the most important thing for me right now. So, the next day, I created a shadow clone and sent it with Hinata to train, while I moved around the forest to find some small animals. I intentionally harmed them and then tried to channel Round Deer's reverse curse technique through my body. I also realized that it's technically possible for me to learn the reverse curse technique on my own. After all, my chakra, due to the system, also acts like a curse energy. But that's similar to saying I'm capable of learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Technically, I am. I pretty much have everything required to learn the technique, like every other shinobi out there, right? Nope, both techniques are hard. Even someone like Gojo fucking Satoru couldn't grasp reverse healing until he was at death's door. There's a reason why only 2 people have been able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique so far. Sigh. I shook my head and focused back on my training. Drawing Round Deer's powers was way easier than actually performing the reverse curse technique. I already did it when I healed Kurane, but it was unstable and took too much concentration for me to pull off. I was only able to do it because I knew Zabuza wouldn't be returning to attack us. I looked at the small bird I had hurt just a little wound so it wouldn't die immediately and then focused on channeling Round Deer's reverse curse technique to heal the bird. Sorry, little guy. I promise I won't let you die and will even give you something good to eat after this. Just endure a little, okay? I felt a little bad. Killing an enemy makes sense, killing for consumption makes sense, but this felt wrong. Dash. I trained until I was almost ready to drop dead. I still had chakra. Drawing Round Deer's power didn't take much, but I was tired as hell. Ready to head back, I was about to move when I realized someone was standing not far from me. My instincts immediately kicked in. Though the figure didn't move, the fact that I hadn't noticed him meant he was a ninja. I might have horrible sensing abilities, but that doesn't mean I can't sense a civilian standing around me. Another thing in my head was that I needed to do something about my senses. This is an area where I'm really bad, and worse, I don't have any particular way to fix this issue. Who's there? I asked, taking a slightly defensive posture. For a second, no response came, but then I saw someone walking out from the shadows, revealing a beautiful face in front of me. This was a very beautiful girl, almost the same age as me. If this were anywhere but the land of waves, I might have let my guard down. But knowing there's a legendary trap out there, making a fool out of every cultured man, I knew better. AKA, there was a high possibility this girl was Haku, AKA not a girl. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, Shinobi-san. I just saw you healing that bird and found it fascinating, said the girl who I didn't think was a girl at all. I see. Well, sorry if I scared you. I was just training, I replied, quickly thinking about what I would do if this was indeed Haku and he attacked me. Though there shouldn't be any reason for him to attack me out of the blue. It's not like I killed Zabuza, at least I don't think he knows that, but still, I need to be ready just in case. Nah, it's okay. I was just taking a stroll here. The girl shook her head and replied. Her beautiful face never showed a smile during our conversation. I'm Nara, a shinobi of the leaf. What about you? I introduced myself, hoping to learn something about her or him. I am Haku. I was gathering herbs here, replied the girl who was not a girl in the first place. Okay, now it's official, he's a he, and this person is Haku. Herbs? You're also a healer? Funny, I was just learning healing right now, I said with a smile, making small talk with him. Oh, that's great. He replied, still not very interested in the conversation. Seeing this, I could only sigh. I honestly didn't want to come into contact with him or have anything to do with him, but now that he was here, I just couldn't help myself. He was one of the characters I liked in Naruto, quite a lot, actually. That's why I didn't want to kill him, even at the cost of missing out on the ice release if the kill list really could give me a bloodline power. Say, Shinobi-san, why are you working so hard? Do you have a reason to work like this? He suddenly asked, making me remember what he asked Naruto in the anime. Maybe the only difference here is that right now, the look in his eyes was also dead inside. Maybe the death of Zabuza hit him harder than I thought. Maybe I can do something about this depression of his. A little talk no jutsu might work. Let's see. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 11 comment. Vote. Chapter 12. I knew that Haku would be depressed after Zabuza's death, but this was something else entirely. The boy was giving off suicidal vibes, which was honestly scary. It's terrifying how some people become so dependent on others that they can't find the will to live after those people are gone. Loving someone or depending on someone is fine, but not to the degree where, without them, there's no will to live. Sigh. I train hard to protect what I want to protect. In my case, that would be my friends and the people I know, I replied with a smile, trying to see what kind of reaction I could get from him. Hearing this, Haku's eyes finally showed a little reaction. It wasn't much, but it showed that Haku was still the same Haku I remembered from the anime. He seemed to react to his previous beliefs, the ones he displayed in the anime. That is. He paused for a moment before finally saying, I see. Do you think that getting strong will allow you to protect them? Haku asked. He was definitely about to say something else but changed his mind at the last moment. When I heard this, I paused, thinking about how to respond to this boy. Finally, I said, I'm not sure, honestly. Power alone isn't always enough to save what you desire to protect. I've lost enough in the past to know that much. But I honestly believe that one can only get stronger if they have something or someone to protect. That desire to protect is what makes some people strong or at least keeps them on the path of power without losing themselves. I cleverly sneaked in some of his own words while talking to him. The reaction I was expecting came a slight widening of the eyes and an astonished expression. Haku's face went through a multitude of emotions before he finally looked at me with just one question on his lips. But what if you still fail, even after getting stronger? What if you still fail to save your loved ones? Haku asked with a solemn expression. Perhaps this question wasn't just out of curiosity but was also him asking what he was supposed to do now, where he went wrong, and what he should do now that he's lost the person he wanted to get stronger for in the first place. Well, honestly, I'll give my best to protect my loved ones. But just like anyone else, I'm no god. As I said before, power alone isn't enough to achieve everything. Power is just a means to an end. But as you asked, if I really can't save them, then I can only move on. Because here's the beautiful thing about bonds, they go both ways. If they're gone, and if they really felt the same way about you, then the only thing they would want is for you to be happy. Maybe they don't always say it, but if you think they're important to you, then most likely, you're important to them as well. After they're gone, the best way to honor them is to be happy and do what they would have wanted you to do. At least that's my way of ensuring that their time with me was worth more than anything. I concluded, hoping my words would lift his spirits a little. Haku blinked, as if he didn't fully understand. So. Haku wanted to ask something, but then he stopped mid-sentence. Hey. I prompted when he didn't say anything further. Nothing. Sorry to waste your time, Shinobi-kun. I was just curious. I should be going now, thank you. Haku suddenly jolted and then calmly replied before moving on. I was left confused by what had just happened. But I could only sigh. There was no point in stopping him. Now that Zabuza was gone, I was sure he wouldn't attack, and thus, I technically had nothing to do with him anymore. I can only hope that he lives his life well from now on. Because maybe, in the entire shinobi world, I remember from the anime, this guy might be among the few who truly deserved a good ending. Sigh. After that, I just went back to Tajina's house. It was getting late anyway, and I'd accomplished what I wanted to for the day. My healing ability using Round Deer's reverse curse technique had improved to the point that I could even apply as an apprentice medic nin based on this one ability alone. And while I was playing healer, my shadow clones were playing ninja and learning assassination Zabuza style. It was a productive day after all, but I have a bad feeling. And right now, there's only one person I can think of who could make me feel uneasy. Gato. While he himself is nothing special, he has money. What's stopping him from hiring another ninja, another jonin? Now, jonin rogue ninjas are not easy to come by, but there's no shortage of troublemakers in this world. I should be ready for anything. I really don't understand why Team 7 in the anime didn't use the time they had to set up enough traps. If they suspected that Zabuza was alive, then why waste all that time? They had time and plenty of opportunities under their control, and what did they do? Wait there for Zabuza and Haku like idiots. Yeah, they got some training done, but can a few days of training really compare to a well-placed trap? Just pure idiocy. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 13. Days like that kept passing by, with most of my time focused on training and getting stronger. I spent the majority of my time mastering Zabuza's skills. Training and protecting Tajuna were alternated among the genin in pairs. Today, it was my and Hinata's turn to protect Tajuna, while Kurane was teaching both Shino and Kaiba. Of course, I had a shadow clone working on the side to continue my training. I stopped using 2 shadow clones though. While that increased my training speed, it left me exhausted, as maintaining 2 clones was still too taxing on me. Doing something like that, even in the village, wasn't wise thanks to the constant looming danger in Konoha, let alone out here, far from home. 1 clone is enough for the time being. Hinata, how is your water chakra nature training going? I asked her as we both kept guard over Tajuna and remained alert to our surroundings. Though the chances of an attack were low, they still existed. It's going really well, Shika-kun, all thanks to you, Hinata chimed, a smile on her face. Over the past 4 or 5 days, I had worked hard with Hinata to develop both my and her water chakra nature transformation. No, I just showed you how to train. Your progress has nothing to do with me, it's all your hard work, I replied with a soft smile. But hearing this, Hinata shook her head. No, it's only because of Shika-kun's help that I've progressed this fast. Without you, I couldn't have improved so quickly, Hinata responded with a firm tone, clearly not ready to take all the credit herself. That's why she's such waifu material. Sigh. Naruto is really lucky in this regard. Well, if you say so, but you need to give yourself some credit, Hinata. You've done great. Being able to learn water chakra nature transformation is a big deal, and you learned it in under a week. You have a ton of talent, Hinata, but because of your gentle nature, you don't give yourself the confidence you need to strive forward. All your improvement is proof that if you work hard and believe in yourself, you can achieve anything, I replied. This had become a daily routine for me, boosting Hinata's confidence. It was important if I wanted to change her character sooner rather than later. Hearing this, Hinata blushed and shyly lowered her head. But again, what's new? This was just Hinata. And, of course, teasing her had become a really good pastime for me. While I was talking with Hinata and cracking some normal jokes, I suddenly heard something. Move back, move back. Sudden shouts erupted, and both my and Hinata's attention turned to the other side of the long bridge. I was the first to move, stepping forward to see what was going on, while Hinata immediately went to Tajuna's side. After all, protecting him was the most important part of this mission. I knew I had to do this myself. Hiring that shinobi was just a waste of time, said the man standing in the middle of a group of thugs he'd brought with him. He was a short, fat man with an ugly face, looking angry and a little arrogant. There was no need to ask who this man was. Who else but Gato, the shipping tycoon? I wasn't surprised by this, I already knew he would do something like this. After all, he did the same in the anime. What worried me more was whether he had hired another rogue jonin. Finding rogue jonin is hard. There aren't many jonin in a village, to begin with, let alone those who defect and become rogue ninjas. So I didn't bother listening to his rant. Instead, I scanned the area, trying to spot any figure that might resemble a shinobi among the group of thugs or around us. Fortunately, I didn't find any. Unfortunately, I don't have the best sensory abilities, so I can't be sure there aren't any shinobi hiding around us. But... Hinata, use your Byakugan and check if there's any shinobi hiding around us. Someone like Zabuza, I shouted, making Hinata, who was protecting Tajuna behind me, perk up. She immediately activated her Byakugan and scanned the area. Yup, that's why having teammates is awesome. Though I can't use my Shikigami when they're around, they make up for that problem. Especially having a Hyuga on the team, it's a blessing. In the entire Naruto series, the Sharingan was given most of the OP powers, but that's only for individuals, not for an entire team. While the Sharingan is more combat focused, the Byakugan shines in reconnaissance. People who have never been in a war might choose the Sharingan, but a wise leader will always choose the Byakugan. Hell, I believe that even when comparing the Byakugan and the Mangekyo Sharingan, a leader should choose the Byakugan for the tactical advantage it brings to the table. Konoha isn't the #1 shinobi village for no reason. Abundant natural resources, powerful bloodline limits, and, more than anything, geniuses. There's no other ninja village in this world more blessed than Konoha. There's no one like that, Shika-kun, Hinata quickly replied after scanning the area, making me relax a little. Good. Hinata, I'll leave Tajuna's safety to you. Leave these guys to me, I said as I moved towards the thugs. It was finally time to put what I'd learned from Zabuza's skills to use. Seeing me approach alone, all the thugs and Gato smirked. To them, I was just a kid playing ninja. They had no idea how powerful a ninja could be. Tiger, boar, ox, dog. I moved towards them slowly, forming hand signs with extra focus. This was my first time using this technique in a real fight, so it took me longer to cast. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. I muttered quietly, focusing solely on the technique. I wasn't like Zabuza, who had learned this jutsu since childhood. I needed a high degree of control and focus to cast it properly. As I finished, my chakra flared up, and the mist began to form, spreading across the bridge and obscuring everyone's vision. What's going on? What happened? Did that brat do something? What are you fools doing? Find him and kill that brat. The moment the mist covered the entire area, everyone was stunned and then grew anxious. Everyone was blind at this point, even I couldn't see anything. Zabuza could use this technique so effectively because of his intense training and heightened senses. Now, I don't have Zabuza's level of training or senses, but what I do have is my divine dogs. Come out, Shadow, Snow, I smirked, ready to end this mission by taking care of Gato. And while I'm at it, maybe I can get his money as well. That would certainly help, right? XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 11 comment. Vote. Chapter 14. Shadow and Snow are the names I gave to my two divine dogs. They're the only Shikigami I've named, primarily to distinguish them from each other. The other Shikigami have their own names, like Max Elephant, Great Serpent, Round Deer, and so on. Currently, my only way to navigate after using the hidden mist technique is through these dogs. They use their sense of smell to locate the enemy in the mist because I lack the necessary training to track them on my own. I really need a lot more training to use this technique anywhere near Zabuza's level, but I'll get there sooner or later. For now though, rip them apart. That was the only command I gave them, and they happily obliged. For them, finding those smelly thugs was like a walk in the park. After sensing how filthy they were, I realized I might not have needed the dogs after all. Whatever. I told them to rip the thugs apart, and that's exactly what they did. They were like predators hunting from the shadows, and unlike normal dogs, they were silent. No one could tell where they were coming from. Naturally, I was able to track them because I could see all my Shikigami, which allowed me to know exactly where those thugs were. And so, I started harvesting their lives like a grim reaper from within the mist, turning it a deep red. Ah! Where are they? Run, run! Only the screams of the dying could be heard for the next few minutes. On the side, Hinata, the only person present who could actually see what was happening in the mist, couldn't help but turn her face away. She felt her stomach churning, struggling not to throw up her lunch. Tajuna and the workers, who couldn't see what was happening, were better off. But they could hear it, and they didn't like the sounds of the screams that followed. I killed them without mercy, and there was a good reason for that. All these people were thugs, and if they weren't stopped here, they'd commit more crimes in the future. Murder, looting, rape, and other atrocities, these were everyday activities for these lowlifes. It's always better to kill them if you can. Dash. I took care of all of them except one. And that one was Gato. I replaced myself with a clone and sneaked out with Gato, or more like dragged him out. Alright, are you ready to die? I had blood all over my body and blade as I approached Gato with a cold expression. No, no, please. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. I have money, lots of it. Just please let me go. Gato shouted, pleading for his life. That's exactly what I was after in the first place. While my main body remained behind, my clone would go with Gato to get all his money, making me a very, very rich man. He. Really? I'm sure you're worth a lot on the black market. How much can you give me? If it's not enough, I might as well take your head to the market and not waste my time here. The clone replied with a smirk hidden on his face. I have enough money. I'll give you whatever you want. Gato shouted, desperately trying to save his life while the clone played his part perfectly. The clone took out a vial and force-fed Gato. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll believe you. What I just made you drink is a slow-acting poison. If you can't give me enough money, then just forget about getting the antidote from me. The clone grinned villainously. Hearing this, Gato gulped, falling right into my trap. Dash. So, Gato and his men attacked, and instead of signaling us for help, you two fought them alone? Kurane asked with narrowed eyes. This conversation was happening sometime later, and Kurane didn't look pleased upon learning what happened on the bridge. It's not Hinata's fault. She stayed behind to protect Tajuna. It was entirely my decision to attack the thugs Gato brought, I replied immediately. It really wasn't Hinata's fault, so I didn't want to drag her into this. No, I also forgot to give the signal while Shika-kun was fighting those thugs, Hinata spoke up, not wanting me to bear all the blame. Hearing this, Kurane pursed her lips, unsure of what to say. To her, Shika was reckless, facing all those thugs alone. They weren't shinobi, but thugs can still be dangerous, especially when there are so many of them. But at the same time, she couldn't overlook the fact that Shika had actually managed to handle all those thugs by himself. So she couldn't help but sigh. She thought she was teaching him, but it was more like he was teaching her. Not to mention, there wasn't any other option for Shika at that time. After all, even for her, it would have taken some time to come to their rescue, which obviously the boy didn't want. But she was still worried about the boy she was teaching, so she scolded him nonetheless. And then there was Hinata. The real issue lay with her student. While Shika stopped them, more like killing them in cold blood, it should have been Hinata's job to send a signal for help. But the girl conveniently forgot. Sigh. Okay, but I'm not done with either of you. For now, explain what you did there, Kurane said, massaging her temples as she asked Shika to explain. Clearly, it was Shika who did most of the work. Hinata barely handled a few who directly came after Tajuna. Ah, well, do you remember the jutsu Zabuza used back then, the mist one? I was able to recreate it. Though I'm not that good with it yet, with the help of my dogs, I was able to navigate in the mist. And while the thugs couldn't see me, I, with the help of my dogs, killed them, I replied, explaining how I did it. To this, Kurane looked surprised. She even glanced at Hinata, who nodded in agreement. Sigh. Being able to recreate Zabuza's jutsu after a single look, maybe your talent in water style is as good as it is in genjutsu. Alright, good enough. Rest up for now, Kurane said, shaking her head. She felt a little bad seeing how this talented boy had no Jonin-sensei. Now she planned to request that the Hokage bring Shika into her team. But she wasn't good with water style, and there were two people she knew who were either Kakashi or the Hokage himself. Maybe I can ask Kakashi to help Shika out, she pondered. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 15. After I took care of Geto, the task of bridge building went just fine, without any problems. And of course, my clone killed the guy after grabbing all the money from him. Fun fact, the man actually arranged a little trap for the clone, but with the help of genjutsu, it was all rendered useless. Now I never have to worry about money again. Interesting, right? Anyway, the mission was finally done, and we returned to Konoha. Many other things happened, but nothing worth mentioning. The journey back to the village was uneventful, nothing as exciting as when we were heading to the wave. The casual banter with teammate was actually something I enjoyed, but I knew it was time for me to get back to my daily training. Training outside was hard, there were many things I had to be aware of. But in the village, it's much better. Then again, seeing how Danzo might be showing some interest in me, even the village is no longer safe. It seems like you have a knack for getting involved in complicated missions, Shika. After Hiruzen learned everything that happened on the mission, he couldn't help but frown. Then he turned to me and said this. I knew this particular one was going to be hard, but the others, honestly, what luck do I have? What could I say after hearing that from the Hokage? I just sighed in front of the others and muttered, troublesome, in true Nara style. So you were able to use Fuinjutsu to remove the hidden mist technique used by Zabuza and then use it against him. Later, you were also able to recreate Zabuza's hidden mist technique and kill more than 50 thugs with the help of your contracted divine dogs, Hiruzen asked, showing a little interest. More or less, I replied. I honestly didn't want to say this to him, but Kurane was the one speaking. Sigh. You did well, my boy. All of you did really well. Take some time off and relax, Hiruzen replied and let the genin go. But apparently, he wanted to talk to Kurane about something. Now I really wanted to hear what he couldn't talk about with the genin around, but that was too much trouble, which I'd rather not have. After coming back, I didn't go anywhere and rested for 2 days straight. Training is good and all, but resting is also important. Finally, after 2 days of lazing around, I was ready to start my grind again. Almost the entire time while I was in the wave, I was working hard, learning healing with the help of the round deer's reverse curse technique and water style nature transformation, which I learned from Zabuza. Both were huge successes, to my happiness, though I am still not as good as I would like to be. I only know one water technique, and my healing is still poor. I can heal, but just barely, and it requires a huge degree of focus. My medical knowledge is next to nothing. After all, I am not a doctor and never got trained to be one. So if I really want to use my reverse curse technique, which, by the way, could be far superior to any healing hands jutsu, I might have a shot at being a strong support class in the future. Maybe I could even get the interest of Tsunade and personally be trained by her. Possible, right? Well, besides that long-term future prospect, I could actually use medical knowledge as the Chunin exams draw near. I want to participate in the exam, that is the best way to get power UPS. After all, I have to become a Chunin to complete another mission from the system and get some good power for myself. There are other missions, but becoming a Chunin is the easiest, besides killing a Chunin. But what would I gain from killing a random Chunin? Of course, there are always Naruto and Sasuke, but hell, I'm not going to do that. The world would be screwed if something happened to those idiots, and what if that sage of 6 paths, aka Super Gramps, came after me? No. I'd rather put all my hard work into becoming a Chunin, and to do that, I have to participate in the upcoming Chunin exam. Now, I personally believe that I am more than ready to participate in the Chunin exam, but that's only if I can use my Shikigami, which of course I can't, at least not in front of others. This will be an issue if the exam goes like it did in the anime, basically fighting in front of others, gladiator style. Now technically speaking, the strongest genin in the Chunin exams were Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Neji, and Lee. So if I want to have a chance to become a Chunin, then I have to get strong enough to beat all 5 of them one-on-one without using my Shikigami. Yet, what the hell am I going to do? I can't help but frown after thinking about how far behind I am compared to these geniuses. Without my Shikigami, I can't beat them. Even if I pull off Shikamaru's level of genius strategy, I don't think I can beat them with just my shadow manipulation technique. Nah, I need to get stronger. I really need to get stronger to the point where I have a chance to beat all of them. Okay, let's think about this. Let's start with Sasuke, who is technically the weakest of all of them. He shouldn't have awakened his Sharingan yet, so he shouldn't be that big of a deal. But then again, there's a lot of nonsense that's going to happen around him and Orochimaru. There is a possibility that if what happens in the anime repeats here, then he may awaken his Sharingan. Since all the fighting happens after the Forest of Death arc, it's most likely that Sasuke might have that seal if he ends up fighting me. Yet, maybe calling him the weakest isn't the right choice. Neji is strong, and out of all the people, he is the most straightforward. As long as I can handle his gentle fist, the match is mine. However, that is easier said than done. But out of all the people, he might be the only one who can't break out of the shadow possession technique by brute force. Unlike Naruto and Gaara, who are Jinchuriki, and Lee and Sasuke, who might or might not be able to use power UPS like the 8 gates and the curse seal, Neji simply can't escape the capture of my shadow possession technique. So as long as I can capture him, the match is over. Lee is a tough one but at the same time not that hard if I play my cards right. There is a limit to how long he can use the 8 gates, and being able to dodge him for that short duration shouldn't be that hard. With his personality, I'm sure that if I can hide in shadows, he won't be able to find me. Even pushing him to the point where he has to use the gates is going to be a tough challenge. Gaara, well, I'd rather just give up than fight with that maniac. I seriously need to learn some powerful water jutsu to handle someone like him. And then, last but not least, the number one most unpredictable ninja. Uzumaki Naruto. Honestly, the kid is a wild card. He could be the weakest in the group and at the same time the strongest. What am I going to do? XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kamidemand. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 16. What the hell is going on? I can't go on anymore, Shika-kun, Hinata gasped, struggling for air and almost collapsing from exhaustion after our training. The problem was that we hadn't been training for long. Unlike in the waves, where Hinata focused solely on her water-style chakra nature transformation, since returning to the village, I had started taijutsu training with her. There were two main reasons I chose to train Hinata. One was that I clearly needed taijutsu training, and out of everyone I knew, Hinata's taijutsu skills were the best. The second reason was that I wanted to make her stronger. I still remember what happened to her in the anime. Being beaten so badly by Neji that she nearly died, I won't let that happen this time. Although I'm no god and can't make her stronger than Neji in just 3 months, I have to try. Or so I thought. Seeing Hinata panting and already exhausted made me frown. She's a petite girl, I know, but she comes from a lineage of shinobi, and not just any shinobi family, but one of the major families in Konoha, which is currently the largest in the village and heavily focused on taijutsu. With all this, one would think Hinata would have much more stamina. In fact, I was worried that I'd be the one panting like that in front of her. Okay, Hinata. Rest for a while. What else could I say? I knew Hinata wasn't one to slack off. After pondering the situation, I couldn't figure out why Hinata was performing worse than me. So I waited until she was ready to go again, but instead of restarting the taijutsu fight, I asked her to do something else. Hinata, please remove your coat. Hey. Hinata blinked, seemingly not understanding me. I said, please remove those baggy clothes, I replied, trying to keep a straight face. Warehouse what? Why? Her face turned bright red, and she started to stutter. Realizing she might misunderstand, I wanted to explain, but teasing Hinata was too much fun. I want to check something. Go on, don't worry, I said with a serious expression, watching as Hinata continued to stutter. Her face was flushed with embarrassment as she looked at me, and she couldn't help but gulp. Shika-kun, that. Hinata was far too shy. Sigh. Maybe I should clarify. Nah. Hinata, do you trust me? I took a few steps closer and asked seriously, making her blush even more and become flustered. It was hard to stop the smile forming on my face. Shakily, she moved and slowly unbuttoned her baggy coat, which only made me more amused by her reactions. But what I saw next made me blush for a moment. I have to admit, Hinata is quite developed in certain areas. She stood there with an absolutely red face, trying to hide her well-developed figure, and the fact that she was only wearing a normal shirt underneath didn't help. No, focus. I internally reminded myself to stay on track and walk toward Hinata, making her nervous. Show me your hands, I instructed, and Hinata moved almost instinctively, presenting her hands to me. But I didn't really need to see her hands, I touched her forearms and shoulders, trying to feel her muscles. Meanwhile, she was trembling with shyness. I, on the other hand, was more confused. The girl didn't have many muscles. That wasn't right at all. Even someone with a slender build, like a kunoichi, should have some muscle. Hinata, who should have received systematic training all this time, should be no exception. That one thing was enough to distract me from the shy girl with the tomato-red face. I moved on and pondered while not even looking at her. Say, Hinata, what kind of physical exercise do you usually do every day, and what do you eat, and how much? Tell me precisely, I finally asked, glancing back at her as she continued to try to hide her figure and remained red-faced. You can put your coat back on, Hinata, I said with a deadpan expression. I couldn't help but sigh. Huff. Hinata huffed as she avoided me completely. I later explained what I was doing, and she snapped at me. Although her snapping was also very cute, pouting and looking away. Man. Naruto is lucky. Anyway, with a bit of prodding, I got her diet and workout plan and figured out why she was so weak. Come on, Hinata. I was just teasing you a little. How about this, I'll treat you to ramen to apologize. I smiled as I took her to the ramen shop. She sneaked a glance at me while chuckling internally. Although she was a bit annoyed, it wasn't too serious. After all, Shika didn't do anything to her beyond checking her muscles and inquiring about her diet and training plan. Of course, I had a reason for doing this. Mister, please give us ramen. Keep them coming. It's all on me, I said to the ramen shop owner. Hinata's facade lasted only a few seconds before she dug in. In just a few minutes, she was done. Here, have another one. Before Hinata had even finished her first bowl, I handed her another. She blinked but started eating again. A few minutes later. Here, have another one. I gave her another bowl, making her purse her lips. Uncle, how many bowls can Naruto eat? I asked. The ramen shop owner looked a bit surprised by the question but answered immediately. Usually 5 bowls. His best record is 14. Oh, okay, give this girl 15 bowls then, I replied with a smile. Hearing this, Hinata nearly choked on her ramen. Shika-kun, you don't have to do this. I forgive you already. She said, but I cut her off. I know you forgive me, Hinata. You're too sweet to stay angry at anyone for long. I'm not doing this for that. After analyzing, I realized that you're eating less than you should. That's why you're feeling weak all the time. If this training is to work, you need to eat more, until you're completely full. Hinata was taken aback. She hadn't expected me to realize she wasn't eating enough. Although I didn't know why she wasn't eating enough, I did know she had a huge appetite. So, learning that she was eating so little made it clear that was the issue. I wasn't sure why she didn't eat enough, but I had to change that. Thanks to the recent mission, I had enough money to last me for years. Making sure this girl ate her fill wouldn't dent my wallet. Seeing me, Hinata looked down, not wanting to be a bother. I knew her confidence played a role in this. I told you I would help you, right? That means I will. Once I give my word, I never go back on it. I said, mimicking Naruto, which made her look at me with surprise. And by the way, if you don't eat, then I won't either. If I end up starving later, that will be on you, Hinata. Remember that. I smiled, making sure she had a reason to eat her fill from now on. She nodded slowly, her head still downcast. I moved a little closer and whispered, don't worry, I like chubby girls. She immediately turned red. Ah, teasing her is the best. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemand. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 17. Training with Hinata was always fun, especially teasing her. After coming back from the wave mission, I didn't plan to take any more missions and instead focused on my training. After all, I needed to get strong for the upcoming Chunin exam. So, I trained with Hinata and spent some time under Kurane. Right now, I was focusing on strengthening my base. This was crucial if I wanted any chance of becoming a Chunin. To be able to fight against the likes of Sasuke, Neji, Naruto, or Lee, I had to match their physical qualities. And so, I worked really hard. I made 2 clones to handle water-style training and practice Zabuza's skills, while I concentrated on Taijutsu. There were 2 areas where I was lacking, speed and Taijutsu. That was one reason I spent so much time with Hinata. Being a Hyuga, she was exceptional at Taijutsu compared to others. As time went on, she also started to get stronger. Her physical power improved to the point where even I began to have trouble keeping up. But that was a good thing, it was exactly what I was aiming for. I basically borrowed her from Team 8 for most of the time. Half of that was to help her, and half was for my own training. Of course, Taijutsu wasn't the only thing we were working on. We also focused on water style, which both of us were diligently practicing. Out of all the Konoha 12, besides me, Hinata is the only one who has water style abilities. So, I tagged along with her while learning water style jutsu. Having Zabuza's skills also helped. While Hinata helped me with Taijutsu, I assisted her in learning some of Zabuza's techniques. It worked wonders for her, especially when combined with her Byakugan. Imagine a Hyuga using the hidden mist technique to blind everyone while she herself can see everything and sneak in to block all the enemy's chakra points. It's an absolute menace, and I can't help but think about the chaos it could cause. However, it won't work against someone like Neji, who also has the Byakugan. It's not clear if she will end up fighting Neji like in the anime, but I want her to be prepared if that happens. Though I'm not sure how she can beat that Emo Hyuga, I do have an idea that, if she can pull it off, might make it possible. Earlier, I planned to train with Team 9 under Guy. Although I didn't know them all, I was sure that with a little favor from Tenten, I could have made it work. However, I only wanted to train under them for one reason, taijutsu. But that is no longer necessary. So, the only team I plan to connect with before the Chunin exam is Team 8. Besides working on my water style and taijutsu, and refining my basics, I also made sure to train with my Shikigami. In one-on-one fights, I can't use Shikigami, so being able to utilize their powers without summoning them is essential. I need to learn it. Healing is coming along, and now it's time to utilize Max Elephant's water. To do this, I just need to sit down and focus on drawing Max Elephant's water. The real reason I wanted to learn this, in particular, is that creating water with chakra is too costly. Being able to draw water from the moisture in the air is a cage-level skill. That's why water-style users are at a disadvantage when fighting in places with no natural water sources are available. I know two shinobi who don't fall into that category, Kisame and Tobirama Senju. One has so much chakra that he makes Naruto look like a child, and the other can directly draw water from the air. Both are cheating. So, I need a cheat of my own, and that cheat is Max Elephant. Just like how Sukuna was able to use Max Elephant's water without summoning the Shikigami, I want to draw water from Max Elephant and use it in conjunction with my water-style jutsu. This will significantly reduce my chakra usage. Not to mention, I also want to use convergence. It's a powerful technique and one of the best in blood manipulation. And here's the kicker, if my chakra control is good enough, I can essentially bend water, aka water manipulation, like the Kumo clan does with blood manipulation. It will require a lot of work. Saying that I can master it in just 3 months is a stretch, but with shadow clones, it's possible. With 2 clones working every day for 3 months straight, it's almost like training for 6 months. I might be able to pull it off. And that's just the basic work. With the help of canon information, I already know who I'll most likely be fighting in the future. So, I need to be ready for all of them. After much thought, I've figured out how to handle most of the tricky opponents. Fighting Naruto? Just go all out and don't give him a chance to open his mouth. As long as he doesn't open his mouth, everything will be fine. Fighting Neji? I need to capture him with shadow. He's the only tough opponent I can actually capture and hold in shadow possession. Lee? Just use genjutsu. Both Gaara and Sasuke are tricky. Gaara, for obvious reasons, and Sasuke because I'm not sure if he'll open his Sharingan or get the curse seal. Those 2 factors are crucial in determining his threat. And lastly, Orochimaru. Well, I'm staying far away from that snake. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 18. This is just a side mission and if you wish you can skip it. I just wanted to add a mission and since I got a chance after making a few changes in the FIC, I added this up. It's not important in the story, my first time writing a new mission so go easy on me. Dash. Shika's POV. Another day and another mission, though I was living the peaceful grind and now that I have enough money to retire, leaving the world saving bullshit on both Sons of Destiny, I still wish to get stronger. Part of the reason why my insecurity about my own strength exists is because of my own existence. I definitely have changed things, in ways which I have no idea. The moment I came to this world or a character like Shikamaru appeared who wasn't there in the anime, things could go horribly wrong. What if the war happened and this time the so-called destiny didn't work out? What if this wasn't that one future which Steven saw? I have no magical stone to see the future but even if I have one I plan not to leave my happy life here on some prophecy which I don't believe in probably is already a half-cooked plotline due to my arrival here. And thus, even after not getting pressed for money I'm taking yet another mission out of the village. You can improve so far by just training after all, real life experience is priceless no matter the case. It was still the usual boring C rank mission and I would pray that it remains this way. My past experience with C ranks is not very good but fingers crossed. Why C rank some might ask. After all, I'm strong enough now to at least take a B rank mission right? Well yes, but my own rank doesn't let me take one you see. Only Chunin are allowed to take B rank or above missions, as a genin I can't. Yet another reason to quickly grind and take the Chunin exam. Don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with C rank missions, they are perfectly fine. Not as dangerous as some A rank or S rank missions and nowhere as boring as D rank mission. It's just my past with C ranks which has the tendency to turn way higher than my pay grade which is bothering me on taking this mission. Sigh. As I got closer to the Hokage office, I saw the familiar hustle and bustle of Shinobi. I didn't know most of them, it hadn't been more than 2 months since I came here and I devoted the majority of my time on grinding me is off so there was little to no time for socializing. I'm no good at small talk and here people have no time for that either. Many keep to themselves if it's work time, in fact, it's not very different from real life Japan in that regard. Ignoring most I directly went to the mission lady, that is what I have been calling her for better or for worse. Another C rank mission please, I said while slowly nodding my head to greet her. In all this time I have seen that she wasn't the kind of a lady who would waste her time on casual talk. The first time I came for a mission was an exception, she wasn't chatty but rather was looking out for me. So, I too keep it professional though building a good rapport with the person responsible for handing out missions ranging from I have to clear someone's lawn, how boring, to why the fuck a genin like me getting ganged by this mission or have to infiltrate into the enemy nation. Yet, if there is one person with who you want to have a good relationship then it has to be her, not just me but everyone should. Another C rank, hey? You really are not like any other Nara I have encountered. She gave me another look. Typical Nara would never look for a mission by themselves or take the most simple D-rank boring missions and be happy with the meager pay over taking a troublesome draggy mission out of the village. Of course, once you go above the rank of the genin then the C-rank missions are not available for you period, D-ranks are only for genin, it's village's way to help them out financially. It's been 20 days since I took a mission to Umuro-san, I replied with a smile, knowing that it was just her way to say hello long time no see. Grunting she took out a mission and handed it over to me. I took it and went through it quickly. An escort mission again. I can't help but let out a grunt remembering what happened in the Land of Waves. You have to escort some merchants from the land of Konoha to the capital. They are hiring to protect themselves from any kind of bandit attacks, you up for it? Umuro asked knocking her eyebrows up. On paper, it sounds simple, but even for a ninja bandits could be dangerous, let alone a solo genin like me. Of course, I also get why the woman showed me this in the first place, if there is one person who get to know about the missions done and handed out beside Hokage himself then it's her. She knows what I'm capable of. Part because almost all the missions I took have heavily altered reports and when that happens the missions are directly handled by Hokage's end and not her as usual. Just the simple fact that all my reports were handled by Hokage would be enough for her to believe that I'm stronger than your usual genin. Thank you, I'll take the mission. Smiling I waved my hands and exited. She was right, I was no ordinary genin. I can take the mission. Once again in my hurry, I didn't see the mission reward, though I wasn't doing this mission for a reward, I got enough money but I would have taken the mission if I had known that the payment is not that great in this mission. Makes sense why the merchant was waiting in Konoha for so long and none of the shinobi took the mission. 45,000 ryo I can't help but sigh, it was still better than the first mission I took so there was that. And I can't complain when I have so much money thanks to Gato so I guess I'll just take the mission for the experience purpose. With that in mind, I finally reached the hotel where the client was staying, he was a lightly obese man with a big mustache. Nothing out of the blue, a simple escort mission from Konoha to the capital. Will take 3 days at the pace the merchant vagrants will move and it is pretty safe seeing we are going to move with the most developed road in the entire land of fire. After all, it only would be an idiot who wouldn't make a road between the capital of the kingdom and the military stronghold. Good connectivity between the capital and Konoha is super important or in war times, things could go dire. Shinobi might not use the roads but carts do, and people do. So the possibility of facing bandits in that road would be almost nil. Ready? Asked the fat merchant to which his entire crew nodded. There were only 3 charts and 7 men beside the merchant. It makes sense why he was so stingy when it comes to the mission price, his business was relatively small in nature. Ready? I too nodded and took a step out of the Konoha's gate for yet another adventure waiting for me. XXX. Word count, 1250. Comment. 11 comment. Vote. Chapter 19. Shika's POV. Escorting is a boring mission. I didn't feel this boredom the first time when I was traveling to the Land of Waves due to the nature of that mission and since I had teammate with me. However, now since I'm the only shinobi here escorting this small merchant caravan to the capital, the boredom has finally started to weigh on me. The company was boring and the journey was long. Nothing to do so I just took out a Fuinjutsu scroll and started reading it after putting one of my dogs into the guard duty. It was a 3-day long journey, didn't have to be that long but since it was a merchant caravan one couldn't compare its speed to a normal shinobi jumping on top of the trees. On the first day, we didn't face any issues, everything was fine and we left the general area of Konoha very safely. It was the next day when we finally saw some action. WF. My concentration was broken exactly when I started to understand the complex equation in the Fuinjutsu scroll, or at least I wish to believe that is that way I can blame my lack of progress on the dogs. Hearing the barks I knew that something wasn't right. Looking around I found that the caravan had already entered into a forest area. Though there was a well-built road here but it still went through a forest, those people in the capital can't clear out an entire forest to build a road after all. And that is the reason this area was the most unsafe. From bandits to enemy shinobi, anyone could hide here and no one would be wiser. Hearing the barks it was easy to get that the dog got someone's scent. Just as I was about to act, I noticed the ruffling and shuffle in the bushes. The caravan was immediately stopped while 8 figures stood in front of the caravan. Okay, point notes. Dogs might be able to find them but it's obvious that if they start barking then the other party also will get alert. I berated myself for not ordering the dog to stay low upon finding someone nearby. Now neither side had an element of surprise. Bring out everything valuable you have, be quick. That was a generic dialogue for a bandit. I was still sitting inside the caravan, reading the scrolls so they hadn't seen me yet. So maybe I still have an element of surprise in my hand. Since I usually have one clone dormant inside my shadow, I directly exchange position with the clone and the clone goes out to take my place while I travel through the shadows to see how many people are there and whether they have any shinobi with them or not. 10 people in total, 8 are in front while 2 are hiding behind so that none can escape. It was pretty easy to see what they were going for since those 2 are hiding, separate from others then I rather handle them first. On both sides of the road, one bandit was hiding ready to jump from his place to stop anyone who would want to run away. Neither realized that a shadow was creeping towards them right. The next second the shadow morphed, biting them making them immobile. But that is not all, from shadow came creatures. Before they could even shout for help, their throats were blocked and soon both lost their lives. What's taking so long? Bring out all the valuable things which you have with you, quick! Shouted the man who looked like the boss of this bandit. For the time being I label him as a leader. After my shadows was done taking care of those two hidden bandits, I went up front under the shadow of my shadow clone. You, Shinobi, why are you not doing anything? The fat merchant came out with his hands up and whispered to me so that those bandits wouldn't hear him. Clone remained silent. There was no reason to attract unusual attention towards him while I took care of these bandits. It was a good thing, that before going out Clone turned himself into a normal boy rather than a shinobi not to attract attention. But now that I think about it, do I even need to be this secretive to take them down like an assassin? I ponder, I'm already pretty strong thanks to Zabuza's skills and all this training. But I guess this habit of playing assassin won't go away anytime soon. Smirking to myself I just formed a hand sign when I saw there was nothing extraordinary about this group. No shinobi in hiding, no more hidden bandits for plan B, and lastly I got all of them close in one place when they came closer to the caravan. Soon shadow spread around the place, both Clone and I worked together and used Shadow Posse's iron to strangle all the bandits. What's going on? Shouted the bandit. Shinobi. That brat is a ninja. Take him out, hurry. The leader shouted, but it was already way too late. All of them were already captured by the shadow. Way too easy. After I bound them to a tree, I finally came to the fat merchant as he seemed to want to ask something of me. You need something? Yeah, we're missing someone. He said, though I could sense a hint of hesitancy or urgency in his tone. I couldn't say it for sure. Missing someone? Who? I looked around, I could see almost everyone there. No one was missing. It's a girl who was supposed to be in the cavern, but maybe she ran away in all this ordeal. Replied the merchant. Girl? I can't help but ask since I didn't notice any girl in the cavern. There were only men. Though the phrase ran away sounded strange. She ran away, why? Though I have no idea where this fat man was hiding a girl, but that has nothing to do with me. Are you an idiot? The girl got scared of the bandits and upon getting a chance she ran for it. He shouted. His logic did seem to be right, but there was still something which was making me unsure. Okay, tell me how the girl looks, I'll find her. What else I could say at this point? He was paying for this escort mission, quite little for all this hassle he was putting me through, but still can't leave a defenseless girl alone in this jungle. She's around 16 or 17. Hazel hairs and eyes. Replied the merchant, to which I just nodded. Making a clone, I was ready to send him to find this girl when the fat man spoke again. 1 minute, you are not going yourself? Asked the fat merchant, sweating a little. It was a little hot, but he sweat a lot. Don't worry, my clone is very similar to me, he can find her. I just offhandedly wanted to make the fat man assured, but he then tossed a bag at me which surprised me. I thought it was a bomb, or at first, shinobi training makes you suspect even opening your wardrobe, who knows, there is a bald man with a dagger ready waiting for you. But then a very familiar jiggle of coin made me instinctively catch the pouch. This was a coin pouch, no doubt about it. This? I asked, not sure what the man was trying to pull here. For your extra effort. Make sure that you bring the girl back safely. And don't listen to that girl. She has a tendency to run away. Just bring her back. Said the merchant. Now this was really suspicious. I slowly jiggled the pouch, and by the weight and sound, I could tell that it at least had more than 20,000 ryo. 50% of the original rewards just to find this girl. Bring her safe to us and there will be more. As if he read my mind, he said. And that was when I realized that this mission too is not as simple as it seems. XXX. Word count, 1370. Who do you think that girl is? What the fat merchant hiding? Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 20. Shika's POV. One could build up an instinct to predict when life has something in store for them. Life has screwed me enough times to know that this was one of those times. When that merchant gave him money, he could feel that something wasn't right. Say it is an instinct or just the way the entire thing was playing out. First, he doesn't even notice that there is a girl traveling with him, and then she runs away the first time she gets. If that wasn't enough, then it also turned out that the fat merchant gave him more money to bring her back. So here I was, looking for the said girl, but I couldn't find her anywhere. The thought that the merchant lied to me came into my mind, but I could find no reason why would he do that. To run away? Possibly, but I still had my shadow clone keeping a watch on the caravan. None of them were shinobi, so I doubt they could outrun a shinobi anyway, so their running away sounds far-fetched. So the real question is, if the girl really do exist, then where is she? Woof. And that was when I heard my dog started barking. You got her scent. Woof. Awesome, take me to her. I smiled, eager to find the girl and resume this mission. Turns out that I was wrong. Even after going after her scent for another 10 minutes, I couldn't reach up to her. This was really strange. Am I dealing with a kunoichi here? I can't help but wonder. Seeing that walking in a forest wasn't fast enough, I decided to take the matters to the sky. Summoning Nu, I directly went up to the sky and took the broader look around the area. Took me some time, but I finally found a figure running away. Okay, kunoichi for sure. I rolled my eyes. Now this mission was getting borderline troublesome. Part because this kunoichi wasn't from Konoha. I could say because no Konoha shinobi will take the ground over jumping over the trees. Our training does away that we are inherently faster jumping on trees compared to on foot when in a forest. A non-Konoha kunoichi came out of a cavern which came from Konoha and was heading towards the capital. It's pretty suspicious if I have to say anything. I thought about it again and then finally decided. Dash. You brought her back. The fat merchant called out as he ran towards me while I brought a girl who was bound by my ropes and her mouth sealed. trashing around, trying to escape. Yeah, good runner this one. Had to work extra hard to capture her. Keep sprouting something nonsense as you said. I said while looking at the girl who looked in her 16 or 17 glaring daggers at me. Good, here is your reward. The merchant smiled and tossed another 20,000 ryo at me. With the earlier 20k ryo, I now have almost double the price of this escort mission. Don't even have to pay tax on this money to the village since it's under a table deal. However, I don't know, all that nonsense sounded legit. I might want to take her back to the village for a little identification seeing what she was saying. Would you mind if I report her back to the village? Won't take much time. I smiled while slowly tossing the money pouch in my hand like testing its weight. The fat man at this glaring at me, looked like he was constipating. Here, keep your mouth shut about this. Ultimately the man took out another pouch from his ropes and tossed it at me. This time the weight felt almost twice as the last pouch. Around 30k ryo if I make a generous estimate. About what? I asked and the man's glare intensified. Just as he was about to say something most likely to reprimand me or argue about not spending more money. I said this cutting him off. There is nothing to talk about at all. Just help a helpless girl and bring her back. I shrugged and tossed the girl at the merchant who too nodded. Understanding my underlying message that I had nothing to do with her. And thus the journey continued. Only after one more day that I realized that something was strange, though we were still moving towards the capital but we were taking the longer route. I kept my mouth shut making sure to be observant. Soon the party stopped in a tavern near the capital of the Land of Fire. There was no reason to stop when we were so close but they stopped nonetheless. We gonna stay here for some time. The fat merchant said, making everyone act swiftly while making me confused. Why stop outside the capital but not enter it? And you Shinobi, your work is done here. We can take it from here on. Said the man. Are you sure, though the capital is near but I was paid to escort you to the capital. You want me to stop here? I don't get why the man wanted to stay there but since he wanted to I didn't ask why. Yes. You have been a tremendous help, thank you. Said the man as he came closer and shook my hand before immediately letting it go and turning around like he no longer recognized my existence there. This was sudden but since I was done here and the client no longer needed my service then it was my time to get going. POV end. The merchant caravan stayed there without moving out for the entire day, nothing happened. Everything was uneventful. Only the night that something happened. Boss, there is no one there. We used the password but got no response. Said one of the men to the fat merchant. What's going on, are you sure you went to the right location? Asked the man as he grits his teeth together. Yes, there is no one there. Responds the man with a helpless tone. Damn it. The fat man roared out and snapped open the door. He went directly to the place where he kept the girl in bondage. Wake up you bitch, tell me who are you and what relationship you have with that man from the capital. Shouted the merchant as he roughly grabbed onto the girl's neck. The girl was jolted awake. What? What are you talking about? I did nothing, PLE, please let me go. The girl shuddered seeing the man holding her neck and tears started to appear in her eyes. Tisk, I'll sell you to the slave market if no one came to buy you after I went through all this trouble to get you from Konoha. Shouted the man with saliva flying out of his mouth. The girl looked completely horrified. She wanted to break free but couldn't do anything. Another day passed like this and the fat merchant now was getting anxious. He came back to the girl once again but this time it seemed that since he was getting this anxious and out of patience he had started to drink. He was completely drunk. Bitch, where is the man who wanted you kidnapped? Tell me why he went so far as to offer so much money to kidnap you. He slurred as he entered the room where the girl was kept. Quivering the girl stayed where she was, not moving from her place. The man kept on cursing until he suddenly stopped. He looked at the girl with a side glance and kept his eyes on her. His eyes roamed all over her body until he finally stood up and went up to her. Seems like I have no other option but to sell you to the slave market. Same the man as he grabs onto the girl's face with a gleam in his eyes. His thumb sensually rubbed the girl's lips as the girl saw the man's pants start to bulge. She had an idea what was coming. How about I take a look at the goods before that? The man had a sinister grin on his face as he roughly grabbed the girl. By his movement it looked like he was about to tear open the clothes which she was wearing only for her hand to be stopped a few inches away. Alright, that's all I'm ready to take. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 21. Asterisk swoop. The door opened and from it came out a girl with blood all over her body. Behind her was a body which was lying in a pool of blood. This was the fat merchant who was killed by her. Her eyes were completely devoid of any emotions currently, only a cold and calculating gaze was lingering on her face. Troublesome. She let out a sigh and then with a puff of smoke she disappeared. Shika POV. I almost jolted from my place as memories of torture and blood came to me. Huff huff. It wasn't just torture and blood but also confinement and boredom which assaulted me. Knew it, something is fishy. I can't help but let out a sigh, finding the situation troublesome. After knowing that the girl was a kunoichi and was earlier in Konoha, I just couldn't let it go unnoticed. So I created a shadow clone and made it turn into the girl and let my other shadow clone take her pretending in front of the fat merchant that I got her the girl he wanted. In reality, I never came in contact with the girl period. And it's a good thing that my Nara instincts kicked in right time and did so because it turned out that this girl was actually inside Konoha and the merchant was tasked to kidnap her out of the village. My clone resorted to torturing the fat guy when he showed his real colors. Trying to assault her, sigh. If it wasn't a clone or a kunoichi then I could only think what might have happened to that poor girl. The merchant got what he deserved. I tortured him until I extracted all the information I needed before killing him. And of course, I looted all his money, I mean why not? Anyways, back to the real me. Now knowing that this girl is SUSAF, my decision to follow her was right. The merchant was given money to kidnap her out of Konoha. To my best guess, I believe that it was someone working with the girl to take her outside of the village. This way they could draw the minimum amount of attention towards her. I don't even know how a kunoichi was able to get inside the village without others knowing. There are spies for sure, but Konoha has an advantage in this regard. The sensory barrier of the village, the courtesy of Uzumaki clan Fuinjutsu, can distinguish new chakra really well. So even if they can't find out whether someone is a spy or not, but the village sensory team can easily find any new chakra entering the village. The only exceptions to this are civilians. In this world, everyone has chakra but only trained shinobi can use it and have noticeably higher levels of chakra spikes than a civilian because of their training. Anything close to a normal civilian level of chakra and the sensory barrier is useless. This information is mostly a secret, but being a member of the Nara clan has some perks. She is not a civil lane, that's for sure. However, I don't see much chakra in her either. Maybe she fell into the gray area in the sensory range, or she might have come to Konoha when her chakra coils were not developed. Honestly, I have no idea. However, how she pulled it off wasn't important right now. What was important was her intentions. Why she is leaving the village now. If she is leaving means that she has gotten what she was looking for. Did she steal some village's secrets? Another thing which didn't make sense to me was if she was pretending to be a civil lane, then can't she just walk out of the main gate like any other normal person? Why make this extravagant plan in the first place? Honestly, there were too many questions right now in my mind but zero answers. I had two thoughts about intersecting her and getting her intention out of her, but that won't do either. That's way I most likely won't get to the person who is helping her from outside. Seeing that she was still going towards the capital, it became even more important that I find out who was responsible for putting a spy in Konoha. And thus I didn't disturb her and just followed her till we reached the place. Turn out that she was moving towards the capital, but her destination wasn't exactly the captain of the Land of Fire. She was actually going beyond that. With her speed, it took 2 days, and that was the exact time I got the memories of my clone. And it turned out that my idea was right, trailing her was the right decision. The timing was right since she seemed to come to her destination. Soon I saw her slowing down and waiting near an outpost near the border of the Land of Fire. It was a completely open area, but thanks to it being night, I was able to hide inside shadows. Waiting for all this time surely rewarded me. Soon I saw someone coming to this almost isolated place. Now it was only her and that person there. I need to get closer if I want to learn what they are talking about. I muttered, seeing how much distance was between us. So with that said, I entered into the shadow and got closer. If only there was a Shikigami who could transmit voice to me. Maybe I could use a transmitter in one of my Shikigami for this purpose next time. I mused and got closer. Thanks to Hinata, I have learned that even someone with Byakugan has a hard time finding me when I'm inside shadows if they don't specifically have their eyes active. However, I immediately regretted going closer. Ah, not so fast, Inside, I want it inside. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 22. Shika POV. Finally, after an entire 2 hours of torture, they stopped. They were going like rabbits. Now I know why the girl was running so fast, brew, she needed that thing in her. Sigh. It's especially torture for me as I'm 13 and puberty messes you up at this age. If this was the older me, then I'm sure that I would have masturbated after getting a free show, but nah man, mission comes first. I need to get a girlfriend, fast. I muttered to myself, and it was getting troublesome to stand like this. Sigh. I love you. Said the girl. I love you too. Replied the man. Aw fuck you. I can't help but roll my eyes at this. I wasn't here God knows how many kilometers away from the village to hear this. But I gotta have to listen to all their conversation. They might talk about something of use to me anytime. And I was right. They did start talking business once the post-nut clarity kicked in. Did everything go all right? Asked the man, to which the girl just nodded. Have you brought any physical proof? Asked the man, to which the girl again nodded and looked for her clothes. Yup, they were still naked in the middle of nowhere even after they had done the deed. She searched for something from her clothes and ripped it apart from the middle. Not getting what she was up to, I kept on observing when I saw her taking out a piece of paper which she swore between 2 pieces of fabric in her dress. Smart. That was the only thing I could say to her. Now things are starting to be put into place as well. This entire thing took place so that even if she was followed, she could put the blame on the merchant and get away with it. At least that is what I believe was their plan. Now the real question is, what is that paper which was worth infiltrating one of the strongest hidden villages in the elemental nation? I slowly inched closer and tried to get a glance. And to my utter irritation, I didn't get it at all. It was some sort of military document. For someone who has never worked on documents that much, let alone official paperwork, it was all new to me. But I could say the way that man was smiling, that paper was bad news. So, I did the only thing I could at that minute, quickly summon Gamma, Toad, and ask him to get the paper from that man's hand. Toad immediately appeared from the shadows, and with his tongue, he snatched the paper out of the man's hand, startling both him and the girl. However, this also means that I have blown my cover. Who's there? Shouted the man, still undressed and his junk hanging out. Fortunately the girl had more brains, pretty unfortunately for me though, she got a good figure. No one important, by all means, please continue. I was enjoying. I can't help it, right now I was a little frustrated seeing them in action while here I was, only 13, single and not having any action because I don't want injuries in my growing phase. Sigh. You, give back the paper if you know what is right for you. The man threatened. Though now that I think about it, he looked like he was a jonin. But since he wasn't wearing any headband I can't say which hidden village he is from. This could be bad honestly, I acted just to get the paper but if it comes down to it, I might not be his match. You are a Konoha ninja. The man seemed to continue to threaten me while looking for his discarded clothes somewhere when he saw the headband I was wearing and pointed at me. You said that you weren't followed. The man shouted looking at the girl who was too busy right now getting dressed to focus on anything else. No, I wasn't. I promise I made sure that no one was following me. I even took the long way to come here. Replied the girl almost immediately. She too looked baffled at how I was there. 1 minute, it's you. You are the genin who escorted that fat pig. Suddenly it seemed that the girl recognized me. Yes, it was quite a journey. Here I was expecting a boring mission but suddenly the universe throws a runaway kunoichi in love who also happens to be a spy. Just my luck. I rolled my eyes. Genin you say suddenly the man who now was finally in his pants, asked the girl and his demeanor seemed to change. Yeah, that fat pig was a cheapskate. He didn't pay much for the escort mission. Even a genin shouldn't take that mission. Replied the girl with disdain in her voice. Yeah, I asked him to put out a mission request for AC rank but pay less so no one would suspect a merchant leaving the village without protection. The man replied while getting ready to fight. Now knowing that I was only a genin, he felt more confident all of a sudden. How did you even follow me all this time? I was confident that no one was following me. Asked the girl with surprise on his face. I have my ways. I just shrugged, not answering them. Don't bother with it. Boy give me the paper or don't bother leaving here alive. Said the man. Well I wasn't expecting to get out of there without a fight anyway. Come on, let's get over it quick. This mission has been more trouble than I thought it was, sigh. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 23. The forest was quiet and the nighttime was eerie, Shika stood with his eyes calmly assessing the 2 shinobi in front of him. The lithe and quick girl took twin daggers out, strange since they were small enough that even Kunao could replace them so why bother using them separately. The man was broad and imposing, he carried a katana sword. Shika now was getting a little confused, shinobi don't usually use big weapons like this, it hinders movements. By their clothes or the way their fighting stance stood, it was hard to figure out where they were from. Shika can't help but go into this fight all blind without any information. Both looked skilled and Shika knew he was outmatched in raw power. But he had his Shikigami. In times like this, I wish I had an ace like Rei's Nan or Chidori. He can't help but grumble. The woman moved first, darting toward Shika with incredible speed. Her daggers gleamed as they aimed for his vital points. Shika's hands formed a quick seal, summoning his divine dogs, Shadow and Snow. They leapt forward, intercepting her attack. She flipped backwards, narrowly avoiding their sharp fangs. Summons. She muttered with a little surprise. Trying to fill the number gaps with his dogs. Pathetic. The man roared and charged. Not wasting time he swung his sword in a wide arc, forcing Shika to side them. He wanted to take out his own sword but he wasn't that good of a swordsman. Not to mention he wasn't only fighting one person, he needed to be as much as mobile as possible if he saw that he had to get out of there. Shadow lunged at the man's exposed side, but the shinobi blocked it with his blade. Snow, meanwhile, circled behind him, snapping at his legs and keeping him off balance. Shika used the distraction to use the genjutsu he learned under Kurane. A swarm of paper cranes emerged from his shadows, darting toward the woman. It was an illusion but she fell for it. She spun and slashed, cutting through some. But to both Shika's and the man's perspective, she was just swinging her daggers in the air. What you did to her? Asked the man in irritation. This was a little strange to Shika honestly, anyone could tell that she was in a genjutsu. Maybe the man knew but in all this rush wasn't able to say? You're tricky, the man growled, charging Shika again. No, I'm pretty sure that you are dumb. Shika wanted to say but what was the point? Shika dodged, weaving through the trees, his mind working fast. Just as he had a chance he overpowered his hand sign with curse energy and summoned the most powerful Nu he could and shouted. Now Thunderbolt. Nu had a ridiculous face like asking whether Shika thought of him as a Pokemon but he did what he asked nonetheless. A powerful lightning bolt came out of Nu's wings and went directly towards the man who was holding a 15-inch long steel sword in his hands. Zapping him until he couldn't stand it anymore and he fell down. Hey, that it. Shika can't help but ponder to himself just what happened. He was anticipating a big fight but nothing like that happened. He was a little disappointed. Whatever, let's get this over with and get back home. Shaking his head, he just sighed and bound the 2, ready to take them back to Konoha. Konoha Hokage office. So that's what happened? Asked Hokage as Shika handed out the paper in his hand to the Hokage. Though the Hokage didn't show it on his face but he was looking concerned. Yes, I have brought both the shinobi back in good condition and handed them over to the guards, Shika replied and to this the Hokage looked even more worried. Sigh, letting out a long sigh he put the paper back in his deck and finally opened his mouth to say something. Say Shika-kun, do you know who those shinobi were? Asked the Hokage, making Shika confused. He tried asking them but none said anything. Shika was planning on torturing them but he was too lazy for that and decided to leave this all to Ibiki. No. Shika just shook his head, not exactly interested in this all bullshit. They were from the capital. Capital. Shika hearing the Hokage at first didn't get it, but when what the Hokage was implying kicked in his head, he started to sweat bullets. Whether it was the fact that he was thinking about torturing them or the fact that the daimyo had his own shinobi team that he was using to infiltrate Konoha, nothing sat right with Shika. It's always refreshing to talk with a Nara, they understand things much faster. So maybe you should also understand why this should be happening, right? Hokage asked Shika, but Shika was still contemplating things to himself in his mind. But Shika, after thinking about it and having no response, finally asked. But why? Why would daimyo do that? I can see him having his own ninja force, but what's the point of making them infiltrate Konoha like this? Shika asked. Though there was always an possibility that the daimyo didn't believe Konoha, but that would be a little far-fetched. You are right, though daimyo had many reasons to send someone to Konoha and infiltrate us, but it's not for village secrets but to know how Konoha itself is faring and how its internal struggle is going on. You see, Shika, a ninja village is the military power of a country. If that power is not under the control of the daimyo, then no ruler could stand still and maintain peace. If they had the ability, then those rulers of the land would have long taken control of the hidden villages. The only thing which stops them from doing so is that they can't. The power to do that is something they lack, not to mention they can't actually act against a hidden village without actually confronting a political upsurge by going against some of the unwritten rules which the entire elemental nation work on. Without the funds which a daimyo provides, ninja villages like ours can't survive, while without a powerful ninja village in a county, no land will remain safe. It's a balancing act. You can say it by the quality of their homegrown shinobi. You fought them right, not up to the mark were they? Hiruzen Sarutobi seems to enter into his professor mode and explain everything to Shika with patience. Shika too listened to everything with attention. Much of what he was hearing, he already knew thanks to many fanfiction he read over his last life. You should already know that every hidden village has spies, right? Even Konoha has its fair share of spies, Hokage asked, to which Shika again nodded. It is no hidden fact that many villages don't outright cut spies down even after knowing they have some in their village, just to feed either wrong information or to maintain a fake up front to others in the world. Do you know who sends the most spies to Konoha? Asked Hokage again, to which Shika had many names, but seeing the past only one name came to his mind. Kumo. Shika asked. The Hidden Cloud is by far the most strongest village beside Konoha after all. Even after Konoha was seriously have gotten weak over the years. Close, they are the second. The most spies right now in Konoha actually came from capital of Land of Fire. Said the Hokage, making Shika wide mouth. The capital has always been wary of our strength, not only the Land of Fire but many other daimyo are the same with their hidden villages. And we just let them. There is a reason why. Because the probing is only by the extent of whether we are still loyal to the capital or not. And though staying loyal is a strong term, but as long as our allegiance go with the Land of Fire, daimyo doesn't care. This has been happening for a long time. Hiruzen said, making Shika take a few seconds to sink this all in. But that was when his mind went to the paper he brought back. Then what was that paper? Before Shika knew it, he asked it only to realize that actually he didn't want to know. What if it turns out that it was Konoha who was really planning on taking full control of the Land of Fire? Hiruzen certainly won't do it, but Danzo. Yes, this paper you see here was actually forged evidence that shows that Konoha was planning on going against the daimyo. One of the very few cases where people learn how to use this leeway we give to the spies from the capital for their own gain. This pair of lovers, as you described them, was certainly planning on using this obviously fake documents with little real evidence mixed in them to sow discord between the daimyo and Konoha. Hokage replied finally, the last part coming with a stern tone. Oh. Shika now get it. The only thing which is bothering this old man now is who would try to do this. To use this small loophole and sow discord between the village and the capital. Hiruzen sighed. Shika on the other hand was just flabbergasted on how much complicated this case turned out to be. Anyway, you did good, my boy. Though you have a nag for picking out troublesome C-rank missions, but every time you help out the village. However, this time too I can't give this mission its real ranking due to the nature of the mission, not to mention it might attract too much attention towards you. But you will be compensated. Hokage smiled, to which Shika just nodded absent-mindedly. May I ask a question? Shika was ready to just get out of the office and throw himself to his very much inviting bed, but before that he asked, he just had to know his. Go ahead. Hokage gave a grandfatherly smile and motioned Shika to go ahead. What would have happened if that paper was really delivered to the daimyo? Shika asked, can't help but his mind wondering what would have happened if he hadn't stopped this from happening. Well, a piece of paper certainly can't make daimyo completely act against us, but it would have stressed our relationship with the daimyo. A simple military budget cut would have been the best outcome. As for the worst, well, who knows? Hiruzen at this time looked old suddenly. Like he didn't want to think about this anymore. Oh, I see. Well, good thing that I went after her, I guess. Yes, indeed. Seems like chasing a girl is not always worthless, hey. Hiruzen chuckled and went back to his smoke pipe and tobacco. Shika too exists in the office. Too much in his mind, this was the first time he come in contact with so much political aspects of the village. However, just as he left the village, the smiling face of Hiruzen was gone. Imu. He called, and an Anbu in black mask appeared instantly. Search out for all the spies, from capital or otherwise. We need to screen them. Also, bring Denzo here. Hiruzen said with a cold tone, anger boiling in his eyes as he looked at the paper. Only he understood what this paper means as they were written in a secret Konoha code. And this was Danzo's doing. Only Sage knows what would have happened if this were to fall on the hands of someone from capital or even worse someone from other villages. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 24. 3 months. That's how long I haven't taken any missions and have been solely focused on training. Right now, there is nothing in my life besides grinding. I can't remember the last time I felt like this so focused on one thing that I lose track of time, what's happening around me, and even dates. I've been grinding and getting stronger, making sure that I am ready by the time the Chunin exam rolls around. So if I lose track of time and dates, how come I know that the Chunin exam is almost around the corner? So, what do you think, my boy? Do you plan to participate in the Chunin exam? Hiruzen asked, puffing on his pipe. He had 2 profiles on his desk for me to see. I was glad that he brought this up himself, but otherwise, I would have done it myself. The issue was the 2 profiles he was showing me. Kabuto Yakushi and Masumi Tsurugi. Yoroi, the person I killed back then to acquire his chakra absorption skill, was a member of this team. All 3 of them were spies for Orochimaru. And now this old man wants me to join their team since Yoroi no longer exists. Now it's time for me to choose should I join their team or let it go and participate in another Chunin exam. Well, there is only one answer to that. I'll participate in the Chunin exam. Please count me in, I replied, loud and clear. Great then. You can meet your team directly tomorrow at the exam hall, Hiruzen said with a smile. I, on the other hand, was in a daze. Tomorrow? I don't even have a day until the exam starts. Shit, it's a good thing this old man called me, otherwise, I would have missed the exam altogether. But this also causes some trouble for me. I have no idea about my teammates. Though I know them from the anime, I would at least like to meet them personally before the exam. If nothing else, I need to assess their threat levels. I can't leave my back open to them. It's honestly very dangerous to stay with them all this time in the forest of death. Gotta plan this out. In the 3 months, I've improved quite a bit. Now I can make up to 4 clones, though to be honest, 3 are more practical. I'm not planning to use all of them together, as that would leave me without any chakra, a pretty dangerous situation. However, after all this time, I've come up with a few interesting gadgets and tricks that I can't wait to use in real life. Thinking about how much I've improved in these 3 months makes me grin to myself. With the help of shadow clones in my own body, I've nearly completed a full training regimen of a year. I'm looking forward to the upcoming exam. While thinking about all this, I stepped out of the Hokage's office and headed home. Since the exam starts tomorrow, I won't be doing any more training. My body needs rest, and I clearly don't have enough time to train anymore. Now that it's final that I'm participating in the Chunin exam, I need to decide what I'm going to do and what I'll keep away from. There are many elements of the Chunin exams that I need to pre-plan before going to the exam center tomorrow. The biggest concern is Orochimaru and him giving the curse seal to Sasuke. I've become strong, but I'm not strong enough to take down Orochimaru. Saving Sasuke sounds nice, but if it means exposing myself to that snake, then I'm out. I don't think I have any way to actually stop Orochimaru from giving Sasuke that curse seal. Even if I somehow manage to do so, assuming I could, what's stopping Orochimaru from placing the seal on Sasuke later, like after the preliminary rounds? Then there's the issue of how many teams pass in the first place. In the anime, all 5 teams from Konoha passed, including Team 7, Team 8 and Kabuto's team. There were also 2 non-leaf teams, the Sound and the Sand teams. If I'm not mistaken, the preliminary rounds only took place because there were too many people who passed through the Forest of Death. Initially, I wanted to reduce the number of teams, but that isn't possible given the teams I'm up against. I can't even go near Team 7. I'd rather stay away from those troublemakers if possible. Even if I plan to go after them, that would only happen after Orochimaru is done with them, but doing so would be difficult with Kabuto around. I won't be touching Team 8 for personal reasons. Kurane has helped me too much to do that to her team, and I've worked really hard to train Hinata. Team 9 consists of Lee and Neji. Taking both of them on is not possible for me right now. Even if I somehow pull it off with some crazy plan, that team is Tenten's. I don't want to do that to her. Team 10 is in a similar situation. If only Shikamaru, my literal cousin, wasn't in that team, I might have acted. The Sand team has the most troublesome member besides Orochimaru, of course. I'd rather not interact with Gaara if possible. Maybe the Sound team is the only one I can take down without much trouble, but even then, will taking out one team make a difference? I doubt it. Ultimately, I can't change the canon much without taking significant risks. Sigh, I'll just go with the flow this time around. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 25. Finally, it was time. I woke up early and got everything I needed for the exam, making sure I was prepared for a long trip in the Forest of Death. I was ready for pretty much anything at this point. Leaving home and heading towards the exam center, I pondered my future actions. Honestly, I have nothing to do with the plot or anything. I am strictly here to get promoted to Chunin level and gain that sweet power boost. The problem is, I already know how this exam will end. 1 month later, Hiruzen will die, and then Naruto and Jiraiya will have to go out to bring Tsunade back to become the Hokage. That alone will take another 2 to 3 months. Now, why do I care about that? Because only after Tsunade returns will she promote me to Chunin. I am trying to find a way to shorten this time. A simple way would be to prevent Hiruzen's death, but that is also troublesome. Many don't like Hiruzen Sarutobi for what he did, but I honestly have no particular opinion about him. I couldn't care less. After all, he was to me like many other Hokage. The only difference was that he actually stayed in that seat for a long time, and maybe that one thing kind of makes him look so bad. He made more mistakes because he stayed in the Hokage position for a long time. It's not like others didn't make any mistakes, such as Hashirama giving away the tailed beasts. Some might say it was for peace, but I can only ask whether the world really experienced peace. Tobirama was responsible for isolating a powerful clan in Konoha, which ultimately led to its eradication. He might not have been the one who eradicated them, but his students did, so he is indirectly involved. Minato technically didn't have any problems, but he hardly stayed in the Hokage position, and there is just not enough information available about him. And lastly, Tsunade, that is another story altogether. Hokage after her doesn't count, considering that no one dared to act against the godlike beings present in Konoha, namely Naruto and Sasuke. So, I honestly don't have any particular opinion about Hiruzen. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me, but indirectly, it matters. If Hiruzen is gone, Tsunade will eventually come, and Danzo will continue enjoying his power. So if someone asked me to choose between him dying or living, I would lean towards him dying. But then again, that outcome will extend the time it takes for me to become Chunin. While thinking about these matters, I finally arrived at the exam center and realized that I was running late. What could I do about it? It's not like I have a personal Jonin to keep me informed about every little detail of the exam. I hurriedly got inside, only to see 2 kids fighting. Yup, these were none other than Sasuke and Lee. This wasn't my first time seeing them. With Shika's memory, I know how they actually look, but seeing them in person is another thing altogether. And there were more, Naruto and Sakura. Though they didn't attract my attention as much as Sasuke and Lee did. It's surprising that even after changing the story as much as I have, this canon event is still happening. Good for me honestly, because I wanted to check out one thing. Sasuke charged at Lee, but Lee easily dodged and then kicked Sasuke in the face, throwing him back. Seeing this, both Sakura and Naruto were surprised and started to make noise. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked bad. He stood up with some difficulty and stared at Lee, but what I was waiting for never happened, confirming that Sasuke had not activated his Sharingan yet. That makes sense. The wave mission was when he was supposed to open his eyes, and now that I'm here, that has changed. But is this change for the better? I'm not sure. Is that it? Seems like that's the extent of your genius, Sasuke Uchiha, Lee said while still in his fighting stance. To this, Sasuke just looked a little angry before rushing at Lee again. Lee didn't show any hesitation or struggle. Sasuke's speed might be nothing to him at this point. He easily blocked Sasuke's punch and then kicked him right in the face. I was contemplating whether to intervene or not. Ultimately, it turned out that a guy did come to stop the fight. By then, I was bored and entered the exam hall. There were too many shinobi there, honestly, and it turned out that the rookie 9 were the youngest of them all. Finding Kabuto and Misumi wasn't hard. While I didn't know much about Misumi besides his weakness, I directly approached Kabuto. Knowing his strength and his attitude towards me was more important. I can't pass the exam if any of my teammates are dead, so killing him in the forest of death was out of the question. However, he could still kill me. He doesn't particularly need to pass. If I'm not mistaken, he opted out of the exam himself. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kamidemand. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 26. Hello, you must be Kabuto Yakushi. I'm Shikamaru, your teammate for the exam. I introduced myself as soon as I approached him. The boy with glasses, who didn't look as old as he should, smiled upon hearing me. It was a charming smile. For those who didn't know what kind of spy and later troublemaker this boy would become, it would certainly seem innocent. Nice to meet you, Nara-san. I've been expecting you. I hope we get along well, Kabuto replied with a smile on his face. I nodded, maintaining a similar smile. This is our teammate, Misumi Tsurugi, Kabuto continued. Compared to him, the other spy, Misumi, wasn't as skilled in acting. It was probably why he and Yoroi covered their faces. When I turned to him, he simply nodded. I nodded back and said, nice to meet you, too, Misumi-san. It's good that you're here, Nara-san. We were actually worried you might be late, Kabuto continued. I responded politely. Is this your first time participating in the Chunin exams? Kabuto asked, to which I nodded. I see. In that case, I would advise you to be vigilant and not take the proctor's words at face value. There are always hidden meanings in them. Try to look beneath the surface. Kabuto's advice left me a bit confused. Was he so invested in passing this first test that he was even willing to help me? Now that I think about it, he gathers information about Sasuke and Team 7 in the Forest of Death. Honestly, I'm tempted to just forfeit the test to disrupt his plans, but I also want to advance in the Chunin exams. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind, I replied with a slight smile. There was no point in discussing much with them, most of what Kabuto said was likely misleading. So, tell us about yourself, Nara-san. What kind of shinobi are you? Knowing each other's abilities will help us survive what comes after this test, Kabuto asked, while Misumi, on the other hand, didn't seem interested in the conversation. I know Nara clan shadow possession jutsu and have done training in taijutsu and genjutsu. Both are at a beginner's level, I replied, concealing many of my abilities. Kabuto nodded. He had probably investigated me beforehand, and if his information came from mission reports, though I'm not sure how he obtained that info in the anime, my statements aligned with what he might have on record. Other details are either hidden by the Hokage or unknown to anyone else. Good, then you can be our support from behind. Misumi here is a close combat fighter, and I know a bit of medical jutsu myself. This should balance the team and allow us to formulate strategies, Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses, giving a vibe similar to Kuro from One Piece. I agreed with his plan. His efforts to pass the exam were clear, which reassured me slightly that he wouldn't backstab me immediately. Still, I needed to stay vigilant around these two. As we continued talking, the so-called Konoha 9 united, making enough noise to attract our attention. Should it be Konoha 10 now that I'm here as well? A smile appeared on my face as I decided to approach them and say hello. Earlier, while Lee and Sasuke were fighting, I watched from afar, but now I had to at least greet them. Hey Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata, Kaiba, Shino, how are you? I greeted them with a genuine smile. Shika-kun. Hinata was the first to brighten up with a smile and wave back. She seemed much more confident now. Though she was still the Hinata I remembered, she was noticeably better, if that's even possible. She now carried herself with more confidence, and her hair was slightly longer than it was in the anime at this time. Ah, you're here too. You never told us you were taking the Chunin exams, Shika, Shikamaru said, looking the most surprised. Yeah, it was news to me as well. Hokage-sama offered me a chance to participate just yesterday, and I decided to take it. Sorry I didn't tell you. I was too rushed to prepare and forgot, I explained. Save the apologies for someone else, not me, Shikamaru said with a slight smile before returning to his usual aloof demeanor. But then he suddenly looked at me with a surprised expression. Wait. You had a choice. Shikamaru asked with a familiar expression that conveyed both this isn't fair and what were you thinking agreeing to participate in the exam. I just smiled at Shikamaru's reaction, sighing at how his character never seemed to change. What he said before would be a hassle to explain to Auntie. Kaiba and Shino nodded towards me, while Shika's team was mostly indifferent. Shika, what are you doing here? Naruto, being the loudmouth he is, asked. I didn't bother replying, just smiled back as if that was an answer. Sasuke glanced at me for a second before turning away. It seemed that beating from Lee hadn't done his ego any favors. Shika. While talking with the others, I heard a familiar voice and smiled. Tenten, how are you? I asked, turning to see a smiling girl with a bun on her head approaching me. Next to her were her teammates, Lee and Neji. So is this the Shika you were talking about all this time, Tenten? Neji looked at me with an arrogant expression before looking away. Geez, it's nice to finally meet you, Shika-san. I'm Rock Lee, Tenten's teammate. Tenten talks a lot about you. Glad to meet you, Lee said. Likewise, Lee-san. Tenten talks a lot about you guys as well, I replied, looking at both Lee and Neji. You guys are making too much noise. Tone it down a little, a voice suddenly came, causing all the troublemakers to quiet down. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 27. The person who arrived was none other than Kabuto. He did exactly what he did in the anime, showcasing that he was our senior and offering advice. While his conversation was directed at all of us, I knew he was primarily focused on Team 7, or more specifically, Sasuke. What are those? Naruto asked. This is my ninja info card. I've gathered information about many genin over time. If you want information about anyone, feel free to ask. I wouldn't mind helping out you rookies a little, Kabuto said with a charming smile. We can get information on anyone with those cards. Kaiba asked, as we all looked at the cards Kabuto was shuffling in his hands. As long as I have some information about them, yes. Kabuto replied, tempting us with his offer. Sasuke was the first to speak up. Give me information about Gaara of the Sand and Rock Lee. As Kabuto took out the information, the others looked on in awe. Seeing this, more people started asking for information. Suddenly, someone asked. Do you have information about Shikamaru? It was Tenten, with Kaiba and Shino also showing interest. Hinata glanced at me, out of everyone she was perhaps the only one who had some idea of my strength. Honestly, I was also curious. I wanted to know how much information Kabuto had on me. Kabuto looked at me, as if asking whether he should reveal it. He was playing the part of the teammate perfectly. I simply nodded in response. Okay, here is the information, 2 B-rank missions and several C and D-rank missions. He is skilled with his clan's shadow-style jutsu and genjutsu, Kabuto said, confirming that he didn't have much on me. Even the A-rank mission involving the wave was not in my profile because Hokage removed it from my mission list. However, the information about my participation was in teammates' file. I couldn't care less. I was just happy that my information was hidden, that was the most important thing right now. Until I'm strong enough, it's better for people to underestimate me. Seeing my mission records, no one was impressed, although being able to complete even B-rank missions was notable. I kept quiet and waited for the invigilator to arrive. Seeing my mission records, I only received a few curious looks, especially from Team 7, as all they had done under Kakashi were common C-rank missions. Oh, you've completed B-rank missions? Why didn't you mention this before? Tenten asked, narrowing her eyes. Although I interacted with her frequently, I kept all my missions private and didn't reveal my true capabilities. Here and there, yes. Nothing impressive, I downplayed it, but her narrowed eyes indicated she would want answers after the exam. Soon, the invigilator arrived, and the exam finally started, bringing the conversation to an end. Ibiki was just as I remembered him from the anime, a complete badass with a scary face. However, knowing the kind of mind games he was playing, I didn't feel as much pressure when he used his tactics. When it came to the answers, I found them challenging, even for me. Cheating was my only option. Although I could leave the paper blank like Naruto, I chose not to. At times like these, I realized that this world required more than just power. I had trouble getting the answers, but I managed to solve most of them, as many were math-based, which was easy for me. Then finally, the last question came. You can choose to take the last question or not, but if you decide not to take it, you and your teammates will fail. If you choose to take the question and answer incorrectly, you will be prohibited from taking the Chunin exam ever again. Ah, classic Naruto, good stuff, I couldn't help but smile. Later came Naruto's outburst, which restored the confidence of the candidates. I witnessed this iconic anime moment in reality. After that, Anko Mitarashi made her dramatic entrance, with her over-the-top flair and striking figure, to announce the start of the second test. One strange thing was that the second test immediately started, which surprised me. Until now, everything had followed the canon, but here I finally saw something different. From there, we all followed Anko to the entrance of the Forest of Death. I kept my eyes open for any suspicious characters, aka Uncle Snake. Although I didn't know how he looked after changing his body, sly creatures like him can't stay hidden for long. They're pretty much unavoidable if you keep an eye out for them. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemand. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 28. The entrance to the Forest of Death signifies the real start of the Chunin exams. Before this, it was just about filtering out those who had the will to continue. But from here on, things are going to get serious. Our team received a Heaven Scroll, and as long as I can get an Earth Scroll, we can skip the entire 5-day trial and head straight to the preliminaries. So, what is the strategy? I asked Kabuto, who appeared to be a harmless little lamb but was internally a snake waiting to strike. We need to find a team with an Earth Scroll. That should be our primary goal. Rushing to the middle of the forest is pointless, we most likely won't find anyone there. Our best option is to track down a team until we can get a scroll from them, Kabuto replied while adjusting his glasses. Okay, I think you should lead us, senpai. You have the most experience out of all of us here, I replied, while trying to blend into the background as much as possible. There is no point in standing out here. If things go as they did in the anime, then this team should pass at least this round. I would rather only act if that isn't the case. Given that I already know the test, I came prepared. I understood the geographical layout of the forest and used my Shikigami to spy on other teams. I only sent the rabbits to the teams I wanted to avoid, such as the Konoha team, the Sand team, and Orochimaru himself. The cost of summoning a few rabbits was minimal. Rabbits are great for this sort of thing before creating distractions. I kept my interactions with my so-called teammates as limited as possible. Sooner or later, I would need to eliminate them anyway, so there's no point in needlessly getting attached. Although, honestly, I don't think I could get attached to this bunch of gloomy, sly people anyway. Dash. After half a day, we finally tracked down a team. Thankfully, it wasn't any of the Konoha teams. But it wasn't a random team either. I actually knew this team. Though I can't remember the name of this particular team or their origins, there was hardly any mention of them in the anime. I do remember them because, in the anime, Team 7 fought them first and later faced them again at the end. If I'm not mistaken, they are skilled in illusions. I know this because we were currently surrounded by masked individuals. Do you have any idea which one is the real one? I asked both Masumi and Kabuto, only to receive shakes of their heads. I could easily resolve this by summoning my divine dogs, but I would rather not reveal them in front of these two. I couldn't help but sigh internally at the two spies. I have other ways to handle this situation as well, but I'll just kick back and relax. Kabuto wants to pass this round, so let him handle it. Not to mention, this is not the target I want to go after anyway. I still haven't killed a Chunin yet. This time, I'll make sure to choose wisely. In Naruto, there aren't many Chunin level shinobi that I can remember, and most of them are either Konoha shinobi or other important characters. So finding a suitable target to kill and gain their power for the Chunin level is harder than I first anticipated. For a long time, we maintained a stalemate until Team Oboro decided to attack Misumi. I considered just letting him die, but I needed both of them alive to pass this part of the test. Misumi, watch out! I shouted in time, but Misumi's reaction time wasn't great. He did move, but the Oboro genin managed to wound his leg, causing the others in the team to grimace. He is the weakest in the team, and I don't know much about him. Seeing the clones surrounding us, I couldn't help but grimace internally. Maybe I would have to use the divine dogs after all. Just as I was about to act, Kabuto moved. Apparently, he was able to dodge an incoming attack. That was the chance I was waiting for. My shadow extended almost instantly, targeting the shinobi who had tried to attack Kabuto from the group. They all know Earth Jutsu, which is how they attacked Misumi and targeted Kabuto. Got him, I said as Oboro froze in place while Kabuto captured him and held him at kunao point. Come out or he dies, Kabuto shouted, looking less composed than usual. It was clear he was frustrated with how the situation was unfolding and decided to drop his usual nice guy act. Seeing this, the other two members of Oboro paused. I, holding the person with shadow possession jutsu, remained vigilant. When there was no response from the other two Oboro members, Kabuto used the kunao to stab the enemy's shoulder, making him shout in pain. I was seeing a different side of Kabuto, but again, it wasn't surprising to me. After all, this is the same guy responsible for many deaths in the Fourth Great Shinobi War. I let Kabuto handle things, but my eyes were always on Misumi, who was injured. There was always a chance that they might target one of our weaker members and take him as a hostage to even the odds. And guess what? That's exactly what happened, which was exactly what I was waiting for. Shadow Possession Jutsu. I readied my shadow. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemand. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 29. It is well known in the ninja world that clone jutsus are hard to differentiate from the original. Even those with dojutsu are often helpless against them. Among the most notorious clone jutsus are wood clones and shadow clones, which are particularly difficult to distinguish from the real person. I decided to use this to my advantage and replaced myself with a clone to accompany Kabuto and Misumi while I went my own way. This way, I wouldn't have to remain constantly vigilant around them. I didn't have a specific destination in mind, I simply wanted to distance myself from them. After leaving the spies behind, I navigated through the forest. My main goal was to find a strong Chunin and eliminate him to gain an advantage for the upcoming one-on-one fights. However, that proved to be more challenging than anticipated. Powerful Chunin were scarce, and I only had one opportunity to choose and acquire a Chunin level power. If I couldn't find a suitable target, I decided it was better to wait. Thinking about it, the Sound 4 are also Chunin level. Despite the curse seal, they shouldn't be Jonin. After all, if the Konoha 12 can defeat them, they must not be Jonin level. Perhaps I should pursue them, but which one? I didn't remember much about them. They don't show up until the end of the Chunin exam anyway. Sighing, I continued searching for a strong target. After a few hours, I realized it was futile. The weakest team that managed to pass the Forest of Death was Kabuto's team. They succeeded mainly because of Kabuto, and if someone like him could pass, there was no point in searching for a strong Chunin. It seemed more practical to wait for the Sound 4 to appear or to find other strong Chunin level characters later. As I wandered through the forest, which I had become quite familiar with due to my preparation for the exam, I encountered a character I had been looking for, Karin Uzumaki. Killing her could have been an option, especially considering the Uzumaki bloodline or the powers like Kagai's Mind Eye. However, I decided against it. I wasn't willing to kill just anyone for power, and she didn't seem to be Chunin level, perhaps Genin at best. I kept my distance and observed her and her team. Karin was part of the Kyuzagakuer team. Given that I couldn't trust either of the spies and was uninterested in intervening in the plot, especially with Team 7 dealing with Orochimaru, I decided to keep an eye on Karin. To my dismay, the Kyuzagakuer team treated Karin poorly, worse than an animal at times. I noticed that she wasn't in great condition, though she only had a few bite marks on her hands. This struck me as odd. Perhaps the Kyuzagakuer team realized that killing her would mean losing a valuable resource or didn't know her blood had healing properties. While contemplating this, I wondered if I should take her to Konoha. I wasn't planning to play the hero, but her story made me sympathetic. Helping her would be troublesome, but it might be better than letting her become Orochimaru's test subject. This put me in a difficult position. It's not just about helping Karin, there are other victims of Orochimaru's crimes. Saving her alone wouldn't be fair to them. Maybe I should focus on eliminating Orochimaru. That would save me from dealing with Sasuke's defection and Naruto's pursuit, but how? If I could have killed Orochimaru, I would have done so already. Both he and Kabuto are adept with Edo Tensei, and removing them would resolve many of my concerns. I continued to think and tried to use my Nara intellect. Was there a way to defeat Orochimaru? He was near death when Hiruzen used the Reaper Death Seal. Even after changing bodies, his hands remained damaged. So, perhaps the only way to truly kill him is with the Reaper Death Seal. Even if I can't kill Orochimaru myself, maybe I can assist Hiruzen in doing so. However, considering how many people Orochimaru has cursed, he might just resurrect. Or will he? Sigh. The more I think about it, the more complicated it becomes. Frustrated, I continued to follow Karin and her teammates, hoping for some clarity. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 30. Life works in mysterious ways. I wasn't planning on revealing myself in front of Karin but ultimately had to because, just like in the anime, her life was in danger here too. I saw Karin and her team were complete idiots and decided to attack the sand team. Gaara of all people. What were they thinking? Not everything can go as it did in the anime. Team Grass, Karin's team, unfortunately ran into Gaara's team. The two boys and her team ended up attacking Gaara with kunao. A freaking kunao. Needless to say, they were dead. But Karin, I didn't want her to die. Sigh. Karin knew something was wrong when she saw Gaara. Her mind's eye of Kagai's was screaming at her not to get close. She tried to persuade her teammates, but those idiots didn't listen. Both of them were dead now, and soon she would be too. She saw the red-haired sand user, who could manipulate sand, set his eyes on her. A shiver ran through her. She could sense something much more dangerous inside him, something wild and primal. That chakra was not human, it was. Before she could even react and make a run for it, her plans of escaping or giving up were destroyed. Something in her mind told her that this boy wasn't the type to just let her go if she asked nicely. Sand coffin. Gaara directed his attack toward her, almost grabbing her. Water style, water bullet. The sound came just then, and in the next second, a boy of the same age as Gaara's team and Karin appeared, blowing away the sand Gaara sent toward her. Of course, this was my doing. It was fortunate that my water attack restrained the sand. I lucked out. The consumption for water jutsu isn't much either, especially since I used Max Elephant's water. You're lucky. If I had been even 1 second late, you'd have been toast. I looked down at the red-haired girl, who still had her eyes closed behind those glasses, probably waiting to die. Hearing this, Karin jolted awake. Opening her eyes, she found she was still alive and being held by a boy. Her mind was slow to comprehend what was happening. But we didn't have time for her to catch up. Listen, get out of here. That guy is not something you can handle. Just go, all right. I saw Gaara still standing there. I made her stand up, her face still showing confusion. What are you waiting for? Keep going already, I shouted as I manually turned and pushed her, only for her to fall down. Hey. I frowned. My eyes went to her legs and saw that I wasn't fast enough after all. Gaara's attack had caught up to her by the time my water bullet blocked the initial assault. Her legs were mangled. She might not feel the pain right now due to the lingering adrenaline from the situation. Sorry. I quickly picked her up, finally seeing her pain receptors catching up. But the strange thing was, she wasn't showing any hint of pain. Maybe her life had taught her how to hide it. Sigh, this world. Before I could do anything more, my attention shifted to Gaara, who was preparing to attack again. Gaara, there's no point in killing them. We already have both the scrolls, Kankuro said, but Gaara didn't care at all. He just wanted to kill me and Karin, and Temari was behaving as if she had nothing to do with it. I saw the hand moving toward us, making both me and Karin alert. Now I knew I had to hide my 10 shadows in front of others, but there are times when I have to break that rule. This was one of those times. So I quickly wrapped my hand around Karin's waist, not even trying to fight Gaara. My only objective was to run away. Karin saw this but didn't object. She was more worried about her life than seeing a boy manhandling her like a doll. Hold on tight, I shouted, and while my hand was still around Karin's waist, I made the hand sign. Rabbit escape. The next second, before the sea of sand rushed at us, my shadow extended, and a torrent of white rabbits appeared. The sheer quantity of rabbits overwhelmed the sand, even casting a shadow that blocked the sun. The rabbits formed a pillar high enough to cover 3 sides of the forest visible to Team Sand. What the hell? Kankuro and Temari were taken aback. They knew about ninja summons but usually only saw one or a few. This. Even Gaara was troubled by the sheer number. He was about to use more sand, but before he could act, the rabbits vanished into shadows again in the blink of an eye, leaving others stunned. They're gone. Gaara narrowed his eyes. He now just wanted to kill them, but to his confusion, he couldn't see them anywhere and couldn't find any tracks. Dash. Rabbits are good for many things but not for direct head-on fighting. They are intended to be used when one needs to escape. They distract the enemy until the caster can get away. Right now, I was on top of Nu, which I summoned right after the rabbits to escape from there. Gaara is strong, but even he can't chase me in the air. Karin was with me, staring but not saying anything. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 31. Why did you save me? Karin was silent for a long time, perhaps afraid of the height as we soared on newsback. Well, honestly, I don't have any particular reason. Mainly, I helped because I saw your red hair. If I'm not wrong, you're an Uzumaki, right? Konoha used to have a good relationship with the village of Ozu back then. Or maybe I just couldn't let a girl like you die in front of me, I replied with a shrug. Karin blinked, and a slight blush appeared on her face. It was probably the first time someone had called her beautiful. I wondered what kind of life she had lived up to now. Thank you. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, expressing her gratitude. I nodded. More talking with her could wait, right now, I just wanted to get away from Gaara and the other dangerous teams around. Not to mention, I needed to tend to Karin's injuries. I could see she was holding back the pain and acting like nothing was wrong, but the pain alone was enough to nearly render her unconscious. She was barely moving her leg, and the blood wasn't stopping even after I quickly bandaged the wound. Let's find a safe place and look at that leg of yours first, I said, noting that the girl was enduring the pain silently. This response seemed to reflect her past hardships. I'm no doctor, but I have to say that your leg is in pretty bad shape, I said with a sigh. Gaara's attack had the same effect on Karin's leg as it did on Lee's, her bones were shattered, and fragments were scattered throughout her leg. It hadn't even been 10 minutes, but the leg was already turning dark. It was a shame, she had nice legs. Hearing me, Karin's mask, which she had been using to hide her weakness and helplessness, began to crack. She didn't cry out in pain, but tears were hard to hold back when she realized she might never walk normally again. Seeing her try to hide her tears by pretending to clean her glasses, I momentarily agreed with Orochimaru's view on life being fragile. But that didn't mean I agreed with his human experiments and killing kids. I looked back at Karin, who was slipping into desperation and sighed. As I said, it's pretty bad, but there is a way to help you, I said, making sure to convey that it depended on whether I wanted to help her. She didn't care, hearing that there was a way to save her leg, she looked at me with hopeful eyes. It almost made me help her out of the goodness of my heart, but I couldn't do that. I can't heal you, but you need to understand what it really means to show someone that you have the ability to heal this kind of wound. It's very dangerous for me as well. Do you understand what I'm talking about? I asked solemnly. She immediately understood, especially since she had first-hand experience with this type of situation. I won't tell anyone, she replied, or at least tried to, but it was clear that talking was difficult due to the pain. Okay, but remember, you can't tell anyone how I healed you. Even my own village doesn't know about this ability. It could cost me my life if I were to do this. I reiterated, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. She nodded, and knowing her history, I was confident she wouldn't lie about this. Okay. After confirming that I was going to help her, I took another look at the wound. If I used the reverse curse technique with the round deer, I could likely stop the bleeding, but it might not heal her completely. Healing the skin wound is not that hard. To heal her completely, I would have to summon the deer. Sigh. I really didn't want to do this, especially in front of someone, but sooner or later, my powers would be revealed anyway. With that, I formed a hand sign, and my shadow began to move. In front of Karin, a majestic-looking deer emerged from my shadow. Karin, who could use the mind's eye of Kagura, sensed the incredible amount of pure vitality radiating from the deer with awe and astonishment. Please heal her leg, I requested, and without hesitation, the deer lowered its head to her leg. Karin's body stiffened, but she remained still. As soon as the deer's nose touched her leg, a white light enveloped it, and in the next moment, all her pain, the blood and the wound were gone. She, who had been suffering, stared in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. What? That was all she could manage to say after witnessing the miracle. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kamidemand. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 32. Karin had no idea what to say. Though she was not a medical nin, she realized the extent of the damage to her leg. The level of pain she had felt was far beyond anything she was accustomed to. She was used to pain, her life had been filled with it, but this pain was different. It was a new, intense kind of agony, highlighting the seriousness of her wound. Seeing it heal instantly was astonishing. She could only sit there, staring at the deer that had healed her as if by magic, and then at the boy who was watching her intently. So, did it work? I asked, even though I knew the deer could heal nearly anything. My concern was more about the broken bone fragments in her leg. Karin looked startled by my question and seemed to snap back to reality. Yes. It worked. I can't feel any pain anymore, Karin replied, still in a daze. Even she and her mother couldn't heal such severe wounds with their blood. It made sense, even someone like Tsunade would struggle with a wound of this magnitude. She needed extensive research and an entire operation to fully heal Lee. Round deer made it look easy. The reverse curse technique was incredibly powerful, almost as much of a cheat as Hashirama's cells if used correctly. That's good. But now that you've seen what my summon is capable of, you should understand what I mean, right? I asked again. Yes, I won't tell anyone about this, I swear on my life, Karin immediately replied. I looked into her eyes, unsure if she was telling the truth. I could only trust her based on her past and take her word for it. Okay, I believe you for now. I'm Shikamaru, by the way. I relaxed a bit and smiled. Seeing me smile, Karin also relaxed a little. I'm Uzumaki Karin from Kyuzagakuer, she said, thanking me again. Don't worry about it. As I mentioned, the Uzumaki clan had a good relationship with Konoha. Even though the land of Ozashigagakuer no longer exists, I won't let a Uzumaki survivor die in front of me. I replied, though I realized I probably shouldn't have mentioned Uzu. If Konoha really feels that way, why didn't you help us when we needed it? Karin muttered slowly. She couldn't have been there when it happened, she wasn't born then, so she must have learned about it from her mother. I'm not sure what happened, but we indeed failed to save the Uzumaki clan back then. I can't change the past, but I can protect you as long as I can. Since both of your teammates are dead, you are technically out of the exam. If you wish, I can guide you to the central tower. I'm heading there anyway. What do you say? I replied, knowing she held some resentment towards Konoha. This resentment was likely inherited from her mother and probably wasn't very strong. I didn't want to discuss Konoha too much with her, especially given her negative view. However, I would at least guide her back to the tower. Okay, thank you, Karin said with a nod. You want to fly again? I asked, smiling. She seemed to have a bit of expectation building up. Being able to fly was quite a novelty for a ninja. Yes, she replied. Okay, then let's go, I said, making a hand sign to summon Nu. I had planned to look around the forest a bit more, but there was nothing else for me to do here. Heading to the tower and resting was the best option. Dash. Meanwhile, Team 7 had been attacked by Orochimaru, and the events unfolded similarly to the anime. Orochimaru gave Sasuke the curse seal, and the fight between Sasuke and the Sound Village occurred as well. However, there were some changes. Teams 9 and 10 were not involved this time, and the Sound team arrived later than expected, giving Naruto and Sasuke enough time to wake up and fight back. The result was that the Sound team was beaten badly. Later, Kabuto met with Team 7 and, on paper, helped them pass the test. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemand. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 33. All the way to the tower, I talked with Karin, and the girl finally opened up about her life, describing her experiences in the Kyuzagakuer village and the monsters in human form who lived there. They are the reason why my mother died. I will never forgive them, Karin said, her emotions raw. It's understandable, given that she hasn't had anyone to confide in, and now that I'm listening, she's pouring out all her feelings. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed on the broad back of Nu while we flew toward the center tower. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had such a life, I replied, lying through my teeth. Although I genuinely felt sorry for her, this world is indeed dangerous and cruel. Power is essential to survive here. Seeing the girl breaking down completely in front of me, I couldn't help but sigh. She's only about 12 and has suffered perhaps more than anyone I know. I can't promise anything, but maybe I can do something about it. If I can, would you want to live here in Konoha? I asked, rubbing my hair, already knowing that making this happen would be a drag. There's no way I can hide her, and as a kunoichi from another village, there's also that complication. Unless I get the Hokage's approval, it won't happen. I need to find a way. Hearing me, she slowly looked up, as if questioning whether that's even possible. I could only smile, unsure myself. Again, I can't promise anything, but I can request the Hokage to make an exception for you. It might not be possible for others, but you are an Uzumaki, right? Maybe the Hokage will consider it, I said, not looking directly at her. To be honest, it wasn't a big deal, after all, why wouldn't the village accept another Uzumaki? But the real problem was the shadow hidden in Konoha. If that person targets her, what will I do? He probably won't until the Hokage is gone, but that's only for another month. After that, Hiruzen will die, and Danzo will hold too much power until Tsunade becomes Hokage. Kidnapping Karin won't even be a secret objective then, he could do it in broad daylight using his elder status. Sigh. But I can't let Hiruzen stay in the Hokage chair either, the village will be doomed if he remains. For the upcoming conflict with Akatsuki, Tsunade must come. Even though I plan to prevent this conflict from playing out as it did in the anime, Hiruzen still needs to go. With him here, I can't deal with Danzo, and I can't have that. Sigh. So, I have to get official permission from Hiruzen for Karin to become a member of the village and protect her during the short period between Hiruzen's death and Tsunade's arrival. Alternatively, I might just hide her somewhere until Tsunade comes. Given the timeline, it won't be that long, most likely 3 months at best. I thought and thought again, but neither option seemed ideal. While I was contemplating her future, she suddenly spoke up. Forget it, I don't want to stay here in Konoha. I blinked in confusion, not understanding why she would say this suddenly. I'm actually not a kunoichi, I only know how to use chakra but have never received any formal training. And I don't want to live with shinobi if possible, Karin said, and I could sense the repulsion she felt toward ninjas. Clearly, her childhood trauma was speaking. I see. Well, if that's the case, that's fine. Please don't think that all shinobi are like those you've seen in the past. There are good shinobi too, Karin. It's fine if you don't want to live in Konoha. I have good connections with a nearby village and the land of waves. If you want, I might be able to arrange a normal life for you there. Though your red hairs are a dead giveaway, if you are willing to dye them, I'm sure no one will be able to find you there, I said, coming up with an idea. Hearing this, Karin looked at me with a complicated expression. Why would you do this for me, a complete stranger? She asked, her face showing no particular emotion. I'm not sure. I saved you because I wanted to, and you were an Uzumaki. Of course, your being cute was also a reason. So now that I've saved you, making sure you're okay isn't a big deal. I'd rather you live here in Konoha. Honestly, there are many people here with good connections to the Uzumaki clan, and we already have a Uzumaki boy in our village. You'd feel at home here, but if you don't want that, I won't force you. Finding a safe place for you isn't that troublesome, so why shouldn't I? I replied with a shrug, making her face furrow even more. I'll think about it. Please give me some time. She replied after thinking for a bit, sounding more confused about what she wanted to do. No problem, take your time. We still have some time before the Chunin exam ends here, so we don't have to worry, I said as I finally spotted the tower. We're almost there. I added as I began to lower news so others wouldn't see her near the tower. From here on, we'll walk. With this, I got off and helped her dismount Nu before the bird vanished. Remember not to say anything about the summon you saw me use here, okay? I reminded her, to which she gave me an exaggerated look. I get it won't say anything about your pets to anyone. Pinky promise, she said, her mood lifting slightly. But a pinky promise? She held up her pinky for me to hold, and I was dumbfounded. What is she, 5? My smile might have indicated to her that she did something strange, as her face began to change. What? Isn't this what people do to promise they won't lie? She asked with a huff. Yeah, they do. It was hard not to smile at how innocent she was in her own unique way. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/Comedemond. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 34. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before the gathered genin in the large hall. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes as he addressed the participants. Welcome, everyone, to the Chunin exams, he began, his voice silencing the chatty hall. These exams are an important tradition in our villages, and they serve to test your abilities, teamwork, and determination. Becoming a Chunin means taking on more responsibilities and leading others in missions. It's not just about strength but also about strategy, leadership, and judgment. He paused, letting his words sink in. I just stood there, waiting for the pointless speech to end. It was finally time for the one-on-one fights to start. I had come here long before the final day to get enough rest. And I was right, things mostly went as in the anime. Team 7, 8, 9, 10, Team Sand, Team Sound, and lastly my own team passed the exam. It was exactly like the anime. After I came to the tower with Karin, I got special permission from the teacher to let her stay here until the exam ended, as letting her cross the forest alone would be dangerous. And I couldn't go out of the tower either. Of course, I had another way, but I mainly wanted to keep her in the tower because she hadn't decided what she wanted to do yet. I was hoping she would stay in Konoha, but whatever she decides, I'll agree with and help her as well. For the last 3 days, I have been staying in this damn tower with nothing else to do, to the point where training alone in my room was the only thing I could do. Of course, Karin was the same, so I ended up talking with her and Tenten, who passed the test with her team earlier than the other Konoha 9. My own team didn't contact me after that, it was like both Misumi and Kabuto disappeared after coming here. Not that I wanted to interact with them either, I was just curious about what exactly they were up to. Anyway, finally, all the teams were here, and the exam was about to start. The proctor, Gecko Hayate, explained the preliminary rounds. Just like in the anime, there were too many candidates here to pass them to the finals, so a preliminary will be held. I knew that, so I wasn't surprised, unlike those genin who came to the tower on the last day, aka they won't have time to rest. If anyone wants to withdraw from the upcoming fights, then you can do it now. It's not a team fight, so your choice won't affect your teammates. And just like in the anime, Kabuto was the first one to tag out. I just looked at him, as if asking why, acting my role, to which he just smiled at me. Not explaining why he did so, he walked off while the Hokage and other Jonin looked suspicious about this. Then soon the fights were called off. The first fight was between Shikamaru and that one girl from Sound. What was her name again? Yes, Kin. I remember that even in the anime, this particular fight took place. I only remember because Shikamaru strangely had to fight girls in both rounds. I wonder why the author was messing with his cousin so much. There is no point in even saying who won at this point. With Shikamaru's brain, I can't tell that I can beat him, at least not if he knows about my cards. The next fight was between Kankuro and Misumi. Strangely, this fight was also just like the anime. I believe that the first round was not random like the finals, maybe there was enough setup done to give some sort of edge to the Konoha genin. Just like in the anime, Kankuro won against Misumi, and honestly, Misumi is very weak enough that even someone like Sakura can win against him if she plays her cards right. The next fight was between Shino and Zaku, another member of the Sound team. I don't know whether this was like the anime, I can't remember everything, after all. I'm even surprised that I remember this much in the first place. But here's a surprising thing about Shino, if anyone is really a Naruto fan, they will know that Shino has never lost a fight in Naruto, like ever. The man is much stronger than anyone thinks. Almost effortlessly, he won the fight just using his bugs. The next fight was between Koji and Dosu, another and the last of the Sound team. I don't remember Koji being in the finals, so I can't say whether Dosu won against Koji. At least here, Dosu won the fight, and finally, I got a target to go after. I'm not sure whether Dosu is a Chunin level, but his sound ability is powerful. I have to see his match in the finals to figure out whether I should go after him or not. The next fight was between Kaiba and Naruto. In the anime, this was an iconic fight, Naruto for the first time showing in front of others that he is not the dead last of the class. I mean, besides the literal nuclear bomb inside his body and the cheat like Uzumaki body, if I have to give Naruto credit somewhere, it's that this guy never gives up, stays positive, and is hellishly unpredictable. Pulling off moves like no one's business. I mean, honestly, besides Shikamaru's fights, if there was one person in early Naruto whose fights really gave me that ninja vibe and excitement, it had to be Naruto. I loved those fights, and watching Naruto fight here in front of me was insane. But, unfortunately for Naruto, I have been fighting and training with Team 8 for a long time now, and even if I mainly train with Hinata, I did train with both Shino and Kaiba. This Kaiba is not that arrogant, as the ass-kicking I gave him has humbled him enough, and more than anything, he has learned long enough that flashy moves are not the right way to go, sometimes tactics work better. So honestly, I am a little interested in knowing who wins this fight. Technically, Naruto should win it. After all, Naruto is the protagonist and also has superior physical abilities. But again, this Kaiba is not the same Kaiba who fought Naruto in the anime. Let's see what happens. Triple X. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 35. The fight between Naruto and Kaiba started with a bang. Kaiba, instead of commenting on fighting the dead last of the class, went directly to end the fight as soon as possible. Here's a really cool thing I just thought of, there were multiple times in this fight when Kaiba could have ended it. Rather than damaging Naruto, which was pretty pointless as the boy could clearly tank pretty much anything Kaiba had to throw at him, he could have simply won against him by putting a kunao at his neck. After all, this is not a real fight, as long as the proctor gives the signal, it's clear who will win. Kaiba went for taijutsu. Maybe all that taijutsu training kind of stimulated him to focus more on taijutsu? Possible. The fight was interesting, both were brawlers. Kaiba was a better fighter, but Naruto could tank more damage. In fact, that was the thing that made him win the Chunin exam in the first place. After all, Neji beat the hell out of Naruto, and ultimately, Naruto won the fight by just hitting Neji one time. Just one uppercut was enough. This is the power of his body. He not only can tank more hits, but even his physical power is also too much. It's just that in this world, where the physical power of someone like Tsunade or Sakura exists, and powerful techniques like ninjutsu and the 8 gates exist, something like a slightly stronger body fades into the background. But in reality, those little things are what matter more for someone like a normal genin and chunin. And if anyone is jonin, then they are already above average in their own right. The fight kept going, both were doing pretty well. Kaiba wasted no time, immediately using his beast mimicry technique, transforming Akamaru into a clone of himself. Now there were two Kaibas, moving in perfect sync. They charged at Naruto, moving so fast they were a blur. Naruto barely dodged the first attack but was caught off guard as Kaiba and Akamaru hit him from both sides with their fang over fang technique, spinning like drills. Naruto was knocked back, tumbling across the ground, but he quickly got back on his feet, gritting his teeth. Kaiba laughed. Give up, Naruto. You can't keep up with me. This fight is nothing compared to the training we've gone through. Naruto wiped the blood from his mouth and grinned. Not so fast. He quickly created a few shadow clones, and suddenly, there were several Narutos surrounding Kaiba and Akamaru. The clones rushed at Kaiba, attacking from all directions. Kaiba and Akamaru fought back, destroying the clones one by one, but it was clear that they were getting tired. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto threw a smoke bomb, filling the arena with thick smoke. Kaiba and Akamaru were blinded, coughing as they tried to find Naruto in the haze. Suddenly, Naruto appeared out of the smoke, landing a powerful punch on Kaiba's face, sending him flying. Akamaru tried to counterattack, but Naruto dodged and hit him with a kick, knocking him out. Seeing this, I just sighed. Kaiba was better than in the canon, but this is Naruto we're talking about. Naruto practically won the fight, there was nothing more to see. The next fight was between Tenten and Temari. There aren't many good kunoichi fights in early Naruto, but this one was good. Though poor Tenten was heavily limited in this fight, all thanks to her opponent. I mean, honestly, there couldn't be a worse opponent for her in this fight than Temari. Even losing against someone much stronger than her, like Neji, Gaara, or others, is understandable, but Temari is actually not that much stronger than Tenten. It's just that her fighting style completely restrains Tenten's fighting style. That was the one and only problem in this fight. Needless to say, Tenten lost the fight just like in the anime. But still, I have to hand it to Tenten that she was pretty strong, currently the best kunoichi in Konoha 12 so far. This much gave me a good understanding that all the fighting pairs are pretty much the same, and even in the anime, the pairing was not random, they were fixed behind the scenes. It's just that the fights are not in the same order as they were in the anime. The next fight was between Sakura and Ino. Yeah, no offense, but I'm not interested in this particular fight. I can't help but sigh, seeing the girls fighting and frowning. They really need to get their act together. Them surviving in a world like this might not be possible. It's a good thing they are in Konoha, in any other place, they would have already been dead. To which I'm also a little happy that I was reborn here in Konoha, there are worse places to be reborn. What would have happened if I went to the Hidden Mist? I can't help but shudder at the thought. But there are better places as well, like the Cloud Village. They are also pretty good, and if not in Konoha, then going there would be my next choice. Anyway, now I'm just waiting for my own turn. Who will I fight, I wonder? Anyone but Gaara would do, honestly. I still don't have any way to handle that guy. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 36. Next match is between Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shika, Hayate Gecko said, bringing my attention back from the medics taking the two unconscious girls to the hospital. They were, of course, Sakura and Ino. Both knocked each other out. Sigh. Fighting Sasuke, hey? Well, it could have been worse. As he is right now, I can beat him. However, the real question is how much he has improved after surviving the Forest of Death in Orochimaru. Hearing his name finally being called, Sasuke smirked as his eyes immediately lit up and a hint of red appeared in them. I instantly caught that. Well, it wasn't like the boy was trying to hide it. In fact, the fool was looking right at me. He should have hidden the fact that he had activated his Sharingan, but I guess he was more eager to show off. Anyway, good for me. It's not like I didn't consider the possibility of him unlocking his Sharingan while fighting Orochimaru. In fact, I believe Orochimaru himself would have helped Sasuke unlock them. After all, his greed for the Sharingan was enough to make him attack Konoha. But this kind of makes my job of beating him harder. The Sharingan is quite a hack, after all. While I was thinking about this, I saw Sasuke suddenly grab his neck and lose balance. Of course, if he got the curse mark, then he can't use chakra that well. Maybe beating him won't be such a big drag after all. Good luck, Shika-kun. Suddenly, I heard this voice and smiled. There is only one person who calls me that. Thanks, Hinata, I replied even before seeing her face while walking toward the fighting ring. Who is this kid? Asuma asked Kurane, who was smiling at me as I entered the fighting ring. I told you about this kid, remember? He has good talent in Genjutsu. Currently, he is not in any team, but due to his talents, I wanted to take him into my team. But Hokage-sama didn't agree, Kurane replied with a little sigh. She really wanted Shika in her team, but she couldn't go against the Hokage's orders. Asuma, who was smoking at this time, was a little surprised. He wasn't expecting someone like that to be in the Chunin exam, especially someone Kurane thought so highly of. Kakashi, on the other hand, was intently watching Sasuke. He didn't care who Shika was, nor did he want to know. To him, Sasuke was the best among the 9 rookies, and Shika, who didn't even have a team and didn't have an impressive record in the academy, was nothing to worry about. What he was actually worried about was Sasuke using the curse seal. He didn't get time to seal that mark because Team 7 entered the tower only a little before the preliminaries started. Guy, who was standing beside Kakashi, looked at both Sasuke and Shika. One was the student of his eternal rival, while the other was a person his student Tenten praised quite a bit. He was interested in this fight. Though, like many, he too thought that Sasuke was most likely going to win this fight. I, on the other hand, didn't care much about this. I stood in front of Sasuke, who now had his Sharingan deactivated due to his chakra going haywire when he activated it because of the curse seal. I looked at the proctor and waited for him to start the fight. Though hardly anyone does this here, I formed the Shinobi hand sign, which we learned in the academy, showing respect to the opponent. What can I say? I just wanted to act like a ninja and do that hand sign, nothing more. Seeing me from the hand sign, some people just shook their heads. To them, I was just an inexperienced genin. Even someone like Kakashi and Guy had this kind of opinion about me, but not Kurane, her team, and the Hokage. Because they knew that I was the same boy who killed 50 thugs in cold blood in the Land of Waves. So they too shook their heads, but it wasn't for me, it was for those who thought I was an inexperienced genin. Sasuke, seeing me form the hand sign, internally snorted. He was a little irritated at not being able to use his newly awakened Sharingan, but seeing me, he thought again that for me, he didn't need the Sharingan anyway. Seeing him take me lightly, I couldn't help but smile. Soon, the proctor gave the signal to start the fight. Sasuke immediately rushed at me, taking the first move and attacking me. I just took my fighting stance and waited for him. He was fast, but not fast enough. As he closed the gap, I slightly moved and masterfully intercepted him, blocking his attack and sending most of the attacking power and the momentum he built up to the side, offsetting his motion. I pivoted and got out of the way of Sasuke's attack. I could just end the fight right now by using the Shadow Possession Jutsu. Maybe Sasuke forgot that I'm a Nara. Otherwise, choosing to come this close to me wasn't a good idea. Maybe he was banking on not giving me enough time to form hand signs to mobilize my shadow. Well, if so, then too bad for him, I don't need hands anymore. I can use the Shadow Possession Jutsu without hand signs. Of course, the power of the jutsu will suffer, but being able to use it without hand signs in the middle of a fight, especially in close combat, was a blessing. But again, I didn't do that. I didn't train like my ass was on fire for this exam for nothing. I wanted to see where I stand right now. More than anything, I wanted to know what is possible for me to do right now. Can I beat Sasuke in pure taijutsu? Am I equal to the Rookie of the Year from my class now? I really wanted to know how strong I was. Of course, I can't use everything I know, but when it comes to just taijutsu, which mostly Sasuke will stick with in this fight, I wanted to test myself out. Sasuke, seeing his attack didn't work, didn't waste any more time and directly threw 2 kunao at me. I somehow saw this coming. I blocked the kunao by taking out my own kunao and then rushed at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened a little upon seeing my speed. I wasn't faster than him, but I was comparable. He tried for a second to remember my performance in the academy. But he remembered that Nara was mostly like his cousin, Shikamaru Nara, who lazed around all day and wasn't that great at all. But now he suddenly found that that same person was almost equal to him, and he was a little taken aback. But this didn't stop him. In fact, this made him increase his own speed, more excited to fight now. He again rushed at me with another kunao in hand. The next second, both of us were engaged in a close combat knife fight like commandos. I will only say that all those fighting sessions with Tenten using kunao and other kinds of weapons really paid off. As soon as the fight started, everyone's attention were fixed on both Sasuke and Shika. Karin was no different. Karin wasn't sure what to do. By all means, she was supposed to be dead a long time ago, but somehow, she survived. She survived that god-forsaken village which took away her mother, and she survived that forest of death as well. But the latter almost seemed impossible to her. Her mind's eye of Kagura was the only thing she relied on. Countless times, she had relied on it to come out of dangerous situations. In fact, surviving for this long was only because she had awakened her clan's sensory ability. So when her mind's eye of Kagura felt that vile chakra in that sand shinobi, she knew for certain that she would die. But she survived again. Guess that's what Uzumaki people are good at, surviving. Nara, that is the real reason why she is alive today. Not only did the boy save her, but he also healed her leg, a wound that even she knew was almost fatal in that forest, healed in an instant. To heal her, he even showed what he was capable of. No one else understood the gravity of what Shika did for her more than she did. Because she knew how dangerous it could be if people were to know what kind of healing ability he had. So she understood just right what kind of danger he took to heal her. She was conflicted right now. Shika asked her to stay in Konoha, but she wasn't sure what to do. She wanted to, but she was afraid that what happened to her before would happen again. She was currently watching all the ninja fights happening. She herself didn't have any fighting training. She did learn a little medical knowledge as those Kusa shinobi wanted her to be their healer, but that was it. She had no fighting power, and thus, seeing people her age fighting and using different kinds of jutsu was fascinating for her. And finally, the fight she had been waiting for all this time came, the fight between Shika and Sasuke. She learned that Sasuke was a genius, from Shika, so she was looking forward to this fight. She had a feeling that Shika was stronger than he showed others. After all, he had all those summons. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be using them in this fight. He clearly stated to her that no one knew about his summons and asked her not to tell anyone about them either. She didn't understand why. She could understand about that healing deer, but other summonses of his were normal. Why not show them? But she agreed nonetheless. She just sighed, knowing that Shika couldn't use them in this fight. She was actually looking forward to seeing him fight with those summons. Back to the fighting ring, Sasuke and Shika were going at it. Due to Sasuke not being able to use jutsu, he was just sticking with normal taijutsu right now, and Shika was matching him all the way. This was surprising for others. Most of them didn't know what exactly either Sasuke or Shika was capable of, but just Sasuke's name was enough to know that he was strong. Not to mention others knew that Sasuke was strong, considering that he was the Rookie of the Year of his class. So seeing that Shika, a person who didn't even get a team, was matching him in taijutsu was surprising for them. And what about those who knew what Sasuke was capable of? Kakashi, who earlier was not paying attention to Shika, after seeing him matching Sasuke on his taijutsu level, was amazed. His single eye grew wider in surprise while the guy standing beside him narrowed his eyes. He saw glimpses of his own fighting style in Shika's moves. But that wasn't enough. He also saw the Hyuga's fighting style in that too, both his and Neji's. Kurane saw Shika matching Sasuke in taijutsu and couldn't help but smile brightly. Yup, that's like the Shika I knew, she internally thought, feeling a little proud. Earlier, she was a little worried, seeing that genjutsu wouldn't work that well against a Uchiha. Though she wasn't sure whether Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, knowing Shika's genjutsu level, she knew that it wouldn't do much. Genjutsu of that level wouldn't work if Sasuke really had the Sharingan. But unlike what she thought, Shika didn't even use genjutsu and was pretty much matching Sasuke with taijutsu. She smiled seeing this. One thing is understandable and can be chalked up to talent, another thing is well, but the third is that is not just talent but Shika being a genius. Shika not only showed talent in genjutsu and water style but now also in taijutsu. She couldn't help but want him more in her team, though the way the boy was going, there was a possibility that he would be a Chunin sooner than later, so her wish might not come true. But there was also one thing that was making her a little mad. Even after learning so much from her, that child wasn't using genjutsu in fights yet. She repeatedly told him that he needed to involve genjutsu in his fights regularly to get a good grasp of these techniques, but he never listened. Sigh. She couldn't help but sigh at this. Asuma beside her was now finally interested in this fight. After all, Kurane was interested in that kid, and not to mention, he too could see how Shika was fighting on equal footing with Sasuke. Others were also surprised at this. After all, Sasuke was the best among them, and now Shika was fighting him equally. Maybe out of all of them, only Team 9 and Hinata were not that surprised. Team 9 because this level of taijutsu was nothing for them, for obvious reasons, and Hinata because in the last 3 months or so, she was Shika's default taijutsu partner. No one right now knew better than her how much Shika had improved. But in the fighting ring, Shika himself was a little frustrated. He was holding back. After all, he was using weights even right now to hold himself back and train in the meantime. He started some time back to train his body, but seeing that currently he was only almost equal to Sasuke, he felt frustrated. Only he knew how much he worked to get up to this level, and even after all this, if he wasn't able to beat Sasuke, then it was frustrating. And that is when Sasuke wasn't using his Sharingan. He believed that if Sasuke activated his current 2 Tomo and 1 Tomo Sharingan and he removed his weight, then they should pretty much again be equal. Sigh. But that was not the only reason he was frustrated. He was only equal in taijutsu with Sasuke, but his Shurikenjutsu was much better. The Uchiha clan has one of the best Shurikenjutsu in the village, and Sasuke learned them all. His Shurikenjutsu was giving him a hard time. Dodging all of them was not hard, but Sasuke was really good at using those shuriken thrown at close range, making some throws almost point blank. TCH. Shika barely dodged the upcoming kunao and parried another one incoming with his own kunao. There were already a few shallow cuts on his body. But those cuts were just on the clothes. In reality, right now, Shika was so good at using the round deer's reverse curse technique through his body that he could directly heal his body mid-fight. Okay, I understand my average level now. Let's end this fight. Shika, after understanding his level, was ready to end the fight. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 37. Sasuke rushed at Shika with a kunao in hand. He was surprisingly having a hard time against Shika, a classmate he never believed to be that strong. But again, he believed the same about Naruto, and that guy had given him surprise after surprise since they started training together. He was kind of restricted because he wasn't able to use any jutsu or his newly awakened Sharingan. He would have used them long ago if not for Kakashi explicitly telling him that if he lost control over the curse seal mark, he would stop the match. What did that mean? If his teacher stopped the match in between, it would be taken as him giving up the match, and he would lose. He couldn't have that, so he only relied on his taijutsu. But it's time to end this fight, Shika suddenly said, confusing Sasuke for a second before he suddenly realized that he couldn't move anymore. His eyes widened. Right now, the only parts of his body he could move were his eyes and mouth. He struggled to look down, only to see that Shika's shadow had captured him in the Nara clan's shadow possession jutsu. I'll say it, give up. Let's end this here, Shika said as he slowly placed a kunao at Sasuke's neck. Now, Sasuke imitated him, but he wasn't holding a kunao like Shika, who was ready before he applied the shadow possession jutsu. Knowing that Sasuke wasn't going to give up by himself, tough son of a bitch that he was, Shika just placed a kunao at his neck and then looked at the proctor, as if saying, come on, if not now, then when? After I kill him. Sasuke was struggling like crazy to break free of the shadow, but unfortunately for him, once shadow possession is complete, there is no way to get out of control unless the target overpowers the user. No matter what Sasuke did, he wasn't able to break free. What happened? Naruto asked Kakashi about this. As usual, he had no idea about the shadow possession jutsu. Sakura, on the other hand, knew, and she was looking at the fight in disbelief. It can't be over this quick, she muttered to herself. Hey, Shikamaru, that's your clan jutsu, right? Tell me that there is a way for Sasuke to break free. Ino almost jolted poor Shikamaru while asking this. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was looking at this with narrow eyes. He noticed how good Shika was in taijutsu, but more than that, he noticed how his cousin was able to use their clan's shadow possession jutsu without even forming hand signs. That was an advanced technique, and being able to do it in close combat like that. Shikamaru couldn't help but ponder how strong his cousin had become. Kurane with Team 8 saw this and smiled, though many of their smiles were a little strange. Actually, Shika had used this trick against them before. While fighting close combat, Shika would suddenly catch them in his shadow possession jutsu, creating an almost point-blank attack out of the blue. Even someone like Kurane was caught in this, as she wasn't fast enough to dodge the shadow when fighting close combat. And this was all possible because Shika could now use his shadow without hand signs. He worked really hard to do this, though he believed that he could either because he had yin release or it was a byproduct of 10 shadows. At least he believed that other Nara couldn't do it like he did. To perform a powerful shadow clone, one needed hand signs, but not Shika. Others were also surprised to see the fight ending just like that. Sigh. Gecko Hayate sighed after seeing the so-called genius getting beaten this easily. He was actually anticipating a good fight, but that Uchiha kid was quite a disappointment. Mr. Proctor, Shika, on the other hand, was getting irritated after seeing the Proctor not announcing the result even now when he literally had Sasuke's life in his hands. Shika's calling finally brought Gecko back to his senses, and he was ready to announce the result. Seeing this, Sasuke, who was still struggling to get out of the shadow possession jutsu, panicked. Unknown to him, in a time of stress, his Sharingan came to life, and the curse mark flared up. Inside his body, he suddenly heard a voice he had heard before. This voice was none other than Orochimaru's. You will lose. I can give you the power you want. The voice was enticing. Sasuke at first ignored the voice and tried to push back the influence of the curse mark, but he really didn't have any way to get out of the shadow possession. It was a pickle for him right now. If he didn't get out of the shadow possession, he would lose, and if he used the curse mark's power to break free, even then, Kakashi would stop the match aka, he would lose. So seeing the Proctor about to announce the result, he hurriedly decided to do whatever he could. He let the curse seal take control and took the power Orochimaru gave him. After all, there was a possibility that Kakashi was lying, but here, if he didn't break out of the shadow possession jutsu, he would lose for sure. And then suddenly, markings started to appear on Sasuke's body, making even Shika, who had been easygoing up to now, serious. He knew what this was. He was worried about this one, so he quickly let go of the kunai he was holding against Sasuke's neck, formed the hand sign to strengthen his shadow possession, and then felt it the powerful chakra from Sasuke. He barely managed to hold on to the jutsu. This was a big problem with shadow possession. If the target's chakra is much stronger than the user, then he can undo the shadow possession. If there was one place where Shika was lacking, then it was chakra. He didn't had much, and now Sasuke was getting his own chakra boosted by the cursed mark. Earlier, Sasuke wasn't using chakra, so the sudden outburst of chakra from Sasuke was like a truck hitting him out of the blue. The Proctor also saw this and stopped from announcing the result. He wasn't sure what he should do right now. Sasuke was resisting, after all. Others who didn't know about the curse mark were confused, but after seeing that Sasuke hadn't lost yet, they were still looking forward to a good fight. But for those who knew what those markings were, they had worried faces. Kakashi narrowed his single lazy eye, ready to take action anytime. One person who was more eager to take down Sasuke was none other than Anko. Man, I knew this was going to be troublesome, but this... Shika couldn't help but ponder as he felt his grip over the shadow possession slipping. Fuck, this ain't good, Shika muttered as he gave it his all to hold back Sasuke from breaking out. Shika tried his hardest, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop Sasuke from breaking free. Sasuke, even without the marking, was borderline Chunin, so after the curse mark flared up, Shika felt a powerful chakra, amplified by the curse mark. Finally, after not being able to hold on any longer, he had to let go of the shadow possession jutsu that he had worked so hard to maintain. The moment Sasuke got out of the shadow possession jutsu, he immediately put distance between himself and Shika, making sure to stay away from his shadow. Earlier in the fight, he had almost forgotten that Shika was from the Nara clan. But even though he knew, Shika's attack was almost point blank, making it nearly impossible to dodge if one was not fast enough. Shika himself was huffing, having exhausted much of his energy, but still, Sasuke broke through. Although technically he didn't lose any chakra, as while holding on to Sasuke, he was also absorbing enough chakra from him to sustain his jutsu. That was the beauty of his shadow possession, with the ability to absorb chakra through his shadow, why shouldn't he? On the side, Kakashi looked at Sasuke with contemplation. He wasn't sure what to do now. He had said he would stop the match if Sasuke used the curse seal power, but Kakashi himself was unsure about it. After all, Sasuke, like other members of his team, had worked really hard to get this far, and he had even opened his Sharingan. Kakashi was also a little worried about Sasuke's mentality. There was no doubt that Orochimaru was after Sasuke for some reason, and this troubled him. What if his interference right now pushed Sasuke further towards defecting from the village? Then it would be like helping Orochimaru. Kakashi pondered and then finally looked at Hokage. After all, ultimately it depended on the Hokage whether this battle would continue or not. Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to notice Kakashi's gaze and looked at him. Understanding what Kakashi seemed to be asking, he waved his hand, signaling him not to take action right now. This surprised Kakashi a little, but ultimately, the Hokage's order was final. So Kakashi did not act further. Shika POV. What the hell? Why are they not intervening? I can't help but be confused and curse their ancestors for just sitting and enjoying the show. Can't they see this guy is clearly cheating, using the power which Uncle Orochi gave him? How is that even allowed? I can't help but look at Kakashi, who very conveniently looks away. What the heck? Right now, I just want to walk up to him and punch that annoying face of his, but I have to take care of Sasuke first. I saw the curse mark, which earlier was only on one side of his body, now covering his entire body. It was clear that he was using the full power of the first stage of the curse mark. Sigh. If I didn't want to be a Chunin, I would have given up by now. I saw Sasuke, after coming out of the restraint, start to look at me menacingly and then form hand signs. I saw the hand signs starting with a fire-style jutsu and frowned. Fire style, great fireball, Sasuke shouted, and a powerful fireball shot out of his mouth, rushing right at me. Shit. Instantly, I used the replacement jutsu to replace myself with a log and protect myself from the flames. I quickly formed hand signs of my own. Water style, water bullet. I thought in my mind, concentrating and pulling water using Max Elephant's water ability. My 3 months of hard training primarily depended on this. Being able to integrate the water of Max Elephant into my jutsu meant I didn't have to waste my chakra on forming the water myself. I knew that if there was a problem, it would be the amount of chakra. Even after learning water chakra style transformation, what is the point if I run out of chakra after performing some water jutsu? That is why learning the water ability of Max Elephant was crucial for me. Water style jutsu was, of course, faster than fire jutsu, making it harder to escape, but Sasuke was much faster. With the help of his Sharingan, he was able to see the bullet coming right at him and dodge it. Of course, that wouldn't work. The speed was almost equal, and now there was the Sharingan and the boost from the curse seal. I wanted to remove my weights, but before I could, Sasuke vanished from his place, rushing at me with insane speed. I stopped my action and got ready. Knowing the attack was coming, I had to block. There was no way I could dodge it, but at least I might be able to block it. I saw the punch coming at me and blocked it with my hands. But the punch was so powerful that it knocked me back. My hands felt numb for a second. Sasuke was only using the first stage of the curse mark, but I could see that the mark was covering his entire body, meaning he was using the full power of the curse seal. That punch sent me flying into the wall. Shit, gotta do something. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 16 comment. Vote. Chapter 38. With a thud, Shika fell to the ground, his arms numb, and he was cursing internally at both Kakashi and the Hokage. He is too fast. I can barely cope, even if I remove my weight, but he won't let me. I need to buy some time. Shika thought as he quickly tried to form a plan. Knowing that he couldn't handle Sasuke the way he was right now, he needed to come up with a plan quickly. He tried to feel his numb hands again, to cast jutsu, he needed them. Need to buy some time. What the hell, what did you do? How did you suddenly get this strong? Shika shouted out, making Sasuke, who was ready to attack him again, stop as he looked at his own hands and just smirked. Ha ha ha, you don't need to know. Just understand this much, you can't beat me. Sasuke, getting his ego stroked and hearing that he was strong, chuckled and instead of attacking directly, responded back. Shika, behind his back, was working really hard to recover his numb hands and circulate blood again in them with his reverse curse technique. Why were you holding back until now? Shika asked. Technically, he wasn't supposed to know anything about Sasuke having the curse mark, so he could ask this question. It's fine even if Sasuke doesn't answer, he was just buying time. Sasuke, on the other hand, after hearing this question, didn't answer. What could he tell? But then, being the shameless boy he was, he finally opened his mouth. Ah, you're not even worth me using my full power. What the fuck? Shika couldn't help but curse after hearing this. Hell, he might even believe this bastard if he didn't know better. His eyes twitched with frustration, and a smile appeared on his face. I see. Then I believe there is no reason for me to hold back either. Kid gloves are off now, Shika replied as he instantly moved his hands. His hands already had their blood flow back and, within a split second, formed multiple hand signs. Of course, to prevent Sasuke from copying this particular jutsu, he threw a smoke bomb to hide his hand signs. Though he personally didn't believe that the following jutsu was something Sasuke, who heavily relied on his eyes, would copy, still, prevention is better than cure. Sasuke, seeing this, thought that Shika was trying to hide or use his shadow against him again. So he keenly watched the area with his Sharingan. But the next second, the area started to fill with mist. Other shinobi seeing this was a little taken aback. Hiding in the mist jutsu, Shika smiled as he formed and hid in the smoke quickly and cast the jutsu. Hindering his sight, good choice. Hiruzen smiled a little after seeing what jutsu Shika was using because Kurane even he knew that Shika had recreated this jutsu from the hidden mist. Sasuke seeing the mist was taken aback, he currently doesn't have any jutsu to handle the mist. And inside the mist, his Sharingan is useless. Not to mention his Sharingan is not completely developed like Kakashi's 3-Tomo Sharingan. After the mist over the area, Shika quickly changed his place and the first thing he did was to remove the weight he was wearing to even out the speed a little bit. And while both Sasuke and Shika were blinded by the mist, people outside the mist as the mist was only covering the fighting ring right now, people were getting excited. Hey, what is going on? Why did the mist suddenly come up? Naruto asked. Idiot Naruto, this is, of course, Shika's jutsu. He did something, Sakura shouted back. Kakashi, who was beside them, narrowed his eyes as he knew what technique this was. It was from the hidden mist. Now he was wondering how Shika learned this technique. And more than anything, why use this? This technique is useful for hiding, but the user too will lose their sight. After all, not everyone is like Zabuza, who can, even after getting practically blind, land hits on the target. Which is true, not even people in the hidden mist can do what Zabuza casually does. They don't call him a demon for nothing. But what Kakashi didn't know was that right now Shika had the same skills and talents as Zabuza. And in the last 3 months of training, he had learned how to use Zabuza's skills. Meaning that now he didn't need his dogs to help him in the mist. He still wasn't as good as Zabuza, but he could navigate his way around the mist now. What's going on? Tenten asked, and Neji, beside her, used his Byakugan to see through the mist. That was one problem with the mist, Byakugan could see through it. And right now, Shika had no way to handle that. Hinata stiffened on seeing the mist as she remembered the last time Shika used that mist technique. It was a massacre. The other members of Team 8 were also the same. They all learned later on what Shika did in waves. Now, upon seeing the jutsu again, they couldn't help but frown. Both Hinata and Neji saw that Shika was at the edge of the fighting ring and was taking off the weights he was wearing on his legs and waist. Seeing this, both of them had their eyes widen a little. Neji, because he knew what kind of difference weights can make, and Hinata, because all this time she had been training with Shika but still hadn't noticed he was using weights. Inside the mist, Sasuke was on defense. He found that he too was running out of time. After all, he couldn't keep the curse seal open as he pleased. So he had to end this fight quickly, but the only problem was that his Sharingan was useless in this mist. Seeing that he couldn't do anything by just standing there and also internally thinking that there shouldn't be any particular way for Shika to see him in this mist either. You know, the person from whom I copied this jutsu was called the Demon of the Mist. Let's see how effective his technique was, the voice came, and Sasuke again took a defensive position. The next second, a kunai came flying at him from the mist, making Sasuke quickly react to dodge the upcoming attack, but that was only a decoy. From the entirely opposite side, Shika appeared, targeting Sasuke's blind spot. And this was all possible for only one reason. He learned from Zabuza how to move quietly so the enemy can't sense your movements. Sasuke blocked the kunai, but due to that, he couldn't see Shika coming at him from the other side. This was another good technique he learned from Zabuza's arsenal. Shika directly landed a punch at Sasuke's side, making him wince in pain as he used his curse energy in that punch to buff it up. Shika has learned that when it comes to physical power, curse energy gives a better buff to him instead of chakra, not taking Tsunade's chakra-infused power in this case of course. But still Shika by no means was a physical powerhouse or he want to hurt Sasuke too much and he didn't use kunai and thus Sasuke wasn't that hurt. And before Sasuke can get back to him, he was again gone in the mist like he was never there in the first place. Seeing this Sasuke gritted his teeth. He truly didn't have any way to hurt Shika now. Shika continued his normal attack on Sasuke, but there was a problem. Though this technique was good for getting a punch or two, it was really designed for killing people, which he couldn't do, of course. I need to land a powerful attack on him, Shika thought after harassing Sasuke for a while. He noticed that the mist was clearing. Maintaining mist in this place where no water is available is not only hard but also consumes too much chakra. Shika was always conscious of his chakra. For someone who can make 3 shadow clones, he wasn't that bad, as long as he didn't compare himself to someone like Naruto. There are many kids his age who don't have as much chakra as he does right now, but due to always being chakra conscious, he was always calculating his chakra and finding ways to use it more efficiently. He started to put his Nara brain to work and quickly came up with a good idea. Won't that be a little too much? Shika pondered as he thought about his own plan but then just shook his head. Anything besides what he planned would require him to reveal more of his cards and attract more attention than he wanted right now. He quickly took out the kunai he had and all the special explosive tags he made himself. They were extra explosive for times like this when he needed more firepower. It's beneficial to be a seal master, after all. Dash. Outside the mist, others were getting quite worried. It had been a little while since Shika used the mist, and now no one besides the 2 Hyuga could see what was happening inside. Asuma-sensei, what is going on? Why is there mist all of a sudden? Ino asked, not being able to see her Sasuke-kun and glaring at Shikamaru as if he were the reason behind this. Troublesome. This is a technique used by shinobi from the hidden mist. They are all excellent at concealing themselves in the mist and fighting in low visibility. Shika somehow is using their technique, Asuma replied, taking a puff on his cigarette. Hey? But how did he learn that in the first place? Ino asked in confusion. Well, you'll have to ask him yourself. Huff. Tenten, you never told me that your friend was so good at hiding. Neji, who had long deactivated his Byakugan as he was bored with how both Sasuke and Shika were fighting, asked. After all, he was a Hyuga, and a jutsu like this was completely useless to him, so he pretty much looked down on Shika. But not Sasuke, though. In fact, Sasuke's condition kind of interested him. He saw with his Byakugan that Sasuke's chakra was tinted dark and had become much stronger after those markings appeared on him. Tenten didn't reply. The way Neji talked kind of made her angry. Others were thinking along the same lines. They wanted to know what was going on in the mist but couldn't see. Unknown to all of them, Orochimaru was also there, and he was intently watching Sasuke's fight. Actually, he didn't even care about other fights, he was only here for Sasuke's fight. But now he was a little interested in Shikamaru. The kid was in Kabuto's team and was said to be somewhat strong for a solo genin. Orochimaru anticipated that this boy could give Sasuke a good fight, at least make him open the curse seal. Which he did, and that was all he was anticipating from Shikamaru. But that wasn't the case. The boy was supposed to get beaten by Sasuke, but surprisingly he had a technique like the hidden mist under his belt. Orochimaru was very interested in the Sharingan, so it was also normal for him to understand the limitations of the Sharingan. The mist technique was arguably the worst matchup for someone with a Sharingan. Even Orochimaru had to accept that, in this regard, the Byakugan was much superior. He was here to see how strong Sasuke was, but now, due to the mist, he couldn't see anything. He was getting a little angry now. So he planned to act. Though the Hokage was right there, he still planned to take a little risk and use wind style to remove the mist so that he could at least see what was going on. So, when Shika was ready to activate his plan, setting up the trap while still attacking Sasuke to make him busy, something strange happened. A strong wind suddenly originated, and the mist was blown away, making Shika suddenly visible to Sasuke. What in the... Shika was taken aback, both surprised and confused at the same time. He didn't understand what had happened just now. After all, he knew that Sasuke couldn't use wind-style jutsu. Some of the good Chunin and the Hokage noticed that the wind didn't originate from the fighting ring but from elsewhere. But Orochimaru's clone, which did this while hiding, was long gone. They now couldn't find who did it and surely couldn't stop the fight in the middle. But still, the Hokage gave a signal for a Jonin to investigate. Once the mist was lifted, everyone was able to see what was going on again in the fighting ring. Sasuke, who had suffered a one-sided beating from Shika, was very angry. Though maybe his emotions were also influenced by the curse seal. Humph, can you wait a little longer? I seem to be facing a technical issue with my technique right now, Shika asked nicely, hoping it might work. Well, people in the real world don't play nice, let alone in the ninja world. Sasuke rushed at Shika with all his speed, moving away from the targeted location where Shika had prepared the trap for him. TCH. Shika muttered under his breath. Now he had to bring Sasuke back to that spot. Troublesome, Shika muttered, his Nara gene acting up as he rushed at Sasuke at the same time. Now that he had his weights off, he wasn't that different in speed from Sasuke. Well, at least he believed so. He was still slower. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 25 comment. Vote. Chapter 39. Sasuke all but vanished from his place, rushing right at Shika with all his speed. Before Shika could react, a mighty punch came right into his face. It was so fast that he barely managed to dodge it, but Sasuke was ready with another attack. Due to being so close this time, Shika wasn't able to dodge the next attack. The punch hit Shika like a hammer striking his stomach, making all the air rush out of his lungs and causing him to stumble backwards. Phew. But he didn't have time to rest because Sasuke was going for a combo. He raised his leg and aimed right at Shika's head, trying to end the fight with one good combo. Shika, on the other hand, anticipated the attack. All that taijutsu training with Hinata had drilled instincts into him, allowing him to expect incoming attacks. He ducked down just in time to dodge the initial attack, but he couldn't outsmart someone with the Sharingan. Sasuke noticed Shika's body movements and realized that he would most likely duck and dodge the attack. So right after the kick, he continued his assault by spinning his body and turning his high kick into a spinning low kick. The spinning low kick hit Shika's back, and since Shika was barely holding himself up, he was thrown off balance and fell. This gave Sasuke an excellent opportunity to start forming hand signs for a jutsu that Shika knew very well. Is that? Kakashi was the first to notice thanks to his Sharingan. He was able to see what Sasuke was doing and stiffened. He wanted to stop Sasuke but wasn't sure if he should. The Hokage had told him to continue the fight, and there had to be a reason for that, right? He was sure that the Hokage would act if something went wrong, so he wasn't too worried. Little did he know that the Hokage was thinking the same thing. Hiruzen had allowed the match to continue because he wanted to see what Shika was capable of. Without a formal Jonin sensei, getting a good grasp of Shika's powers was difficult for the Hokage. This was why Hiruzen Sarutobi had been holding back on assigning a Jonin sensei to Shika. He wanted to test the boy out. And so far, what Shika had shown was indeed worthy of getting a Jonin sensei. Being able to use a hidden mist technique and receiving high praise from Kurone was impressive. But now, Hiruzen finally saw a chance to evaluate Shika in a one-on-one fight. When Shika used the hidden mist jutsu, Hiruzen thought the match was over, but the wind ruined the boy's plan. He felt a little sorry for Shika, but in the ninja world, luck also plays a significant role. Hiruzen was not just a strong shinobi, he was extremely lucky as well. Still, he knew that Shika was a promising young ninja and was ready to act to save him if necessary, but not until he deemed it essential. Shika, who was on the ground, saw the hand signs and cursed internally. This was a fire-style jutsu if he wasn't mistaken. He didn't know the hand signs very well, but technically, that was the only jutsu Sasuke could perform right now. Good thing this bastard doesn't know Chidori right now, he thought and gritted his teeth to dodge the upcoming attack. Sasuke wasn't that far from him, so dodging this attack would be challenging. He knew that, and that's why he didn't try to dodge. Instead, he drew on his chakra and the power of Max Elephant directly into his palm. This technique is not finished yet, but if I increase the amount of chakra and don't worry about building up the pressure. Shika thought, bringing both of his hands together and clapping, with the tips of his fingers aimed at Sasuke. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke shouted and let out a huge fireball toward Shika. Calling off your moves, seriously. And here I thought you were supposed to be the cool character, Shika smiled a little as he prepared himself. Water convergence, he thought internally. At the tip of his clasped hands, a jet of water stream emerged. This was supposed to be a special power of the Kumo clan, where they could manipulate their blood to create a powerful stream capable of cutting through almost anything. In the manga, Sukuna used something similar with Megami's body, employing Max Elephant's water like the Kumo clan's convergence. Over the last 3 months, Shika had been practicing to achieve the same effect, but he couldn't maintain enough pressure to produce a powerful stream of water. The technique wasn't complete yet, otherwise, he could have finished the match long ago. He needed more time. But he could still use this technique in another way. What if he just increased the water volume and didn't worry as much about building pressure? Yes, it wouldn't cut anything, but it was more than enough to handle a mere fireball. Shika thought, and the next moment, when the fireball came at him, a wave of water shot from his hands, immediately extinguishing the fireball. This all happened within seconds, but those who witnessed it were surprised. They clearly saw Shika using a water escape jutsu not from his mouth but from his hands, and more importantly, he didn't use any hand signs. That much water without any hand signs. Was Kurane telling the truth about the boy's talent in genjutsu, or is he more of a specialist in water jutsu? Hiruzen pondered. But seeing Shika back on his feet and ready to handle the next attack made him smile. To him, this was a clear sign that the next generation was progressing well. His red eyes narrowed, and somehow his anger was rising for some reason. His Sharingan noticed that Shika didn't have any chakra build up at that time, so the real question was how he was able to use this attack so fast. Even with fire-style jutsu, he has to convert his chakra to fire, which takes some time and a full set of hand signs. Water-style jutsu requires even more chakra and control. He couldn't understand, and right now he didn't have the time. He felt a pang of pain in his neck, making him feel that he was running out of time. Okay, think. I need to bring him back to that position somehow. How do I do that? Shika pondered and instantly came up with 2 answers to that question. One is to fight him in close combat and draw him near the mark. Yeah, I'm not that desperate to break a few bones just to bring that bastard back to the target spot. Shika couldn't help but frown. The second option is to snipe at him from a long distance. Though the attacks might not connect, maybe I can bring him back to that position if I plan well, like how Shikamaru did to Temari in the anime. He was earlier pretty much equal to Sasuke in close combat, but after using his Sharingan and activating that curse seal, Sasuke was overwhelmingly dominating him in the match. Genjutsu won't work, all thanks to Sharingan. Can't use 10 shadows for obvious reasons. That was still the last card if he has nothing else in his arsenal. He had to use it but not before that, maybe he could summon his dogs. That trap is the only choice I have to bring him down without revealing some of my other cards. Shika gritted his teeth and got ready. But then he suddenly realized something. He quickly looked around and noticed many of the shuriken and kunao had shattered. He is not throwing those kunao at me anymore. Is he out of them? Shika pondered. Right now he only has a close combat method to handle with me. Meaning he has to come to me if he wants to end this match? I can use that. Now I can determine where the fight will happen. Seeing him as aggressive as he is, either that seal is messing with his mind already or he is running out of time. Whatever the case is, I can use it. Shika thought all this in the split second before finally making a plan. Earlier he was planning on somehow bringing Sasuke to the target spot, but now he himself went to that spot and lured Sasuke there. At least this way I will suffer fewer broken bones, Shika mutters with a little irritation on his face as he gets ready to tank a powerful attack and simultaneously heal himself. The small smoke screen created by the collision of both the water and the fireball gives him enough time to formulate a plan. Shika acted like he was making distance from Sasuke while heading to the spot, and also formed hands to throw water bullets at Sasuke rushing at him. Sasuke's Sharingan started to rotate as he saw the trajectory of the water bullets and dodged them effectively. Still rushing at Shika at full speed. Dash. Hey Kakashi-sensei, what are those markings on Sasuke's body? Naruto asked with confusion. He was not the sharpest kunao out there, but the boy wasn't an idiot. He knew that after Sasuke got those markings, he suddenly became a lot stronger, strong enough to crush Shika all over. He wanted to ask earlier but didn't feel like it. Now he just couldn't control himself. Naruto, like in the anime, was knocked out by Orochimaru, so he didn't know about the curse seal on Sasuke. Sakura, on the other hand, knew. After Naruto asked this, she stiffened. She remembered how dangerous and violent Sasuke was upon first getting those markings. She was honestly worried about Sasuke right now. If only Shika could hear what she was thinking, he would leave his match halfway and slap this bitch. After all, she should be worried about the person he is fighting, and not about Sasuke himself. You'll know. Just keep watching, Kakashi replied with one eye closed as if asking Naruto to figure it out himself. But honestly, he didn't want to say it to Naruto. He knew how competitive both boys were, and this would be another troublesome thing if Naruto also decided to get a mark of his own. Teams 8, 9, and 10 were also thinking the same thing. Some were asking their Jonin sensei about those markings and how Sasuke suddenly became this strong, while those who already knew were frowning. In the ring, Sasuke dodged all the attacks Shika threw at him and was almost upon him. Shika thought Sasuke was out of kunao not completely, he still should have 1 or 2 just in case, but those are mostly for close combat fighting, and he wouldn't throw them away. At least he hoped so. Just as Sasuke was near him, Shika formed the hand sign at the right moment and his shadow spread out towards Sasuke to capture him again. Sasuke's Sharingan accurately saw the trajectory. Suddenly an idea came to his mind that Shika was trying to draw him in for this exact move. A little smirk played at his lips, and just when the shadow was about to touch him, he jumped high. Shika was taken aback. He was expecting Sasuke to dodge, but he was still coming at him. The jump was powerful enough for Sasuke to cover the last bit of distance. Shika, seeing Sasuke coming in, gritted his teeth and brought his hands in front to block the upcoming attack. Bam! Sasuke performed some sort of kung fu move mid-air, twisting his body and kicking right at Shika's torso. Good thing that Shika was expecting a powerful attack coming his way, otherwise, that attack might have hit him directly in the chest and shattered his ribs. But even though he blocked with his hands, the attack was too much. A sudden sound of bone breaking came from his hands, and pain ran through him. The flying kick was so strong it sent Shika flying back into the wall, and with a bang, he was slammed against it. Boom! Dash! Others grasped the power of that last kick. Internally, they knew that the match was over now. Even the Hokage knew that he had to step in or Shika would be in trouble. On his side, Orochimaru smirked, seeing his perfect weapon using the power he gave him. That is like one of your kicks, Guy-sensei, Lee said, looking intently at Sasuke. He remembered how easily he had beaten Sasuke before the exam, and now Sasuke had gotten this strong. And he knew that the power was granted, not his own, but still, power is power. Guy and Neji were looking at this with serious faces while Tenten was worried sick for Shika. Other Genin and Jonin were the same. Even Gaara gave up on the match, knowing what the result was going to be. Shika in the ring felt like someone had run a truck over him. The pain he felt in the last 5 seconds was more pain than he had ever experienced in both of his lives combined. He was barely sitting with the support of the wall, with a big dent and cracks in it thanks to that emo bastard turning into Might Guy and kicking him like he was Madara Uchiha himself. Even with padded clothes and reinforcing himself with CE, he broke many ribs and was working hard to recover with reverse curse energy. Give up, you can't win, Sasuke said as he looked down on Shika, who was coughing up blood by now. It seemed like his mind hadn't been entirely corrupted yet. The proctor on the side also saw Shika's condition and was about to say something, but before that, Shika started to move. Shika struggled to stand up on his feet, his healing working overtime to fix him internally. Nah, I'll win. Shika, even with blood trailing down from the side of his mouth, smirked. As others, including Sasuke, registered his words, a silence fell in the hall, only to be broken by a loud explosion. Surprise, bitch. Triple X. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 40. Sasuke didn't want to continue the match, there was no point. So he asked Shika to stop and give up. But to his surprise, the boy stood up and then said that he would win. He couldn't understand what was giving him that confidence. The boy was seriously injured. Seeing that the boy wasn't going to give up on his own, Sasuke was about to knock him out. But before he could do that, something happened. He heard an explosion. Following the sound, he looked up and his eyes widened in shock. Others were a little late to figure out what was going on, but when they did, their eyes also widened. The explosion happened at the ceiling. Multiple explosive tags were set up in a circle at the ceiling. Shika had placed them there when the mist was still covering the ring. And now they finally exploded, taking down an entire area of the ceiling in a circle. Shika had planted them in a way that they effectively destroyed a part of the ceiling without affecting the rigidity of the building itself. He could have used the explosive tags directly on Sasuke, but with the Sharingan, Sasuke would most likely have dodged. Not to mention, with the curse seal active, Shika doubted that normal explosive tags would be effective against Sasuke. He made them, but unlike Conan, he too had a limited number of them. Wasting them on Sasuke wasn't an option, let alone alerting the boy that he had explosive tags. After all, not everyone keeps explosive tags with them, they are expensive. Making them is also a pain in the ass, one mistake and they go kaboom. And God help you if you have some of them lying around when one of them explodes on you. So in this condition, Shika went for this one knockout blast, and the blast happened right under the targeted place where he was trying to bring Sasuke all this time. If that wind earlier hadn't blown away all the mist, then this match would have been over a long time ago. Sasuke, who was right underneath the falling ceiling, was completely caught off guard. He tried to move, but something blocked him from doing so. He looked down only to see a kunai dug right where his shadow was, and the kunai had a tag. This was the exact trick Shikamaru used against Haiden. I am actually not sure who he used that against exactly. If I'm wrong, then please tell me in the comments. Of course, Sasuke could overpower this little kunai with the shadow capturing tag, but the issue was time. The ceiling was above him. He tried to move but he couldn't. Bam! The entire ceiling fell right on top of him, making enough noise to wake up those distracted people in the hall. It made half of the Jonin stand up as they thought they were under attack, while some even thought that the building was falling apart. That crazy kid, Kurane said, slack-jawed at what Shika did. On the side, her team was nodding and gulping at the same time. Yeah, Shika-kun can be scary at times like this, Hinata said with a smile, awkwardly. Out of all, she knew Shika the best. Due to Shika training with her intensively, she was now a little aware from the few quirks he had, one being his knack for going over the top in fights like this. Sasuke. Both Ino and Sakura shouted, even now only worried about Sasuke. The Hokage, seeing this, had his eyebrows twitching. After all, he had to provide funds to repair this. Orochimaru, on the other side, was strangely looking at Shika. Though he is not that strong, this Nara boy acts more like a shinobi than all those brats combined. Orochimaru wasn't honestly expecting anyone here besides Gaara to give Sasuke a good fight, maybe Neji, but none other. But now, seeing how this Nara boy was performing, he was getting excited. What will it be, Sasuke? Can you come out of this? Even the proctor was freaked out when that ceiling fell on Sasuke, internally cursing the kids for breaking things. Shika, seeing the plan successful, finally sighed and let out the breath he had been holding. He knew that by following this plan, he might later get scolded by others, but to become a Chunin, he had to do it. And as for Sasuke, well, if he survived Orochimaru, then this shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? If we are done here, then please announce the results so we can maybe take out the tattoo guy from that. Shika turned back to the proctor, who was still looking at the place where the ceiling collapsed and then snapped out of it. Is it just today, or am I getting too old for this? Gecko Hayate thought. After coughing a little, he was about to quickly announce the results so he could save the last hope of the Uchiha clan. Shika, that was too much, Kurane shouted on the side, her eyebrows trembling with a little anger and a little excitement. Shika just smiled at her, not bothering to talk. At least she wasn't cursing at him like those other fangirls were doing right now. This boy isn't like the rest of the Nara. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe and sighed. He could only hope that Sasuke was fine. Kakashi, seeing this result, was a little worried about Sasuke but still didn't make any move. Because beside him were Guy and his team, and Neji, along with them, told others that Sasuke was fine. The same was the case with Hinata. Sigh, finally it's over. Now I just have to worry about the finals and impress those old fools to make me a Chunin, Shika muttered to himself. He was just waiting for this eternally ill Jonin to end his non-stop coughing session and announce him as the winner so that he could get going. But... boom. Just when the proctor was about to announce the result, a sound came from where the ceiling had fallen, making everyone snap back to that spot, and Shika internally had a bad feeling about it. From beneath the rubble, stones shifted and crumbled away, and suddenly, Sasuke emerged. His body was battered, his clothes torn, but his eyes, those piercing Sharingan, were still flaring with intensity. He looked more feral, more dangerous, as if the collapse had only fueled his rage. To some degree, he looked more like a demon than a human, as his hair was a little longer now and no longer black but grey, and his white skin was now a little dark. He no longer had those black markings spreading on his skin anymore, in fact, he had entirely changed to a certain degree. If I can't even beat a slacker like him, how can I ever be able to kill that man? Gritting his teeth, Sasuke suppressed the pain. All he was thinking about was killing that man, that was his source of motivation. Itachi killed his parents and his entire clan. He was the same age as I am when he did it. So why? Why am I so weak? Why? 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 Sasuke was roaring this to him, his anger feeding more and more power to the curse seal. And even unknown to him, his emotions have made him stronger. Others didn't understand, but Shika did. Stage 2. His eyes were wide, his mind working overtime to understand what was going on. Sasuke's current look was much like the second stage of the curse mark shown in the anime. But Shika, after calming down, realized that it wasn't entirely the second stage yet. Neither were his eyes completely dark nor his looks that much different from base Sasuke. Only one side of his body was darkened, and there was no star mark in the middle of his face. More than anything, he didn't have those wing-like things on his back. Shika could tell that Sasuke was stronger now but not that strong. Partial stage 2 transformation, Shika muttered under his breath. Now things were really getting troublesome. The crowd gasped in shock. Most of the genin, watching from the sidelines, couldn't believe their eyes. Kaiba and Ino exchanged worried glances, while Hinata covered her mouth, her eyes wide with fear. Even Neji, usually calm and composed, narrowed his eyes, sensing the dangerous power emanating from Sasuke. On the balcony, the Jonin were tense. Kakashi's expression was unreadable, but his eyes showed how much he just wanted to end this match right now. The fuck, what kind of plot armor is this, you third-rate author? I know you lack imagination, but fuck you and this stupid FIC, Shika cursed after seeing the proctor. The proctor hesitated, his gaze flickering between Shika and Sasuke. By Sasuke's looks alone, he could tell that he shouldn't let this match continue, but... He turned back to the Hokage, who didn't say anything. He sighed and moved back, not planning to interfere in this fight for the time being but ready to take action as soon as possible. It's not like Hiruzen wasn't planning on stopping the fight, it's just that he was too distracted right now by Sasuke's transformation to say anything. Orochimaru, on the side, showed a delightfully crazy smile. After all, out of all the people here, he was the only one who knew the curse seal best. This was indeed the partial stage 2 transformation. Ku. You are indeed the perfect vessel for me, Sasuke-kun. Others need mind-awakening pills to even achieve this stage, and you can partially achieve this all by yourself. Now I'm looking more and more forward to taking your body. Karin, too, was watching this fight from the start, and all this time, she was internally cheering for Shika. But when Shika started to lose, she kind of lost hope. But then she was amazed at how Shika turned that situation around with proper planning and captured his opponent in his trap. Though she had to say that the boy he was fighting with was handsome, she rather cheered for Shika, who saved her life, than a nobody. All the girls were cheering for that boy anyway. And when she thought that Shika had won this match, that boy once again came out of the trap, and this time he looked even more inhuman for some reason. Shika cursed internally, his mind racing to figure out a way to beat Sasuke. But unfortunately for him, Sasuke wasn't planning on giving him time to think this time around. Sasuke came out of that rubble with only one thought in mind, winning. To do that, he would do anything he had to. I will win, I'll not lose, Sasuke roared. That's fine, just let me win, Shika again tried asking nicely. Maybe this time it would work? The next second, Sasuke was rushing at him. Maybe not. Shika's eyes narrowed as he tried to assess the situation, but there was no time to think. Sasuke moved faster than Shika could react, closing the distance in an instant. Before Shika could even raise his arms to defend himself, Sasuke's fist slammed into his stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. The impact was brutal, knocking the wind out of Shika. He tried to push himself up, but Sasuke was already on him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Each blow was precise and devastating, leaving Shika no room to counterattack. It was as if Sasuke was toying with him, overwhelming him with sheer speed and strength. He didn't even had time to make hand sign to bring his 10 shadow. It was clear that the fight has gone beyond his current capabilities. And now he had to use his 10 shadows if he desired to win. Of course he can always accept his loss, but that wasn't an option if he needed to promote it to Chunin and get system reward. Maybe I should have just blown him up with those explosions. Shika gritted his teeth as he tried to hold on and block, desperately trying to use his shadow techniques, but Sasuke was too quick. Every time Shika was ready to move his shadow to buy him some time by capturing the lost demon child, Sasuke was already there, interrupting him with another punishing strike. It was a one-sided beatdown, and Shika knew he was in trouble. The onlookers watched in stunned silence as Sasuke continued his relentless assault. Even the other genin, who had been confident in their own skills, was taken aback by the sheer brutality of the fight. Shikamaru's brow furrowed in concern. Shika would be happy to know that at least there was someone looking after him and worrying for him. Well, there were Karin and Hinata and others, but when you are getting a one-sided beating like this, it's very easy to believe that you are alone. Shika's vision blurred as he struggled to stay conscious. His body screamed in pain with every hit, but his reverse curse energy was fixing him just as fast, and no matter what he tried, Sasuke was always one step ahead, like the Uchiha knew that he couldn't give Shika time to think. This was the point when finally the Hokage and others were ready to end the battle. Testing out their powers and strategies was fine, but still, they couldn't let this go on anymore. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 41. Shika desperately was trying to hold off the attacks, he just needed a little time to do something, anything. But to his utter frustration, Sasuke wasn't giving him that time. The boy, as if losing all reasoning and hearing, just kept on hitting him. If not for his CE enhancement on defense and reverse curse energy working hard in the background, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Shika gritted his teeth as he tried to fend off the relentless attacks from the half-demonized Sasuke, but nothing was working. Sasuke, with his Sharingan, knew exactly where to hit him. Others on the side, after seeing this one-sided beating, were ready to stop the match. And that was exactly what Shika feared. To prove himself, he had to beat Sasuke. The stronger Sasuke he defeated, the more chance he had to become a Chunin. Focus, he muttered to himself while feeling the pain all over his body and tanking a powerful kick to his midsection. Stay focused. Losing your cool right now won't do. He told himself as he tried to concentrate, but it was hard. Another punch landed on his side. Fortunately, this one was a lighter attack, so he could endure it. Focus. If you want to be a Chunin, then you have to beat this bastard. Find a gap and summon any of the shadow. 8-handed sword divergent. Seal a divine general. TCH, if only. Thud. Sasuke kicked him right in the head while pretending to go after his legs. For a second, the light went out for Shika. He felt dizzy. Standing straight suddenly became hard for him. That was still a light attack from Sasuke considering the tricky angle he attacked Shika, but the blow to the head shook him up. But Sasuke didn't end there. Now, finally seeing a breach in the defense, he went for a heavy attack, punching Shika right in the chest and sending him back. Shika was barely standing on his feet now, coughing up blood as it leaked from his nose. Okay, that's enough. Stop this fight. Finally, Hokage said, and that was the only thing holding the Jonin back from taking action. Kurane, Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma were the closest, so they simultaneously took action. But unfortunately for them, they weren't fast enough. Sasuke was not that slow now, thanks to all that buff from the curse seal. And Sasuke wasn't stopping. He rushed at Shika with his fist ready to land a definitive attack. Other Jonin, seeing this, frowned. They clearly wouldn't make it in time. They were only halfway there when suddenly something strange happened. It felt like the light dimmed for a second. Bam! All 4 of them, already at the training ground, were taken aback. Something just went past them. Instinctively, they turned their heads back. But upon seeing this, they were shocked. Even Hokage and others who were watching from further away were shocked. Sasuke was planted into the wall and then dropped down while coughing up blood, much like how Shika did earlier. What the hell are you all doing? The match isn't done yet. Suddenly, a deep voice came, and the four Jonin turned back only to see Shika staring at them. But off. They were taken aback because all of them saw something different in Shika's eyes right now. A strange look made them instinctively on their guard, as if they sensed danger. Though they couldn't tell what had changed, there was something different about him. Shika, after telling them off, didn't bother with them. He looked at Sasuke, who was trying to get up, and then he looked at his own hands. Black Flash, a phenomenon which occurs when curse energy is released at 1/1,000,000th of a second after landing a hit. It breaks space itself, increasing the power of the attack by 2.5. Not a 2.5x boost, it powers up to 2.5. But more than that, the person who has landed a Black Flash, their understanding of curse energy and jujutsu compared to an ordinary sorcerer is like heaven and earth. And now I can feel it too. I am way past my 100%. My chakra is working at 120% of its original power now. And this feeling. Is this the right time to say that I am the only one? Ha 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 ha. Shika ended up laughing, making others confused. They looked at him like Sasuke really hit him hard on the head. Shika, we are stopping. Kakashi was about to say something, but before he could complete his sentence, Shika responded. I said, butt off. Shika glared at Kakashi, and for some reason, they all felt something strange, a pressure they couldn't understand. At this moment, they didn't know what to do, so they looked back at the Hokage. Here is inside. It would be unfair to stop the fight when Shika suddenly got the upper hand. So he just nodded for them to move out and let the match continue. Kakashi, what was that? Guy asked. I don't know, some sort of black lightning, Kakashi replied, a little confused. Why are we even letting this match continue? Kurane complained. She wanted to stop the match the first time Sasuke used the curse mark. This was already way too unfair for Shika. She and Kakashi both. It's too late for that. There will be lingering resentment if we interfere now. So as long as their lives are not at risk, we shouldn't interfere, Asuma said, taking out a cigarette to smoke. Orochimaru, on the side, was fascinated. He honestly thought the match was over and was about to leave. He was too impatient and missed the black lightning others saw. The only thing he saw was Sasuke being blasted into the wall. Now he was even more interested in Shika, which wasn't a good thing, to be honest. But Shika didn't care right now. Just as he thought earlier, he wasn't thinking rationally anymore. Now he just wanted to beat that Uchiha. Sasuke was barely able to get up after that punch. The punch was so strong that it broke many of his ribs. You want to fight, Sasuke? Fine. I will give you one. Shika smiled and shouted. Something wasn't right. Others felt it in how he was behaving. He quickly took out a scroll and opened it, manifesting 4 barrels of water. He had them in case he ended up fighting Gaara. With his increased power, he kicked all of them, making the water flow onto the floor. If this had been outside, the ground would have absorbed the water, but the fight was happening inside a building with a cement floor. I agree that I can't beat you right now the way I am, Shika said as the water spread all over the floor, even coming out to Sasuke, who was trying hard to shake off the effects of that last attack. I don't have a handy power booster like you do or those magic eyes. But I'm not done yet. This is not done yet. I have not mastered this yet, but what the hell? I'm gonna do it anyway. Shika shouted, making others look at him like he had lost it. Nara people usually don't talk this much. But then something happened that silenced all of them. Lightning started to crackle around Shika. This is my own news lightning cloak. It hurts like a bitch, what does one expect with lightning running through their body? I have no control over this. I'm doing this all raw. But I don't give a shit anymore. My reverse curse technique will ensure I'm not dead. Right now, I just want to put that Uchiha in his place. You cheating bastard, it's payback time. Shika had a big smile on his face as lightning crackled around him and even made the water below him electrically charged. Both Sasuke and Shika stood in front of each other, an intense glare down happening right now. Sasuke could feel that there was something different about Shika, but he couldn't figure out what. What was that punch? Sasuke thought to himself. It still hurt him even after using this much of the curse seal power. And then there was this sudden change in Shika. Sasuke couldn't say what was really different, but he could feel something had changed in him. He looked a little crazy and too excited for some reason. But then Shika ended up flooding the floor with water, and Sasuke's Sharingan caught sight of electricity. What is he planning? Never mind, I will end this with my next attack, Sasuke told himself as both he and Shika seemed to get the signal at the same time and rushed at each other. With a flash of lightning trailing behind, Shika almost disappeared from his place, making Sasuke and others watching gasp in surprise. He is fast. Sasuke was surprised, but his earlier speed advantage was nowhere to be seen. Both instantly appeared in the middle of the fighting ring. Bam! Their punches collided, powerful chakra flaring out and making the water beneath them ripple. What? Sasuke's eyes widened just a tiny bit, not only was speed equal, but also physical power was now the same. How? Shika gritted his teeth as the lightning made him faster but was also damaging his body too much. He felt the pain resonate inside him as their fists collided. If not for the reverse curse technique, he would have been in a hospital bed by now. Ha! The pain made him even more enraged as Shika swung his fist at Sasuke, starting a close combat match. This punch was powerful, but Sasuke's Sharingan predicted the attack, and he quickly moved out of the way. Dodging the attacks, Shika used the punching motion and twisted his body again to land a powerful roundhouse kick at Sasuke, but the Uchiha saw that coming as well. He ducked and attacked Shika's leg. Though both of them were now equal in speed, Sasuke's Sharingan gave him an advantage. Shika winced in pain as he tried to guard against Sasuke's next kick, but that was a false attack from the raven-haired boy. Sasuke actually stopped his kick mid-air and punched Shika, making him stagger back. Shika gritted his teeth. Even now, he wasn't able to land a hit on this bastard. He blocked as he saw another punch coming right at him and then moved to kick Sasuke. It was a light attack to create a little distance, but Sasuke calculated the kick and dodged it almost effortlessly, making Shika complain internally in frustration. Sasuke then threw a kick of his own, landing right on Shika's side. Sasuke, who was very focused on avoiding Shika's attacks and landing as many attacks on him as possible, didn't even notice that Shika let him land that attack. Shika grabbed onto Sasuke's leg, not letting the nimble son of a bitch move around anymore. Seeing this, Sasuke threw a punch right at Shika's gut, intending to make him guard that attack and let go of his leg. But what Sasuke failed to understand was that Shika wasn't being rational right now. The curse energy overdose and all that frustration from before piled up and made him a little crazy. Shika didn't dodge or block, he just tanked the attack and let out a soft muffled moan of pain before using his other arm to grab onto Sasuke's hand. Got you now, bitch. Shika gritted his teeth but then smiled crazily at Sasuke, making Sasuke, for the first time, believe that maybe continuing this fight might not be the best idea. Shika pulled a Naruto on Sasuke and knocked back his head, giving the emo bastard the meanest headbutt of all time. Bam. The sound was loud enough to make others in the audience wince. Both of their heads bled, and for a second, both of them felt like they had lost their vision, with unstable footing and staggering back while clutching their heads. But while Sasuke was in pain, Shika exploited the RCT of a round deer and quickly healed the dent on his head. Sasuke, on the other hand, gritted his teeth in pain and quickly formed hand signs to launch a fire jutsu to create some distance. His footing was all out of order right now. Not only was he running out of chakra slowly, but he also wasn't able to heal like Shika. Shika noticed the hand signs and quickly took a very peculiar stance. Both Hinata and Neji knew this stance very well. That. Neji's white eyes widened. While Hinata didn't have that big of a reaction after all, she trained with Shika. She knew what Shika was doing when he flooded the floor with water. Do it, Shika-kun. Hinata cheered in her mind. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Water style. Revolving heaven. As the fireball rushed at Shika, the water on the ground seemed to be attracted to Shika like he was a magnet and started to rotate around him as he himself was rotating. In a split second, a majestic dome of water was rotating on the fighting ground, making others who were watching with their mouths agape, especially Neji. The rotating water protected Shika inside as the fireball was absorbed and disappeared before it could even land on the target. Seeing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth. But he didn't have enough time. Shika quickly came out of the dome and rushed at him to deliver a powerful punch. The speed was faster than before, apparently, he used the momentum of the rotation to propel himself out of the dome before it could collapse. Sasuke quickly reacted and dodged the upcoming punch by jumping back. But Shika was having none of it. As soon as his punch failed, Shika moved his hand and the water below him formed a whip that shot out from his hand and wrapped around Sasuke's leg, who was in mid-air. His eyes widened. Not so quick. Shika still had that maniac look on his face. He tugged hard on the whip, pulling Sasuke right into another punch waiting for him. Focus, nail the timing. The punch was so fast that even Sasuke's Sharingan had trouble seeing it. As soon as the punch landed on Sasuke's body, again that strange lightning appeared. A black lightning that distorted space itself. Sasuke felt his chest shatter from the punch as Shika's strike launched him into the wall with so much power that normal eyes couldn't follow the flying boy. Sasuke crashed into the wall and coughed up buckets of blood. He felt he wasn't able to breathe anymore, that punch was too powerful. But unfortunately for Sasuke, his troubles were just beginning. His Sharingan saw something big coming right at him, and his eyes widened. A feeling of death overwhelmed him, and he hurriedly moved out of the way. The next second, a huge sword with a blade bigger than Sasuke's own body came flying and dug 2 inches deep where he had been. Sasuke's eyes widened, just a few seconds more and he would have been dead. Bastard, is he trying to kill me? Sasuke muttered, but again he felt danger and moved out of the way. The next second, he saw Shika was right where he had previously been and was about to punch out. Oh, guess I can't land more than 2 black flashes. Pity. And you, don't start talking sense now, just when the shit was getting fun. Come on, let's kill each other. Shika smiled, sending goosebumps down Sasuke's spine as Shika reached out for the Kyubikaribge, which was dug into the wall. With one mighty pull, he yanked it out and swung it at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened. Too fast. He was still stuck to the wall and could only move sideways to avoid the giant sword in Shika's last punch. He neither had the time nor the stance to move out of the way. That sword. Kurane saw the sword and muttered. Stop, Sasuke will die if that hits. But it was too late, Shika had already swung the great sword. At the last moment, Sasuke performed a replacement jutsu and escaped the reach of the giant sword. TCH, Shika clicked his tongue, wanting to summon any of his Shikigami to hunt Sasuke down, but he wasn't irrational enough to reveal his ace right now. He quickly looked at Sasuke, who appeared on the other side of the ground and fighting ring, huffing and trying to regain control of his breathing. But Shika didn't plan to give him any more time. He quickly threw the Kyubikaribge again at Sasuke. Sasuke saw the gigantic sword coming and got ready to dodge the attack. See if you can dodge this, Shika shouted back and formed hand signs. Hokage, watching the fight with a complicated expression, saw what Shika was doing and his eyes widened. That Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Shika grinned as he formed the hand signs. And as soon as the hand sign ended, the Kobikaribasho Shika throw multiplied into hundreds. Rushing at Saki with great velocity. Sasuke's eyes shrank, even his Sharingan wasn't able to see any loopholes to avoid this attack. Triple X. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 42. Sasuke saw the barrage of deadly great swords flying at him and frowned, gritting his teeth. He internally knew now that there was no way but to take some damage to get out of this attack. He couldn't do anything, the attack was way too widespread for him to dodge it. With all this power he used the last of this chakra and his Sharingan flare. His body was battered by now and many of these ribs were broken, he was almost out of chakra but still, he moved and using his Sharingan tried to find the most optimal way to avoid most of the swords. Ducking, jumping, sidestepping he dodged most of them, but he didn't come out of it unharmed. There were many cuts on his body but he avoided most of the lethal attacks. But it wasn't done yet, he saw just one more sword was flying towards him. Sasuke waited and when the time was right ducked to avoid that last sword. He thought that the fight was finally over but then suddenly a voice came. Finally got you now. Shika's voice came making Sasuke's heart sink even more. Turns out that the last sword wasn't just a shadow clone of the Kobikaribasho. As soon as it passed Sasuke, the sword turned into Shika. To be more exact, a copy of Shika, as humans can't change their shape that much but shadow clones can. Sasuke felt a looking presence behind him, his heart beating fast. If only he looked behind him he might see a demon holding a huge ass sword trying to cut off his head right now to take him to the afterlife. Shika was holding the big Kobikaribasho, which he swung at Sasuke and finally caught him off guard. But Shika wasn't planning on killing Sasuke, what he was planning was to trap Sasuke by his neck at the one curvature of the great sword. He targeted Sasuke just right, hitting right at his neck and then digging the sword into the ground, making Sasuke bend over and lay flat on the ground, his head now stuck at the ground. Finally got you. Shika sighed. He was about to sit on Sasuke so that he wouldn't move anymore and try to escape. But that was when Sasuke, who was in front of him, vanished with a puff of smoke. What? Shika was flabbergasted. Since when he started playing clones? That's Naruto's copyright. But he didn't have the time to think about this as he saw someone appearing right beneath him. It was Sasuke. Sasuke pulls a Lee on Shika and kicks him up. But that wasn't enough, so he kicked him even further in the air and jumped high enough to lastly send a powerful kick at Shika. Lion's Barrage. Sasuke put everyone's last bit of his power into that attack and kicked Sasuke back to the ground with a kick. Thud. Shika's body fell to the ground with a thud, and Sasuke too followed as he no longer had enough power to fight anymore. After that, silence fell in the hall. Waiting for something to happen, anything. But nothing happened. Is this even a genin fight anymore? Are you sure those guys are already not Chunin if not Jonin? Someone asked with disbelief. Is this finally ending? Did Sasuke win? Ha, I knew that Sasuke would win, he is the best. Others talked and discussed about the fight and now it ended. They were expecting a good fight from Sasuke but not Shika. I won. Sasuke finally muttered as he was not completely out of chakra, that clone took all of it and that last attack pretty much exhausted him. Now he was even having a hard time staying conscious. His transformation already retreating back as he went back to his base form like he never turned into a half-demon teenager before. Sasuke looked at the proctor like asking him to announce the result, but the proctor didn't. I won, Sasuke said to the proctor, but before he could get any response he heard this. Nah, I won. Sasuke's eyes widen, he is barely able to turn his neck enough to only see who is standing behind him before his body stiffens. Now he was only able to move his eyes, he with struggle looked down only to see a shadow holding him, and not only that, the shadow was creeping up to him and Shadow Strangle Jutsu. How? I beat you, that last was can't be a clone. Sasuke was looking out of mind right now. Frantically trying to look back to the Shika who he just kicked. There was no way that the last one was a clone. No clone can handle even the first kick from him, let alone an entire lion's barrage. Here, I will let you. Shika sighed and lost his hold on Sasuke's head as the shadow which was strangling all over his body started to retreat. Sasuke was able to move his head now. When he looked back, he saw Shika's body was still lying on the ground. Which confused him. This. Sasuke looks confused. The one you kicked was the real me. I am the shadow clone. The clone replied with a smile as he took out a kunai and placed it at Sasuke's neck. Sasuke's eyes stooped at this. I lost. Sasuke say, not announcing but more like asking. Who knows? You got me first. Technically I lost as my main body is already out for the count, Shika just replied and shrugged. Making Sasuke and others quiet down. By now everyone around was just quiet, just wanting to hear what both of them had to say. None made any noise. Then why? Why I'm holding you like this at the edge of the kunai's tips? Ha ha ha. Shika just laughed. Shika now had a calm smile as he was praising himself for hiding his shadow clone in his shadow and making the clone come out at the last moment. You see, in the shinobi world it's not how one lives, but how we die. Shika replied with a smile on his face. Making him and others who were listening to him confused. Even the Hokage and Orochimaru, who was by now having multiple orgasms after seeing the fight, listened intently. Being able to live in this world is a luxury which not many can afford, just like being able to die in peace. As a shinobi you will die protecting your country and your loved ones, that is the only relief you have. There are times when the odds are too much against us, so we end up dying. That is pretty much the end of the story, but being a shinobi you are not allowed to die alone. If you are going to die then you better take the enemy with you. Because when you don't, the same people you die for, get killed. Shika replied, making other shinobi understand exactly what Shika was talking about. If you don't kill your enemy before you die, then your comrades die. I will never allow that to happen, Shika replied with a firm tone. Making a certain one-eyed scarecrow to lower his head, but if he wasn't wearing his usual mask then others could have seen a small smile forming on his face. That is my Nindo, my will of fire. Shika was nailing for the politically correct words right now. So you can kill me, but you better bet on your ass that I'll gonna take you down in the process. I might die but I will not lose or let anyone precious to me die either. Shika replies as he removes the kunai from Shika's neck and lets go of Sasuke as he removes his shadow, blinding. Sasuke was even sitting still thanks to Shika's shadow was supporting him. The moment he removed that, Sasuke fell to the ground. To me, a ninja is someone who endures, protects, and stands true to his value till the very end. Even after death. That's when you can call yourself a shinobi. Shika said as he turned back to the proctor. Do whatever you want to with the match. It's on you who won. I'll be taking my main body to the hospital now. Clone replied, reminding others that he was still a clone. And then moved towards the real body who was by now was unconscious and took him up. He didn't wait for the result. The clone soon ran out of chakra, which could be dangerous for the main body, though in Konoha it's mostly safe, but after showing what he was capable of, at last to a certain degree, there are many people in the village who can make a move on him. He just looked back once and looked at Hinata, saying something which Hinata didn't hear as he only whispered, but Hinata understood. Dash. That was, actually very cool. Ino, who was earlier cheering on for Sasuke, muttered as she recalled what Shika said. Even Sakura had to agree that that was cool. Naruto on the side had star marks on his eyes while he shouted with excitement. Gosh, that's youth, Lee called out, and Tenten was smiling ear to ear right now. Karin on the side was the same. Earlier she was cheering for Shika while most of the girls were cheering for Sasuke. Her Uzumaki blood almost seemed boiling at the incredible fight she just witnessed. Maybe, staying here with him won't be that bad after all. Karin smiled and muttered slowly. Gaara on the side remains calm. Earlier he wanted to fight with Sasuke but he no longer, he now wants to fight with Shika now. Now that some shinobi alright, Temari smirked as he saw Shika taking his body out. The adults were the same, they had smiles on their faces. Almost all of them knew that the fight was unfair, but still that boy fought till the very end. His strategies too were on point and he had the power to back up his beliefs. He never stops planning while fighting an enemy much stronger than him. He always had a plan ready, and if not he was quick to come up with one. He is a Nara alright, his backup plan had a backup plan. If this were a real fight then he did exactly what a shinobi is supposed to do. The Jonin all chatted among themselves as a smile was playing at all of their faces. Even the Hokage was smiling a little as he puffed a smoke. Gecko announced the result. Hokage relied while looking at Gecko Hayate, who was looking at him for an answer all this time. Technically it was Shika who became unconscious first, but there are many things which could already disqualified Sasuke's, let alone thinking of who won. But more than that, Gecko wanted Shika to win, because the boy really had all the qualifications of a Chunin. But seeing the final outcome and the identity of Sasuke, he waited for Hokage's response. Though the Hokage didn't say to Gecko who he was supposed to announce as the winner, but he understood by the smile Hokage had on his face. The winner is Shikamaru. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 37 comment. Vote. Chapter 43. Finally, after the jaw-dropping performance from both Sasuke and Shika, the bar was raised pretty high. Only 2 matches were left anyway. Next match, Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga, the proctor announced. While people around were still chatting about the previous fight, the next match captured their attention. Hinata, hearing this, was taken aback, while Neji just looked at Hinata with no emotions. Hinata lowered her head when her name was called out. It's just like how Shika-kun told me, Hinata muttered with a frown on her face. Look, Hinata, the village is not always fair, especially when it comes to other villages. They will surely give some kind of advantage to the Konoha teams. Let's say if both your team and Neji's team win the semi-final round, then it will most likely be that you will have to fight Neji. Before you freak out, let me tell you why. This way, at least one person from a major family like Hyuga will be promoted to the final exam. You understand? Letting you both fight separately is also a double-edged sword, as there is a possibility that neither of you gets promoted. So the chances of fighting Neji in the exam are high, you have to be ready for it. Hinata remembered what Shika had told her and pursed her lips. While she was thinking about this, she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Kurane. Don't worry, you will do just fine, okay? Go and give your all, Kurane said with a smile. Hinata nodded and walked to the fighting ring. But as soon as the fight started, Neji said, give up, Hinata. You can't beat me, and you know it. There is no point in fighting right now. Neji spoke to Hinata with an emotionless face. Hinata, hearing this, didn't say anything, but after some time, she smiled. Though no one saw this smile, not even Neji, who was standing so close to her. Why is it that you seem to know everything, Shika-kun? Hinata thought. She wasn't hearing this line for the first time, in fact, she had heard it so many times that even she was a little irritated after hearing it from Neji. Actually, this was how Shika trained her in the first place, repeating this line so many times that even someone like Hinata was irritated by it. At first, she lacked the confidence and didn't reply at all. All the while this happened, Shika had her shout at the edge of a cliff with only one thing. She couldn't even remember how many times she had shouted this. But now, after hearing this particular line from Neji, she instinctively shouted out again. Nat, I'll win. Hinata was loud, as Shika had trained her to shout this line and smile with no doubt in her mind that she would win. The shout was loud and super strange coming from the usually shy Hinata. But when everyone heard this as a response to Neji's proclamation, they couldn't help but smile. More than anyone, Kurane smiled looking at this. That boy. Kurane knew this line well enough. Yes, go, Hinata. Kaiba shouted as he heard the same line coming from Hinata, which he used to hear from Shika before he beat the shit out of him, somehow. Neji was genuinely surprised. He had never expected this from the shy and meek Hinata. Neji, too, had heard this line many times due to Tenten copying it from Shika and using it in their fights. But while Tenten used it as a joke, Hinata didn't, she just called out this line like she used to in training and had a smiling face. Hinata had a complicated expression on her face but still took the fighting stance, doing exactly what Shika had taught her. Don't bother thinking about anything besides one thing, if you don't win, you will lose an important person to you. It could be one of your friends, your family, your sister. It could be anyone, so just make sure that you win, Hinata. Shika's words resounded in her mind again, and a determined look appeared on her face. I'll win. I have to, Hinata reminded herself as she took the fighting stance. Neji's expression was cold and unyielding, his eyes sharp as he looked at Hinata. Is this what that Nara taught you? Do you really think that if he was able to beat that Uchiha, you would be able to win against me? Hinata's time training with Shika had changed her more than she realized. She had learned to push herself beyond her limits, to stand up even when she wanted to give up. Her hands trembled slightly, but her eyes were filled with determination as she activated her Byakugan, her veins bulging around her eyes as her field of vision expanded. Yeah, I'll win. Hinata gave a beautiful smile out of habit, which Shika had drilled into her, and was ready to fight. To her, right now, what mattered was fighting with everything she had. Winning or not was uncertain, but she would not lose. Just like Shika never lost. Neji scoffed, but there was a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected Hinata to have such resolve. Very well, he replied, sliding into his fighting stance. I'll show you the difference between a dropout and a genius. The fight began in an instant. Neji moved first, closing the distance between them with blinding speed. He struck at Hinata with his gentle fist, aiming to shut down her chakra points, but Hinata was ready. She dodged to the side, her movements fluid and precise, and countered with her own palm strike. Under Shika, she had learned that the standard Juken wouldn't work for her, so she adapted the Juken in her own way. Her Juken was no longer the fast and strong lightning right Juken of her clan. Her Juken was more fluid, flexible and unpredictable, to some degree the perfect type for her body. Their palms clashed, chakra flaring as they exchanged blows. Neji was relentless, his strikes precise and deadly, but Hinata matched him step for step. She had studied her own fighting style under Shika and learned how to handle her clan's Juken with her new Juken style, anticipating and parrying the moves. She was using everything she had learned to stay in the fight. Despite her efforts, Neji's superior skill was apparent. 3 months could only take her so far. His attacks were faster, stronger, and more controlled. Hinata's new Juken technique was not as refined as the Juken used by the Hyuga clan for hundreds of years, but as it worked better for her body, she was holding her own against Neji, which even Neji himself was surprised about. This is not the clan Juken. Neji could tell that the movements were similar and still targeted the chakra points on one's body, but they were not stiff and more fluid, more flowing like water. Hinata could feel the strain of keeping up with him, her chakra reserves depleting with each clash. But she didn't let that stop her. She pressed on, pushing herself harder than she ever had before. I'll win. That was the only thing going through her mind. She managed to land a few hits on Neji, surprising him with her improved speed and reflexes. More than that, he didn't see those attacks coming. They were tricky attacks, her body was too flexible for him to even understand what part of her body she was using to attack him. The crowd watched in awe as Hinata fought with a determination they hadn't seen from her before. Even Naruto, who was cheering from the sidelines, couldn't believe how far she had come. Wow, that's Hinata. Kaiba couldn't help but widen his eyes, seeing Hinata go crazy and fight on par with Neji. Both Shino and Kurane didn't say anything but had smiles on their faces. Do whatever you want with her, she is not worth my attention. Kurane remembered what Hinata's father told her when she took Hinata under her wing. She couldn't help but clench her fist after seeing what he said about Hinata. Not worth your attention, hey, Kurane muttered with a little smirk slowly appearing on her face. Neji, though surprised, wasn't about to let her gain the upper hand. He increased the intensity of his attacks, forcing Hinata on the defensive. She blocked and deflected as best as she could, but Neji was relentless, his strikes coming faster and harder. Hinata could feel herself getting tired, her movements slowing just a fraction. Neji noticed too and took advantage of it. With a swift, powerful strike, he hit one of her ki chakra points, sending a shock through her body. Hinata staggered back, gasping as she felt her chakra flow disrupted. Hinata staggered back and gritted her teeth to suppress her pain. She was giving her best, but no matter what she did, she didn't seem to surpass Neji. Finally, the usual doubt started to appear in her mind, could she really do it? But that was when her training kicked in, and she told herself, I'll win. Triple X. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 44. Hinata remembered what Shika told her before he left the hall. There was no sound from him, he just whispered while looking her way, but she understood what he was saying. She didn't need his voice to know what he was telling her. That's the last help I could do for you, Hinata. Win. Hinata recalled those words. When she was getting pushed back, she remembered them and looked down. Others might think that her motivation was breaking, but to Hinata, what she saw was giving her the motivation. Thank you, Shika-kun. I promise that I won't lose, no matter what. Hinata saw the water-filled floor of the fighting ring left behind by Shika when he fought with Sasuke and smiled. She saw Neji's attack coming towards her and took a very particular stance, which made Neji's eyes widen. Water style, revolving heaven, Hinata muttered to herself as Shika had drilled into her that calling out one's move is stupid. The next second, the water around her started to ripple, and as she began rotating, the water gravitated towards her and formed a dome. Before Neji's attack even reached her, the water dome was created and rotating around her to protect her. Neji saw the familiar water dome that Nara used and sneered. Earlier, he had only suspected, but now he knew for sure that Hinata was responsible for Shika learning that technique. He wanted to reprimand Hinata, but before that could even happen, the water dome stopped rotating, and Hinata took another stance that took Neji aback. Neji saw that this technique resembled a technique passed down in the main line of the clan. He knew because he had learned this technique himself, even though there was no one to teach him. But the stance was slightly different. Sorry, Shika-kun, but just this time, I want others to know what I'm going to do. I want to show them all that I am no failure. Hinata internally muttered and then called out the technique, which Shika told her not to, because calling out one's technique is also considered stupid in a fight. Elemental Juken, Water Style, Rising Water Goddess. Hinata's eyes shone when she called out her move, and her Byakugan activated with more power than ever. From where she was standing, all the water rippled out as the water and chakra started to dance around her. Her shoulder-length hair flowed up as her chakra exploded out. The water started to float and gather near her hands, while a thin line of water was connected at the tips of her fingers. This was what she had been learning under Shika, a technique they developed in the last 3 months, with one motive alone. To beat Neji. To beat the traditional Juken of the Hyuga clan. Flashback. Hinata, what are your thoughts about having children? Shika asked with a teasing tone. As expected, Hinata's face immediately turned red. What? Shika-kun, you are teasing me again. Hinata, by now, wasn't as shy around Shika, but the topic made her stutter. Not at all. I honestly am asking. What are your thoughts about starting a family? Shika asked with a serious face, making Hinata blush again. Yes, I want to be a housewife. Hinata replied with a little difficulty. By now, she didn't feel that strange talking about these kinds of things with Shika. I see. Man, I am jealous of Hinata's future husband already. Lucky bastard he would be, Shika smirked, now purposely teasing Hinata, making her pout and glare at him. But when the girl's face was getting too red for comfort, he turned serious. You do know that if things continue as they are, even your children won't be spared by the fate of the side family. Shika's words immediately took the joking tone out of the air and made the situation serious. Hinata knew that, the way she was, she would sooner or later be marked with the cage bird seal. But when Shika put it like this, telling her about the fate of any children she might have in the future, she paused, and her face turned pale. She actually had never thought about it like that, but only when Shika put it did she realize what it really meant to be born with such a fate. I won't let them. Maybe this was the first time Shika had seen Hinata like this. There were already tears in her eyes for children she had never seen or known whether she would have or not, or if so, with whom. But that voice had a lingering threat. When Hinata looked at him, he felt something different. She no longer even looked like the shy girl he was trying to help but an angry goddess who had finally snapped. Good. Remember this feeling. Now you know why you need to get stronger. Shika replied as he took out a handkerchief and got closer to Hinata. By now they were close enough that he could wipe away her tears, and it was totally fine. She didn't even bat an eye at that. Remember, Hinata, power is the most important if you want your voice to be heard. So get strong and show others that you are not a pushover. To save our loved ones, the ones you know right now and the ones you will eventually have later, you have to get stronger. Shika replied and saw Hinata moving her head. He realized that this time his words really struck her at the core. Hinata was ready to endure the cage bird seal if that meant that her little sister wouldn't have to. Shika changed her perspective altogether. Now the stakes were her future children. Hinata felt a heaviness in her heart when she heard Shika. This heaviness started to eat at her internally. I won't let that happen. Good, then let's start the real training, shall we, so that ill-fated future never happens. Shika smiled and rubbed her back, seeing the girl wasn't just crying but shaking while standing in place. To some degree, I understand. If someone told me that they would enslave my future kids. Yet, over my dead body. What happened to the Uchiha will look restrained compared to what I will do to those who look at my children with malicious eyes. Shika couldn't help but look at the girl with a little pity on his face. Hi. I'll let you train me, Shika-kun. Hinata finally had that fire burning in her eyes. Shika couldn't help but smile seeing this. Flashback end. I'd rather die here and now than lose. Hinata roared out after remembering that feeling. Rising water goddess, Hinata shouted, and then the deadly dance of the shy girl fighting for her future and the future of her future family began. Triple X. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 45. Hinata struggled to regain her breath, her chest heaving from the intensity of the fight. Neji had landed several devastating blows, and she could feel the damage deep within her chakra pathways aching from his precise strikes. But she wasn't done yet. She couldn't be. Not after all the training, not after all the pain she had endured to stand here, in this moment. Neji, sensing her resolve, pressed forward, his Byakugan blazing. This ends now, Hinata. You're no match for me. Hinata met his gaze, determination hardening her expression. Nat, I'll win. Even with the pain ranging in her body, she replied with a shout, her voice powerful and her eyes glaring at Neji with intensity. With those words, Hinata activated the technique she had developed with Shika's help, Elemental Juken, Rising Water Goddess. Her chakra surged, mixing with water, and a swirling aura of water surrounded her. The water moved like a living shield, a whip, and strings responding to her thoughts and movements, ready to defend her from Neji's attacks. Neji's eyes widened, momentarily caught off guard by the sudden change. Thank you, Shika-kun. You helped me till the very end. You are not here, but please watch. I will win this no matter what, for the future. I will. Hinata said to herself and got ready. Hinata wasted no time. She dashed forward, her movements now faster and more fluid, with water still following her as if she were moving with the water itself. Neji barely had time to react as she struck at him, her water-imbued palms crashing against his defenses. Their battle intensified, the sound of their clashing echoing through the arena. Neji retaliated, his strikes as deadly as ever, but Hinata's water shield absorbed the impact, softening the blows while her flexible movements were unpredictable for Neji and even others who were watching this fight. She had designed this technique specifically to counter the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, and it was working. For the first time, Neji found himself on the back foot, struggling to land a decisive hit. But Neji was not one to be easily outdone. He redoubled his efforts, attacking with renewed vigor. He managed to break through her defenses more than once, striking her in key chakra points. The pain was excruciating, but Hinata gritted her teeth and pushed through it. She traded wound for wound, striking back with equal force, her water-enhanced Juken strikes leaving deep bruises on Neji. She combined the internal Juken fist with the outer brush of water, turning water into a weapon in her hands. Every time Neji struck her down, she forced herself back up, blood staining her lips, but her eyes never wavered. She could hear Shika's words in her mind, reminding her to keep fighting, to never give up. If you think you will lose, then think about those for whom you have to win. Remember, Hinata, only when someone has something to protect can they truly get stronger. Neji could see the toll the fight was taking on her. Her breath was ragged, her movements slower, but she refused to back down. He pushed her to her limits, landing a particularly brutal strike to her side that sent her to the ground. She coughed up blood, her body screaming in pain, but she still didn't yield. Hinata slowly got back to her feet, her legs trembling under her weight. I won't give up, I'll win. She said, her voice weak but resolute. Not until I've given everything I have. Neji's expression hardened. Why do you insist on continuing? You've already lost. But Hinata wasn't listening. She remembered all the times she had been told she wasn't strong enough, that she wasn't fit to be a shinobi. She remembered Shika's unwavering support, the time he had spent training her, believing in her when she didn't believe in herself. She couldn't let that go to waste. Not now. Because if I lose today, I won't be able to save them. I will always remain weak. I will not let fate decide what I am and what I should do. I will break fate if I have to for those I want to protect. Hinata's voice wasn't loud, but her words struck like thunder. Most of the words were weak at best, but these words seemed way too similar to what they had heard just a little while ago. With a final burst of energy, Hinata launched herself at Neji, her water shield swirling around her like a storm. Neji met her head-on, and their attacks collided with a force that shook the ground beneath them. They struck each other with everything they had left, both knowing that this would be the final exchange. Hinata's palm connected with Neji's chest, and she felt his strike land on her shoulder at the same time. Pain exploded through her, but she didn't pull back. She poured every last bit of her chakra into her attack, forcing Neji to do the same. The water around them surged and twisted, amplifying her Juken and breaking through Neji's defenses. For a moment, everything was still. Then, both ended up falling down at the same time. The silence in the hall was noticeable. Both were knocked out. But then, when the proctor was about to say something, he saw Hinata moving. One last time, Hinata, shout it, tell everyone that you are not done yet. That you have prevailed. Shika's voice rang in her head again and again, making her move even before she realized. She swayed on her feet, nearly collapsing, but she forced herself to remain upright. Shika's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her why she had fought so hard. She had something to prove, not just to Neji or the spectators, but to herself. She wasn't weak. She wasn't a failure. She was strong, and she, Hinata Hyuga, would never let her loved ones be harmed. So she once again shouted the words she had repeated so many times while training with Shika. I won, shouted Hinata with all the energy she had. Neji looked up at her, his expression unreadable. You, why, how did you do that? Hinata heard this, barely standing and only replied with. Because of the fate we share, one day I don't want that same fate to be borne by my children. If not for me, then I have to do it for them. I will break my fate and the fate of others if that is what is needed to bring peace. Hinata's voice was almost a whisper, only Neji was able to hear this, but after hearing this, he just looked at the sky, contemplating if that was even possible. Seeing this, the proctor felt that he was getting way too old for this. Seems like the next generation has already surpassed us, Gecko thought with a smile and then shouted. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. XXX. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 17 comment. Vote. Chapter 46. I have no idea what I was thinking, honestly speaking I don't think I was speaking anymore back then, it's like something inside me just snapped and that bastard hit me in the head. Sigh. Well, there is no point pondering about it anymore, it's not like I can hide my true strength forever, in certain ways it's actually better to show what you are capable of. Though I'm sure that this is certainly not the time, what happened in the preliminary will put a lot of attention on me, I'm sure of it. Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Danzo. From now on I have to stay vigilant. As I found myself sleeping in the darkness surrounding me, I couldn't help but ponder whether to get out of this place or wait until that guy outside got away. Fighting against Sasuke took a toll on my body, and though I am completely healed thanks to Round Deer's reverse curse technique still I am exhausted. I am glad that I left a clone out to look after me. While he was taking me out, guess what happened? A certain snake uncle came after me, freaking the shit out of the clone, but gladly the clone put me in some random shadow before Orochimaru got to him, and the moment the clone popped after luring away the snake Sannin, those memories came to me, finally waking me up. I don't believe that he can find me here inside the shadows. Let's just wait until he is gone, another nap is looking very tempting just about now. I can't help but yawn seeing my body lacking the necessary energy and motivation to move when on top of the fact that staying in the shadows right now was the best option for me, I just decided to play a Nara for the first time and just took a short nap until that snake is gone. Or at least that was the plan. By the time I woke up again, it was already night. Getting out of the shadow, I looked around and saw that there was no danger. I yawned again and moved on. I probably go to the uncle's house, explaining this to both uncle and aunt gonna be hard, such a drag. Dash. I was extra slow at taking my time to get back home, somewhat hoping that I might just not have to face them regarding this fight, but that was just me being ridiculously optimistic. However, that was just one small part of why I was taking my time. The real reason was what was in front of me. Dash. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin. The host can choose any power of any Chunin host have killed or has won against. Dash. This was confusing. I'm pretty sure that I will become a Chunin with the kind of performance I have given there, but that's not the point. I am not a Chunin yet, at least not officially. So why? While I was wondering, suddenly a system notification came. Dash. The host doesn't need to become a Chunin to be ranked as one. As long as the host possesses Chunin level strength, the host will be promoted to Chunin rank and will be rewarded. The system is bound by host strength and not the titles this world has. Apply to all other ranks still remain unachieved by host. Dash. Oh. That sure changes things. Greatly if I say so. This means that hiding my powers might not be that good thing, showing off can promote me faster, even if the village doesn't promote me, if I show the required strength I can get the reward nonetheless. But more than anything, this means that I don't have to remain in the village, this gives me more options in the future. Staying in the village gave me few limited options to really bring any change in the story, unwillingly I might have to follow the canon in that case to some degree. But if I can still complete missions outside the village, then I can actually make some meaningful difference. I have to think about it, my future plans will greatly change. Smile a little and then look back at the notification, pondering what I should choose. But before I could do that, I sensed a presence lingering around me, following me. While telling that I sense it will be a little far-fetched, it was actually one of my divine dogs which I now usually always keep in my shadow and smell someone following me. This was a decision to counter my lack of sensing ability. The dog also acts like a surprise attack if I ever need him. Maybe choosing the rewards has to wait for now. Come out, I know you are there. I said while getting ready to get attacked from any angle. Waited for a little while and when upon no one came out, call out again. Come on, if you are not gonna come out yourself then scram, I said while on the back foot preparing for anything. Thanks to my divine dogs I can now sense that there is someone trailing me, but who that person is, I have no idea. Honestly, not having any ability to sense is a pain in the neck. I really need to find a proper way to fix this shortcoming of mine. This could be anyone. My best guess is someone from Danzo's side. Orochimaru has already tried to attack me. Thanks to his clone's memories, he knows that the clone popped when Orochimaru tried to put the curse mark on his neck like Sasuke. So Orochimaru was planning to mark him, but he was already gone. I don't think he should have that much time to linger around just for me. There is no reason for Hokage to track me with his Anbu, so the only person this could be. Denzo. XXX. Yo, story from here on will start changing. I never planned to follow the canon much at the start but did a little so that I can give MC time to get stronger. Tell me how you like the chapter. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 47. Denzo. That was what I thought this person was, but after seeing the person coming out of the shadows, I just frowned and then sighed, seeing that I was just thinking too much. Dozu, right. Why are you trailing me? I said while recalling all his information. He certainly is not as strong as Sasuke and I can easily take him down. Fight me. That was the only thing he said, making me a little baffled. That was a little ridiculous demand on his side. Why should I just fight him just because he wanted to, but again why he is looking for a fight? It's very obvious that I am strong. He should have been there when I fought with Sasuke, so why? Why? You don't need to know, Doze said and rushed at me, aiming to attack me. I just waited there until he arrived and before he could even come near me his movement was halted. Now, mind telling me why you are trying to fight with me? I asked as I saw my shadow effortlessly connect with him and stop him on his track. What? But how? Your hands. Dozo was looking stunned and then looked at my hands which were still in my pocket. Yes, I don't need hands to use shadow possession jutsu, at least when it comes to casually stopping your movements. If you use your chakra then you might realize that my hold on you is not that strong. I need to form hand signs for that. You can try getting out of my shadow's hold. I too want to see how much pressure can handle before I have to resort to using my hands. I reply, though I wasn't planning on saying this, but Dozo was a good target to see my signless shadow possession. Against Sasuke, I couldn't go this easy. And even without saying this, Dozo was planning on struggling. I knew that no genin could get out of his hold, at least that person had to be a Chunin. This was also a test to see whether Dozo was at that level or not. If he was, then it was not that bad of an idea to kill him, but he was still lacking a person at Chunin rank to kill in his power. Not that long after, he finally started to lose the hold I had on him and broke out of it. Would have been completely impossible if I were using hand sign to cast the jutsu. But that was the problem with shadow possession without using hand signs. It was fast and good at quick sneak attacks, but the control over the shadow was not good, and neither was its power. Maybe I should try using a binding vow to fix this. Have no idea how to use those tricky bindings, but maybe I can try. Anyways. What I have to do is handle this guy. I hope that no one misses him if he is gone. If I remember correctly, then he used the sound jutsu, right? That sounds pretty cool. Don't look down on me, damn it, Dozu shouted as he again attacked me, but this time from a distance. Dodging them was no issue for me, so I again asked him while dodging the attacks. This is the last time I am asking you, tell me why you are attacking me. Seeing this, Dozu didn't reply anything immediately, but he stopped there for a second. And after thinking about a little, he finally spoke. You beat Sasuke Uchiha. I wanted to fight him, but you beat him. So it's only natural that I beat you now. Dozu finally said, making me wonder why. Even in the anime, he was hell-bent on beating Sasuke for some reason and even ended up fighting against someone like Gaara of all people to being able to fight Sasuke. Why? I was a fan of Naruto, but even I don't remember everything from the series. I remember he died at Gaara's hand when he challenged me, but I can't remember why he did so, to fight Sasuke? Really? For a second I thought about asking him, but what difference will that bring? I sigh. There was indeed no point wanted to seek his life story, after all, I was about to kill the guy. So with that in mind, I form a particular hand sign, bringing my two original Shikigami out of my shadow. Two dogs, one black and one white, stood in front of me. Charge, I said to both Snow and Shadow. And the next second they both were at Dozu's throat. Dozu saw this tense up, though they looked like normal dogs to him, but he saw how they appeared. From the shadow they emerged. This was different than the normal summoning jutsu. I have tested myself enough, let's see what my Shikimi can do. XXX. I ponder a lot and finally decided to get him sound technique. It's just work well with all his other skill sets. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 18 comment. Vote. Chapter 48. I saw the dead body of Dozu getting drowned in my shadow. I can't leave it here after all, and I felt nothing in particular. My Shikigami tore the boy apart in front of me and I am surprised that I didn't feel anything regarding this. If this was old me, then I would have freaked out at seeing a human dying in front of me, let alone one I killed myself. Now this is not my first kill by a long shot, but still to think that I have become so desensitized that even someone's death in my own hands is not enough to bring any sort of emotion to my face. Maybe coming here in this world did had a price to be paid, it's just often we don't realize what we paid until it's too long. I can't help but sigh at this, though I don't like seeing I am getting used to killing, but in this world, one must to survive. On a positive note, I didn't have to kill the man by my own hands, both my toads and dogs did all the work. The only assistance I contributed was releasing them at the right time and giving them the element of surprise. Toads restrained the boy and dogs tore him into a bloody mess. And with the help of little water jutsu cleaning afterwards wasn't that hard either. Then the notification appeared in front of me, asking me to choose any of Dozu's powers which I wanted. There was only one, the sound technique for which I killed the guy in the first place. I currently lack a close combat jutsu, can learn Raise Nan sure, but that costs too much chakra, not to mention not compatible with my sword skills. But if I can use the sound jutsu alongside my sword technique and genjutsu, now that would be a menace. However, this also means that I have to do more training. Sigh, the grind truly never ends, I guess. With this, I still have 3 changes to get rewards from the system. Killing a cage, become a Jonin and then become a cage. 5 if I also add in the ridiculous mission of taming Manorama and stopping Madara's plan. I have to be selective when it moves to higher tier rewards. 1 minute. I suddenly realized something, Dozu died at Gaara's hand, but he wasn't the only one who died, right? Baki also killed that always sick exam proctor, one of the few early deaths which happened in the anime. I almost forgot due to him not being that important of a character. I pause for a second when I register this, only now pondering this. Am I too late? No, should I even interfere? Besides the fact that the man also being a Konoha shinobi, I barely know the man. Whatever, while there is no point following the story considering I already got the Chunin reward, even if I forbid my match against Gaara then I have no grimace. And in this case, I shouldn't be bothered thinking about keeping the canon for the sake of getting promoted, even if I say Genin then it's fine. Okay, I am saving that sick fellow. With that in mind, I quickly body flickered up on the tallest building I could find, trying to find where was Hayate. Nah, it's too dark in the night to fight a fight taking place on any of these rooftops. If only my chakra sensing was better than this. I can't help but sneer at this inconvenience, it's really irritating. But no matter, come out, Snow, Shadow, find that proctor guy quickly. I shouted and soon 2 dogs who are usually stationed in my shadow nowadays came out without performing any hand sign and started sniffing around. I just hope that I'm not too late. Bark. They got him, good. Take me to him. I reply and simultaneously follow the dogs. Dash. By the time I got there, I saw Baki, the Jonin sensei of the sand team, had given a vital wound to Hayate. I was late after all. Charge. I shouted, not delaying anymore, and the next second my divine dogs rushed at Baki, who was not expecting any sudden attack. But he was a Jonin for a reason, he was able to dodge back at the last moment, wary of the dogs and staring at me with his single eye out while the other side of his face was covered with white cloth. No doubt he is trying to hide some sort of injury there. Why else he block his vision like that otherwise? No, don't, get out, call for help. Hayate struggled to say this, he was barely able to say this let alone move at this point, blood was pouring out of him from all sides. I have to heal him otherwise he won't make it, but can't reply around deer here, that will expose me. Those wounds are not looking like something I completely heal either, but I am sure that with my current proficiency, I can stop the bleed and save him at least. Given that I can handle Baki. You are the one who beat that Uchiha kid, I wasn't expecting you to get up and running around playing hero so quickly. Too bad for you, kid, but now I have to kill you. Baki replied with his face looking dark and chakra pouring out of him like he was ready to attack me. Seeing this I knew that I had to choose fast. I can't fight him alone without my Shikigami, he is a Jonin for God's sake. But I can't use Shikigamis in front of Gecko either. Such a drag. Triple X. What you all think, can MC beat a Jonin? Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon on patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 19 comment. Vote. Chapter 49. Fighting a Jonin this early in the story is nothing but a death sentence. I am stronger than before, to the point that I even beat someone like Sasuke, but Sasuke is just a Chunin level even after his Sharingan and curse mark. The only way for me to beat someone like him is to utilize my Shikigamis. But how? Gecko is watching. I just curse under my breath and quickly try to come up with a solution. The best option right now is to get out of here, but can I? Running away with the help of Rabbit's escape was possible in front of someone like Gaara, but Baki is a Jonin. More importantly, even if I can I also take Hayate with me in his condition? No, it's risky. I have better chances of fighting him and making enough noise to attract others' attention than all I have to do is hold in here. But, Hayate is running out of time, even with the reverse curse technique healing him to some degree, he needs to be sent to the hospital ASAP, at least as long as I don't directly summon round deer and heal him completely. Nah, it's either running out of here or beating Baki. I can't waste time if I want to save Gecko. I decided internally and then got ready, while making sure that my dogs were guarding me. I glanced back at Hayate for only a second. He took a look at me, but when he did, his eyes slightly widened and then he fell unconscious. Seeing this, Baki, who was planning to sneak attack me as I wasn't looking at him, was taken aback. he had a suspicion that Gecko didn't fall unconscious just because of losing too much blood. When he saw my eyes again, his eyes slightly narrowed, because he could be sure that he saw a hint of red, but that was only for a second. Later he saw that the Nara boy in front of him had normal black eyes. But again he could be sure that he saw red eyes. I see, and this just smiled. Congratulations on choosing Sharingan from Sasuke Uchiha on becoming Chunin. It was a strange feeling. I had a burning feeling in my eyes, not sure whether I have just the Sharingan now or I am now a Uchiha completely. I really don't want to be like Kakashi if possible, though I don't think that will be the case considering that I can deactivate my eyes. I have beaten several Chunin till now, but Sasuke was the best. Who doesn't want those magical eyes after all? So taking Sharingan was the natural. And on time as well, just put hate unconscious with them. It came naturally to me how to use genjutsu with them. I have to say that they are really great for genjutsu, not wondering why Take was such a badass when using genjutsu with Sharingan. Let's see whether they can give me that ace here against Baki to quickly end this battle as well. Dash. Third POV. Shika had his Sharingan deactivated. He didn't want to show his eyes to Baki right now. He wasn't hiding, but he rather used them to get a good element of surprise attack on him. Shadow protect Gecko. Snow, you are with me, Shika said, and the dogs immediately understood what he meant. The white dog remained just a little ahead of Shika while the black dog bounced back to protect the unconscious Gecko. Hayate. Boy, so you really think that you can beat me with just a dog? Baki said with a smirk, though he was grumbling seeing how things were turning troublesome, but he wasn't nervous at all. No matter if even Shika beat Sasuke, in Baki's eyes the boy was no match to someone like him. No actually. I am just a genin, you are a jonin. It would be ignorant of me to think that I can beat you that easily. Shika replied, making Baki amused, and then suddenly he remembered what this boy in front of him said in his fight in the preliminary. I don't let my comrades die. If I am dying, then I will make sure that I take my enemy with me. Baki remember his speech, even though he has to say that he was a little impressed back then. Shika had no idea what Baki was thinking, he just said what he truly believed, and that was the reason he had to put Hayate out so that he could do this. So, let me even the playing field here. Shika replied with a smile on his face. Baki hearing this immediately was on the defensive. He had seen the boy enough in his fight against that Uchiha to know that he was a good strategist. Well of unknown abyss. Gamma plus new. Shika said with a smile on his face, and the next second his shadow moved, making Baki immediately jump back. He thought that Shika was using the shadow possession. However, to his surprise that wasn't the case. Shika's shadow morphed and soon from his shadow came out multiple toads with white wings behind them. He was a little taken aback seeing this. He knew that Konoha holds the contract for 3 holy places, but this was the first time he had seen a toad who had wings. Alright then, attack, Shika replies and rushes at Baki. At the same time his Shikigami also rush at Baki with full speed. I have to end this fight fast, so no holding back. Shika. Triple X. Small chapter I know, but hey, I was on a time crunch, sorry, I will try to make the chapters longer. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 50. Baki's expression was calm, but his eyes were showing confusion. Besides the fact that the boy in front of him just summoned toads with wings, he was also confused about how he did it. He was sure that that wasn't the summoning jutsu. You're a fool if you think you can stop me, he said, drawing his blade, the wind around him shifting with deadly intent. I've killed far more people than the days you have lived, kid. Wow, that was the cheekiest line I heard after coming here. There is no way that his kill count is even 1/3 of that. But whatever. I don't have to argue with him anyway. Shika narrows his eyes hearing this and sighs internally. Shika's chakra flows through his body. He could feel the presence of his Shikigami waiting within the shadows, ready to strike. This was another one of his 10 shadows tricks he learned during his training. Rather than outright summoning the Shikigami, he can morph his shadow to draw the power of the Shikigami directly in the shadow, is fast but not as strong as actually summoning the Shikigamis. Without warning, Baki moved. In a blur, he was upon Shika, his blade slashing through the air with the force of a gale. Shika barely managed to dodge, immediately opening his Sharingan again seeing how fast Baki was. It was good that it was dark so his eyes were hidden to some degree, that in a little genjutsu upon the contact of his eyes was enough to hide his Sharingan for the time being. Rolling to the side the blade sliced through the rooftop tiles, sending shards flying. I've learned a lot recently, Shika muttered to himself as he stood up, catching his breath. Time to put it to the test. He quickly formed hand signs, his chakra surging as he activated his newly learned water style technique. Water release, water bullet, he shouted, summoning a torrent of water which he drew from Max Elephant's power. Baki leapt into the air, avoiding the water bullet, but Shika was ready. He had already set his trap. As soon as Baki landed, Shika's shadow stretched forward, intertwining with the darkness of the night. Shadow possession jutsu. Shika called, his shadow latching onto Baki's. For a moment, it seemed like Shika had him, but Baki's chakra flared as he smirked. TCH, holding up a jonin is still too much for me. Shika can't help but curse internally. With a grunt of effort, Baki broke free from Shika's shadow. It wasn't easy for Baki either. Shika grits his teeth. Of course, that would be too easy, he muttered. Baki charged again, his blade gleaming in the moonlight. Snow, Shika shouted, and instantly the white dog rushed at Baki hearing this. And that wasn't it either, because only Baki realized those earlier summoned toads were fast, he quickly surrounded him. The dog launched at Baki, snarling as it closed the distance. Baki swung his sword, trying to cut them down, but this was when those toads acted up, their long tongue with blinding fast speed, warped around Baki's hands, stopping him on the spot. Shadow swiftly attacked, snapping at Baki's arm. Baki managed to fend them off with the help of a replacement, but the distraction was enough for Shika to prepare for his next move. That was the best part about 10 Shadow, it gives numbers an advantage. Shika quickly formed more hand signs, feeling the familiar pulse of chakra in his body. Genjutsu, Phantom Dance. He focused his chakra, casting the illusion around Baki. The rooftop around him seemed to ripple and change, the shadows distorting and multiplying. Baki blinked, his vision blurring as multiple copies of Shika appeared around him. Normally any Jonin would find out that they were in a genjutsu, but the illusion cast by the help of Sharingan is obviously better, harder to spot. He slashed at one, but his sword passed through it harmlessly. An illusion, Baki growled, trying to shake it off. But every time he focused, more Shika clones appeared, moving faster and faster around him. While Baki was distracted, Shika prepared his finishing move. This one still remains my strongest Shikigami till date, the only problem is that I can't summon the entire Shikigami without destroying some houses here. Though partial summoning is all I need for you. Now. He called, and the serpent lunged from the shadows, wrapping itself around Baki before he could react, its enormous coils binding him tightly. In his training, he long learned how to reduce the snake size, but it still remains a little too big to summon it casually. Baki struggled, but the serpent's grip tightened, cutting off his air. For a moment, Shika thought he had won, but Baki's eyes glinted for a second before he popped up. Fuck, a clone, I honestly thought I got him that time. Shika can't help but grumble. Shika stumbled back as Baki stormed toward him, blood trickling from his mouth. So he barely dodged that attack. Hey, that means the serpent poison will be acting up soon. Shika knew he too was running out of time like Baki though, Hayate's condition wasn't too good. Sigh. But that was when Baki appeared again, and it seems to be moving towards Gecko as well. It was the most commonly used tactic in battle, taking hostage. He certainly didn't have to, he was strong there, but why pointlessly fight when he could just end the fight by taking that proctor hostage? And seeing this, Shika smirked, got the sucker. Just as Baki was close enough to Baki, from Gecko's shadow came out my other divine dog, Shadow. Even earlier the dog was barely visible thanks to his color and this being night, but later on when Baki wasn't looking he went inside Gecko's shadow. He wasn't just guarding Hayate, but he was also a trap for Baki. When upon seeing that the dog wasn't there anymore, he immediately planned to take Hayate hostage. If only he knew that both Shika and his Shikigami could enter into the shadows. That's why information is too damn important in the ninja world. With information, even strong enemies can be defeated, and at the same time if one doesn't have enough information on the enemies, even a genin can defeat a cage. After all, in the end, as long as that kunao can cut the cage neck he will die, no matter how strong he or she is. Shadow directly went for Baki's neck, and he was so fast at jumping from the shadow that Baki was completely caught off guard. Baki felt the hold on his neck and his eyes widened, his windpipe was instantly crushed. He tried to shake off the dog but his body instantly went weak. Give up, it's over. Shika said as he saw the struggle Baki was putting in even after his neck was completely grabbed by Shadow, and simultaneously his movements were restrained by the toad's tongues. Shika stood above him, his chakra nearly drained, he didn't start with full chakra in the first place. Baki's eyes started to widen within seconds as he was gasping for air right now, he tried hard to move but those damn long tongues from toads were holding him like iron chains. Yes, I am not that strong alone, but that's the interesting thing, you know. I am never alone. Triple X. Some might say that this fight was incorrect, technically Baki should be stronger than Shika, but I just wanted to express this one thing, it plans currently even stronger enemies can be defeated, it's just being able to catch other off guard is hard. Otherwise majority of the ninja are very similar to normal humans, they will die if a good attack lands on them. Here is the goal for this week. 500 plus stones for the first bonus chapter on Monday. 1000 plus stones for the second bonus chapter on Sunday bonus chapter. Thank you very much for all your support. If you want to read up to 20 plus chapters in advance, check my Patreon. Patreon.com/comedemond. Comment. 15 comment. Vote.